The system welcomed the player to the world of Dreamside where their dreams can come true. It was the most famous game across all categories. A national game that everyone played, including adults, actors, politicians, and others in the game. You could meet players of all ages and nationalities. Players fought as a team in a new hero. The system asked for his name. The guy called himself K. He logged into one of the game's channels. The system informed the new player that he could make all his unfulfilled dreams come true in this game. The hero could become the #1 that no one would dare to surpass. And that was his dream. He raised his sword menacingly. The guy stated that the first position in the rankings of this Dreamside game is not his. He intended to fix it. The system reported that the channel would soon close, seeing the release notice for the game Dreamside 2. The guy thought it was strange the system welcomed him into a new channel he booted to Earth. 30 minutes ago, the guy as usual finished express delivery. He didn't realize what happened and started pressing the button in his smartphone many times. The guy was tapping too much on the username select button to pre-order Dreamside 2, as suddenly the elevator he was riding in stopped, and he fell over in surprise. The emergency button didn't work, and the rescue service he couldn't get through to while the guy nervously waited. A system notification appeared in front of his eyes that seemed very strange to him. The guy did not understand how this menu could fly, assumed that this hologram, a little understanding, it seemed familiar to him. The system asked for confirmation. The guy did not understand what it meant. A gamer like him could not resist not to press this button. Having confirmed his actions, he received a task in which he needed to escape. The difficulty was F-rank. He needed to leave the elevator in which he could be eaten by parasites. The system informed him that in case of failure he would be killed. The reverse report started, and the guy was shocked by this information and didn't understand what was happening. When he noticed the strange sounds, he said it was too much for the game because he didn't want to end his life that way. Suddenly, a bunch of cockroaches and other bugs started coming out of every crevice. Even though the guy had read the description of the task, he still didn't understand what was going on. The screams of the guy from the elevator were heard even on the street. The girl with the dog, hearing the strange screams, stopped for a moment. The guy managed to complete the task as a reward. He received a ragged sword. The elevator doors opened slightly. He thought that the parasites could not get out of there. A portal appeared to open during the game X. The guy didn't understand what was going on and what the screen with the task was. He assumed he was going into withdrawal because he couldn't play anymore. Suddenly, the guy noticed a goblin who was about to attack him. The guy started running away from him. After getting hit by the monster, the guy felt that the feelings were real. He assumed that everything was happening for real, and this was not a fictional world. The guy's health scale went down from being slightly injured by the goblin that attacked him. The boy realized that he had to get out of here as soon as possible, but he didn't know how to do it because there was a goblin wandering around. The hero didn't fully understand what would happen if he was hit again while he was trying to escape, because he had less than half his health left. The goblin took in more air to smell the guy, and realized that one more blow from the goblin could send him to the other side of the world. The guy realized the danger of the situation he was in. He didn't want to really die. The hero noticed that the goblin was not so intimidating. Monsters tried to scare the guy with his scream, but he was not subjected to his provocation. The goblin was quite small, though it appeared spectacularly because the guy was distracted. The goblin tried to attack him with a wooden hammer, but the guy managed to dodge in time. The hero had no time to think because he had little health and decided to run away from this confrontation with a small monster. The guy noticed a ladder that he could climb, but running up to it, the system informed him that the hero is undergoing training and further passage through the location is limited. Realizing that the exit was also blocked, the guy drew his sword and realized that he had no place to run and needed to fight. The goblin intended to attack the guy by throwing his wooden hammer at him. The guy managed to dodge, but the hammer hit the wall where he was standing. The guy, seeing all this, assumed that he was finished. He didn't believe he could defeat such a small but strong opponent. Suddenly, the system reported that the hero's accounts was tied to the phone. He was rewarded for disabling the server, but the game level for them was insufficient. The guy didn't realize what was happening. His body suddenly calmed down, and he assumed it was some kind of ability. The goblin kept trying to attack the guy who, without doing anything to get the new monster's ability, took his hammer away. The guy realized that the goblin was a normal F-rank dungeon mob. He would have just ignored him if this was happening in Dreamside. Suddenly, the guy realized that the chance of him losing was very small, and he could come out of this fight a winner. The goblin swung to attack his opponent with his wooden hammer, but the guy noticed his advance. The guy realized that he had an advantage from the beginning and tried to block the goblin who attacked him from the jump with his sword. Raising the sword tip to the top, the guy managed to pierce the body of the monster, who did not expect such an outcome of events, and was defeated. Suddenly appeared magic circles. Hero assumed that this is not the end of his trial. He was wary. He assumed that there must be at least 5 monsters here, because it has always been so in games. Expectedly, more goblins appeared, and the guy had doubts whether he could cope with so many monsters. The guy stated that he had to deal with them. He shouted out that he was ready for their fight. The monsters started screaming furiously in response. After defeating the goblins, the system informed the hero that he had exceeded the task, and all monsters on the 13th floor had been destroyed. The guy got the title of Evil Executioner. After the guy left this floor intending to advance further, the system reported that now the Hammerblins will despise him. The hero received ragged rags. To him came the epiphany that this is really a game because today was the official release day. The guy realized that it's a game, but everything happens in reality. But to the end, he was not able to find out the true nature of what is happening. Suddenly, the guy realized that surprisingly, he was very calm. The system had made a change. The guy decided to look at his stats because such was available in the games in front of him. Began to appear menu because the level of the player was low. He was available only part of the skill of using the celestial body S. Kang Seo-jun didn't understand where he got the skill that he had to earn by grind for a month last time. In the last game, he had played for hours to get this skill. The guy assumed that this was the reward for shutting down the server that the system had previously told him about. Dreamside is a modern game that was incredibly popular, and the reason for its failure was its incredible difficulty. A lot of gamers quit the game because of its difficulty and because inexperienced players were sticking it to more experienced players. Previously, because a member of the team did not heal, the rest of the players died. It was necessary to prescribe commands every time a spell was used. Many users left as a result because they could not get used to the mechanics of the game and left negative feedback about it. The main reason why the game sucked was the 3 lives. If the player died 3 times, his character was deleted. So there were few cool players in Dreamside, and a huge difference between the rankers. Those in the top 12 were considered not human. Users called them gods, as well known as those above the heavens. Users made gaming legends about them. The number 1 ranker of this game was Kang Seo-jun. Everyone else admired his strength and didn't understand how he achieved such strength. Earlier, after 5 years, Dreamside's server was shut down, and a poll appeared on the main page asking what things the character would like to move to Dreamside 2. People called the things offered as rewards for shutting down the server. On this ended the first Dreamside that Kang Seo-jun played. Kang Seo-jun couldn't have expected to be rewarded for shutting down the server like this. If he knew it would be like this, he would have chosen a mystical item that returned 3 important items that had been denied access. The system reported that the player could use part of the celestial body skill. Kang Seo-jun found it unsurprising that the sword fell naturally into his hand, and he felt something he hadn't felt in the game before. The guy realized that his mind was affected by the calmness of the celestial body, and it meant that the other 2 skills he would also receive as rewards, but he couldn't use them because they were for later in the game. The dungeon transformation system began to report that the parasite had appeared in block 103 of the dungeon's desecrated physics tree. The reward was a standard survival kit. The guy was surprised that the system didn't interrupt the task, adding that the dungeon boss would appear soon. Powerful cracks began to appear all over the building. The girl noticed. This assumed there was a mild earthquake. Suddenly, a goblin began to appear in front of the girl from the next room, and it was heard that those present were about to leave. The girl saw the monster, froze with horror, and did not understand what to do in such a situation. People in other places also observed the strange appearance of monsters in their homes. Pets were frightened. The girl sat in shock and did not understand what is happening in their house. Goblins began to attack her and her boyfriend. People on the streets of the city also observed the strange appearance of monsters. They began to try to escape from them. Kang Seo-jun heard shouting coming from upstairs and assumed that his task had already begun with 10 minutes left. The guy realized that everything is bad, because if everything is like in the game, there will be more Hammerblins, and then the boss. Clutching his head, the guy realized that in such a case, a lot of innocent people who had nothing to do with it would die. Undergroundization is a phenomenon in which a normal zone becomes infested with parasites, and whole swarms of monsters appear in it. Such was the main concept of Dreamside back then. Kang Seo-jun assumed that the task is dungeoning. Then those who aren't players won't be able to fight against the Goblin Hammer. Trying to find a way out of this situation, the guy did not understand what he should do in such a case. The guy realized that he had previously managed to clear the 13th floor of the F-rank dungeon, where the breathless bodies of monsters were still lying around. Kang Seo-jun realized that if the mobs from the other floors hadn't come down here, then they couldn't leave. If Kang Seo-jun escaped from here in 10 minutes, he could clear them out, and to do that, he needed to get to the roof of the building. The player heard many cries for help. Kang Seo-jun assumed that this building was part of the plot, and it would be grounded, but the other building could be accessed through the roof. He didn't understand what would happen to the people who stayed here. There was one solution that only K, the top ranker, could implement. Only he alone was capable of saving everyone. The guy decided to stay here and raid this dungeon. He was sure that in training the boss can't stand the light, and was hiding in the basement. The only way out was to get to the dungeon boss in 10 minutes. The player realized that he had no other option. Suddenly, Kang Seo-jun noticed that a magic portal had appeared in the building and was shining all around. As he approached him, the guy realized that the infestation of the area had stopped. He believed he could handle the task. Kang So-jun used the calmness skill. He started walking into the portal to complete the task. The system reported that the player had discovered the room of the secret infected nature seed. Moving, the guy noticed that the place was the basement parking lot of a real building. The guy assumed that something like this would happen, but thought that in the second part of the game that nothing would change, after realizing that what really happened in reality and was a change. The Hammerblins sensed the human presence in the area and became wary, preparing for battle. The guy managed to hide. He almost got caught by the monsters that walked the perimeter of the parking lot. Kang Seo-jun noticed that the goblins were going upstairs through the portals, and to save the people they had to be blocked, but to do that they had to deal with the boss. Walking around the parking lot a bit, the guy noticed the presence of a huge goblin boss who was roaming the area. The boss of the task-infested nature was a huge monster with an earring in his ear who was waiting for the player to appear. The guy noticed the boss, who in reality looked really huge. He was surprised that such goblins even existed. Kang Seo-jun seemed more like the Hulk they showed in the movies, but he realized that this monster was the boss of the dungeon. The boy knew that until the undergroundization was complete, this place had not yet become a full-fledged Posdamel. As long as Dungeonization was not completed in training, then the raids were conducted using a different tactic than Kang So-jun usually used. The guy decided to check how much time he had left to complete this task. He had 2 minutes and 17 seconds left. When the timer went down to 1 minute, the guy decided to act, because in that case the mobs get their breath shortened. The monsters approached the guy. He grabbed his sword, was intent on attacking the dungeon boss. He activated the calm skill. All the monsters began to breathe heavily. This happened at the last minute before the dungeon was formed. The monster that became the boss would stop and temporarily have difficulty breathing. A lot of players used it because it was a way to raise the level. Kang Seo-jun wasn't sure if it applied to the current situation, thinking that there were no exceptions. First, Kang So-jun needed to disorient the small mobs that were attacking him, so he decided to choose a better place to do so. The guy jumped into the car that was lying on its side, and the goblins lost sight of him while he was walking beside them. The guy knew that's exactly how it would turn out. Kang Seo-jun received the title of Cowardly Executioner. The system reported that the rage of the goblins had increased. Due to the rage, the goblins' ability to assess the situation had weakened. He realized that equipping himself beforehand was the right decision. Watching what was happening, the player realized that in the remaining time, he had to defeat the boss. A huge goblin approached the guy and tried to strike a powerful blow at the player, but Kang Seo-jun managed to dodge the blow in time. The guy assumed that the boss's shortened breath had run out since he had managed to hit him so hard. The player noticed that he was wrong, and the monster moved and attacked him forcibly. The goblin's eyes blazed with rage. The boss froze in place. Kang Seo-jun decided that before the monster moved, he should finish him off by jumping on the huge body of the boss and making a swing in preparation to strike. By making a powerful attack, the guy managed to defeat a huge goblin boss using his sword. After So-Yu-yoon of Good Morning greeted everyone, reported the weather forecast for the next day. Cloud cover and high concentrations of fine dust were expected over much of the country. The anchor added that strong winds are raging in the densely populated cities, and there will be thick fog in the morning. The authorities have asked citizens to stay indoors and refuse from out-of-home activities due to the high concentration of dust. The streets of the city were deserted, and inexplicable chaos was going on. The morning that should have been as normal as any other on this day was different. The incident took place around 6 a.m. in Seoul, in the center of Korea, with breathless bodies lying in the streets of the city. Later, the incident swept across the country in an instant. Megacities erupted in fires caused by an unconventional disaster. The internet exploded with videos of monsters suddenly appearing in Korean cities. People were frightened by the media denying it, and some citizens were in doubt about the situation. One of the girls asked her coworker if she had seen the morning news, and she replied that these monsters were created with graphics, suggesting that it was a lie. The girl pointed out that they're quiet, but if that's true, they'll end up like a movie. She gave the analogy of Dreamside. Choi Hannah saw a video of a guy who showed lizards with spears. According to him, they appeared from the sky. The guy said that he would go and kick the monsters' asses right away, not noticing that one of them was already moving towards him, and suddenly his video was interrupted. Choi Hannah saw this, assumed that the Dungeonization had really started. The woman asked the girl not to move. The girl was the best performer and songwriter in the country. She was called an idol. Crowds of fans came to her concerts. Choi Hannah was a global star, starring in commercials, doramas, and movies. However, the not cute and innocent girl had one secret that few people knew about, because she did not bring it out in public. Suddenly, the manager burst into the dressing room and said that their plans with Choi Hannah for today were cancelled, and that they were going back to the dormitory. The girl showed the guy a video. The manager said she was forbidden to use the phone, and if the director found out about it, would not be happy. Suddenly, seeing what was happening on the screen, The guy assumed it was a movie. The guy noticed that it was a broadcast that showed a lizard man staring intently into the screen of a smartphone. Choi Hannah said that this broadcast was from Namsan Tower and there was a red wyvern visible. The girl said that Dreamside was real and the manager didn't believe her and took away her phone. Choi Hannah's secret was that she was a Dreamside player, the one above the sky. The girl asked the manager to give her phone back. This meant that she was one of the 12 that all the players were equal to. Among them, the best player who used weapons freely was the magical shooter Clark. Earlier in the game, a girl asked her teammate if he had checked his gear upon seeing their items. Choi Hannah said they sucked as a team. Choi Hannah's hobbies were not known even by her fans, and she avoided any questions from players who might reveal her. To prevent Choi Hannah from being recognized in the game, she used a voice filter and chose a middle-aged man as her character. No one in the country knew that Clark was Choi Hannah's folk idol when the game became a reality. Later, the girl asked the manager to give her the phone because they did not have time for it. The guy replied that he would give her phone to the director, and she would take it from him herself. The girl did not understand why the manager confiscated her phone because the world had turned upside down. The guy said to send her to rehab for video game addiction and save her reputation. Choi Hannah knew that if you link your phone to an account, you can access items and abilities like in the game. The girl asked the manager to listen to her. Suddenly, they both fell. The manager was surprised by the sudden earthquake that occurred. Choi Hannah was anxious to get her phone from the guy. She snatched her smartphone and ran away. The girl decided to start by trying to log into her gaming account. Logging into the right app, she started the login button. The system reported that Choi Hannah managed to successfully log into her game system after the system offered the girl to equip a reward for registering a magic revolver. Choi Hannah replied that she was ready to equip herself with a magic revolver to start doing tasks. A magical revolver was equipped. It materialized in the girl's hands. The manager, noticing it, was shocked. The girl excitedly declared that this revolver was realizing that she could shoot it. The manager continued in shock, pointing out to Choi Hannah that it could be life-threatening. Suddenly, a porta potty appeared behind her back, from which an unknown hand gradually began to emerge. Choi Hannah turned around and said that it was a ghoul that had appeared near them, and the manager was even more frightened by what was happening. Choi Hannah stated that real-life ghoulies look ugly in comparison to in-game ghoulies. The girl asked the terrified manager to watch her deal with the monster. The guy didn't want it. Taking aim, Choi Hannah declared that such a weak ghoul would only need one shot to get rid of it. The girl pulled the trigger and the manager tried to stop her, but unexpectedly no shot was fired. Opening the system, the girl tried to figure out why the revolver wouldn't fire, assuming it wasn't real. The system reported that synchronization was taking place and asked the girl to wait for a while. Choi Hannah was surprised by this turn of events. Meanwhile, the ghoul had no intention of waiting for the girl to get rid of him and tried to attack her, but Hachui Kana managed to deftly dodge his attack. The girl ordered the system to synchronize faster, trying to dodge the monster's attacks. The system informed the shooter that synchronization was complete and she could now fire shots. Having made an aimed shot at the monster, the girl declared that now he is not alive. She managed to defeat the ghoul. When the manager saw what was happening, he couldn't believe his eyes and didn't realize that Choi Hannah could handle weapons so skillfully. The surprised guy asked Choi Hannah what was going on, and she told him to run away, saying that she had to go to a place, and she didn't intend to protect him. The girl replied that she was going to the man who knows everything about fighting in this game, calling his name K. Meanwhile, in the underground parking lot, Kang So-jun was standing beside the breathless body of the Goblin boss he had managed to defeat. The system reported that the infected nature tree had failed to subterraneanize the guy, had successfully destroyed the F-rank monster. Suddenly, the guy noticed that the monster's huge body began to inflate in every possible way, with incomprehensible bubbles. The monster disappeared. Kang So-jun noticed that all the damage to the building and blood was still there, and he assumed that this place wouldn't be raided anytime soon. A portal appeared in front of the guy, and the system informed him that it was a learning assignment, called the Maze of Choices. The assignment involved going through each stage of the chosen difficulty. This was the last part of the training, where the reward was an ability. Kang So-jun realized that the training hadn't completed because he had stopped the Dungeonization and went back to the beginning. The boy realized that in such a case he had no choice but to go through the training again. Entering the portal, he found himself in a place that looked like a map from the training game Dreamside. Kang So-jun could smell the environment and temperature. He was amazed by the settings of this realistic game. The guy noticed behind him portals of different colors with easy, normal, hard, and hell difficulty level. It was a labyrinth of choices, which was the final step of training, after which the player was rewarded with an ability depending on the level they chose. Even if the ability is the same per playthrough on easy difficulty, it will be F rank and hell difficulty A rank. Thinking about it, Kang So-jun would normally have chosen the hellish difficulty, but in the current situation, it seemed like a stupid choice to him. Hell difficulty was built so that it could not be passed. It was not fixed after players complained about a bug in the difficulty settings of the last part of Dreamside. This difficulty has always been seen as an unattainable goal, but there was one player who was able to pass it. It was Kang So-jun, who lost many accounts to pass this difficulty level. Opening the information panel, Kang So-jun noticed that there were many people participating in these trials. The guy noticed that there were more and more players, and 120 people were trying to pass on a hell of a lot of difficulty. The fact that a lot of people were training meant that the phenomenon was happening in a very large area. Kang So-jun suggested that this is happening all over Korea, or maybe the world, realizing that a lot of people will die. The guy hoped that people could survive in this situation. He decided to take up his cause in undergoing training. First of all, Kang So-jun had to worry about himself. He chose not to think about others and the dire consequences. The guy chose a hellish difficulty level. He prepared himself, and entering the appropriate portal, he took a step into the unknown. Finding himself in an unknown place, the guy's task was to protect the goddess statue from the golems. In a limited space, he was given 5 minutes. Many stone golems rushed out to try and attack the goddess statue that Kang So-jun was protecting. The time limit existed only, and the hellish complexity of the monsters continued to arrive. The guy realized that he had nowhere to retreat to. Kang So-jun began to strike at the stone monsters that kept coming and coming. The guy realized that it wasn't as hard as he thought it was. He continued to chop the stone monsters to pieces. Defending the statue, the guy assumed that it was easy for him to fight because of the celestial body skill he had obtained earlier. Looking at the incoming monsters, the guy realized that the problem was just beginning because the oxygen level in the dome was starting to drop, and the monsters were becoming more active. He needed to hold out for another 4 minutes. The difficulty increased in proportion to the time remaining. The player's movements became slower, and the monsters stronger. With 3 minutes left and the player's reaction time slowed by 1.5 seconds, the speed and strength of the monsters increased by 15%. Kang So-jun at this level had to anticipate the monsters' movements. After 30 seconds, the guy's reaction time slowed down again, by 2 seconds. The speed and strength of the monsters increased by 20%. It was a true horror of hellish difficulty. The guy didn't realize if there was any point in risking, so in training, the monsters kept arriving, intending to destroy the statue. Kang So-jun realized that he was doing this for the sake of completing the evasion task for 3 minutes on Hell difficulty, which was a secret task that was only on Hell difficulty. The system informed the player for completing a secret mission. He was revealed a secret phase. Many stone golems began to gather in a huge pile. Then there was a secret boss that was combined by many small golems. The boy covered his ears. Because this stone monster was very noisy, he intended to deal with it. Kang So-jun realized that for a secret mission, he could get stat improvements that were unavailable on other difficulty. After dodging the stone monster's blow, the player counterattacked with his sword, thus parrying the monster's next lunge. The player noticed that his sword blade could not withstand such a blow, although its damage went through the monster's body, but the sword would not last long. Dodging the next attack, the guy realized that he could only get the reward when the phase was over. Opening the inventory, the player tried to find an item that will be able to resist the stone boss. He noticed a suitable weapon. Kang So-jun put away the ragged sword and equipped a tainted physical level hammer. Armed with a new suitable weapon, Kang So-jun decided to try attacking the stone golem once more. The timer was showing 1.5 minutes to the end of a task of hellish difficulty. A huge stone boss was trying to attack the guy. Suddenly, not waiting for the monster to attack, the guy decided to attack it first, making a powerful jump. He intended to hit the monster. The guy's blow went straight into the stone hand, which couldn't withstand the blow and broke into small pieces. Seeing that his plan had worked, Kang So-jun assumed that he would be able to defeat the beast. Kang So-jun continued to land many blows on the monster's stone body and nimbly dodged its attacks. After receiving another blow, the stone monster howled, unable to bear this outcome any longer. The guy realized that this was a mob from training, and it would be easy enough for him to just cut his health. The weak point of the stone golem was the core on its belly, which was glowing with a bright red light. Kang So-jun realized that it would be very difficult for him to reach this core since the stone monster is very tall. What was happening was different from those actions to which the guy was used to in the computer game, because in reality he could not jump so high. Running past the monster, the guy noticed the joint of the stone monster, decided that he should strike it, and then it would be easier to get to its core. After the stone monster fell from its feet, Kang So-jun swung his hammer and aimed a powerful blow at the golem's core. Shattering the core, the glow in the monster's eyes stopped. The guy realized that this was the end for this golem. He was glad that his plan had worked. Kang So-jun saw that there were still 30 seconds left on the timer, and the system congratulated him for completing the first stage of training. The guy managed to save a lot of time thanks to the hammer he got after dealing with the Goblin boss. Kang So-jun obtained the A-Rank Stamina Award as well as the Hidden A-Rank Stamina Award. He obtained a huge amount of health. Some elements of the initial skill of the celestial body were activated. The system reported that the Dragon Eye skill was unlocked. The guy was very happy about this outcome. The guy realized that he had only managed to pass the first stage of the huge number that were still waiting for him. Even in the real Dreamside, Kang So-jun spent a month completing his training, losing multiple accounts. Previously, the guy had worked hard to get through the initial stage on hellish difficulty, failing after failing. Now in the second part, the guy managed to pass the slime test very quickly without noticing any difficulty. Kang So-jun stated that this task was too easy for him, pointing out that he can see the enemy even if they are hiding. Suddenly, the guy noticed some noise coming from behind the bushes and threw his knife in that direction. The guy managed to pierce part of the magical body of the monster that was hiding in this neighborhood he was trying to track down. Kang So-jun said that he wouldn't give him a chance to run away from him because the A-rank Dragon Eye skill allowed the user to see mana afterward. After the guy managed to destroy the Aura of Darkness 3 times on Hell difficulty, then another boss appeared in front of him. The hidden stage has broken off due to the completion of a hidden task. A boss of unknown level told the user that it was not worth waking him up. The boss reported that the guy could have survived if he'd just walked away and pretended he hadn't seen her, but Kang So-jun was ready for such a fight. The female monster stated that the user's arrogance had led to his death. The guy stood silently and listened to her. The hidden boss added that if the guy wanted to die, she would help him do so. By shifting her gaze, she noticed that the user was out of sight. Thinking about where he could have gone, her body was pierced by a powerful blow that cut the monster in two. The boss said that if it was his real body, the user would have died a long time ago, making it clear that he had not lost it. Kang So-jun replied that he was no longer the same as he was when he started training, stating that Aura of Darkness was in big trouble now. The guy ordered the monster to return to his body and wait for it to come to him. Unexpectedly, the system informed the user that he had completed all stages of training on hellish difficulty. Player get a reward for passing, as well as experience point system informed the guy that he would be moved to the settlement in 5 seconds. The guy was glad because now he could take on the pumping. Later, Kang So-jun came out through the port and found himself in his own world. Where there was devastation, the system congratulated the guy for successfully passing the maze of choices. The guy was curious how much time had passed since he entered the labyrinth and asked the system what day it was. The system replied that today was January 17th. The guy realized that it had been 3 months. He didn't think he would be gone for such a long time. He decided to start looking for survivors and assess the situation in the city. Seoul High School stood its ground, and there were a number of survivors. The high school students realized that if they stayed in this place, they would simply die after asking the policeman if he had any plan for further existence in this cruel world. The policeman replied that everything was correct, and they had a day left to clean up the dungeon. The students were surprised at his words. One of the guys asked what officer was planning to mop up the E-rank dungeon, stating that it wasn't just a student, added that they had 1 life and no margin for error. Officer Odaiso responded to the boyfriend that he was scared, assuring him that he too was scared for his life. Odaiso said that they had to go there because the dungeon was about to break, and the other students tried to separate. Dungeon Rift is a phenomenon during which the number of monsters in the dungeon increased rapidly, and they were getting out of it. When the rift occurred, the portal turned red, and the rank of the dungeon began to rise. The students pointed out that the gap is that the people who were in the school were not able to deal with such complexity. They rated only F-rank dungeons. Odaiso said that if the rank of the dungeon to increase to D rank, they are finished. The officer assured them that they only had a chance now and there would be no other, because if the rift happened again, no one would survive it. One of the guys asked why their dungeon was pumping at such a wild rate since the others in that area were still F-rank. Odaiso explained that the monsters here are undead and the most common are zombies that attack the other humans. Gongjuan did not understand what zombies had to do with the dungeon becoming E-rank. Odaiso replied that unlike other mobs, a zombie bite infects people instantly. The officer added that zombies can turn even the breathless bodies of the previously dead into their own kind. Gongjuan was shocked by the information he heard and couldn't believe it. He froze in place. A police officer reported that they were outside a school that had once been a dungeon. Odaiso added that the innocent children studying in the institution were helpless before the zombie attack. The men of many lost family, beloved friends. An officer looking at those around him stated that despite the loss, they needed to keep fighting. The students realized that only they can protect their homes and those they love and cherish from the monsters. Odaiso stated that they must protect themselves from the changed world, adding that they all have a duty to fight in this world. The dungeons were a disaster that was destroying lives. The police officer knew his plan was crazy, but they needed to make sure people survived. The man realized that even though they didn't have a top ranker in the group, they had Choi Hannah who was hiding her identity. Odaiso ordered everyone to enter immediately into the dungeon portal to mop it up. Users obeyed him. Meanwhile, near Ifog's apartment, Kang So-jun was trying to find living players to team up with them in a monster clearing group. The color of the portal reflected the state of the dungeon: blue, light green, normal red, had a large number of mobs and indicated the beginning of the rift that would occur when the portal turned black. The system informed the guy that the dungeon ruins of a rank E school had 24 hours left before the rift. He noticed the warm embers near the portal and realized that people had entered the dungeon a short time ago, which was encouraging because there was still time before the rift. As the time to the rift began to accelerate, the monsters appeared more often and in greater numbers, destroying the settlement. Kang So-jun noticed that the time of the rift had shortened, and he was sure that it would happen soon. The system told the guy that there were 20 hours left until the rift. He said the inevitable was coming. Kang So-jun realized that the people in the dungeon wouldn't last long in this case. He still had to figure out why the time count was suddenly accelerating, so he entered the portal. The structure of the dungeon varied depending on the level in F-ranked. There was nothing remarkable but E-ranked deli objects within themselves, several times the size of a human. The phenomenon in which items inside the dungeon were enlarged was called expansion. Kang So-jun noticed that one such desk could fit an entire class. Just thinking about not letting his guard down as a skeleton hand suddenly appeared from under the ground. The guy was frightened by it. The skeleton possessed by the cursed spirit was a level 40. Kang So-jun thought this scene seemed familiar. From horror movies, he pulled out a sturdy sword. The monsters tried to attack the guy but failed to resist the man's counterattack Kang So-jun with a single blow. The remaining parts had soul power in them and tried to attack the person who had wandered into this portal again. Kang So-jun managed to block the attack with his sword and realized that to defeat the skeleton, he needed to find its core. The skeleton's weak point was the neck. The guy decided to get rid of the spirit. In the skeleton's neck, he decided to count his bones. Striking directly at the skeleton's neck, the guy managed to split its magical core. The monster failed to resist the man. After destroying the core, Kang So-jun's level would be raised. He heard the sound of level raising that was often heard at the beginning of training. The guy didn't hear the sound of leveling up because of the maximum level he decided to save the gained points for later. Once Kang So-jun was surprised that the skeleton was here alone, others immediately appeared. The guy was available for the task of a surprise attack master. He had to make 100 surprise attacks in a row. After a few minutes later, the user managed to complete the task. He gained the title of Master of Surprise Attacks. Having dealt with all the skeletons, the guy assumed that this was a goldmine for skill and level upgrades. As he moved on, he noticed the bodies of monsters that had been destroyed by those who had come here earlier. Kang So-jun was sorry that he would have to postpone his pumping in such a case. He heard an explosion that sounded in an unknown place. Users managed to avoid the blast by hiding in one of the dungeon's offices. The remaining members of the group asked for help because the skeletons trapped them in one of the rooms. Odaso did not understand what was happening. An hour ago, the squad had successfully defeated a number of skeletons that had attacked them, and they were pleased because things were going well so far. Thanks to Choi Hana, the squad had no casualties as she destroyed the monsters with her accurate shots. The girl asked her partner to be more careful from now on because she might not be able to come to his aid in time, and the guy thanked her. After the group followed on, and suddenly there was a massive explosion. The team didn't realize what had happened. The officer tried to find out where the explosion came from. He told the crew members to spread out, and everyone was in a state of shock because of the explosion. Noticing the unknowns on the wall, Officer Odaiso realized that they were doing badly because they didn't look like mobs. Odaiso was convinced that they couldn't be mobs of that level appearing in the E-ranked dungeon. He realized that they were also players. One of the opponents told Odisa's group that there was no point in hiding from them because they would get them anyway. The officer realized that he first needed to get the survivors out of the dungeon, telling everyone that they had to run away. Running away, Odaiso stated that they needed to get out of range of the fire spell, because otherwise they wouldn't be able to get out alive. Looking at the mages, the officer assumed that the opponents were aiming for the strongest player of their group. The man realized that it might be too dangerous for them. Suddenly, the enemy was beside the officer, and stating that he would not be able to escape from them so easily. The man was shocked by this turn of events. Grabbing his weapon, the officer tried to attack his opponent, but he managed to dodge his attack, and an explosion occurred behind them. The enemy informed Odias that the two of them were alone. He knew the detective's name. The man was surprised that the enemy knew him. The unknown man was a little disappointed at the officer's words. Suddenly, a flash went off in front of Odesu's face. Then there was an explosion and burning of the place where the officer was. He was not able to resist this attack, but managed to survive it. The man realized that he was too weak for this enemy. The unidentified masked man stated that Officer Odemu was crawling just like a cockroach on the floor and couldn't do anything to him. He was amused. The Wave Rider Spear was a reward for disabling the server, but with a level limit. But its power alone made the spear effective. The officer realized that he needed to wound his opponent no matter what level. His skills made it clear that he was a high-level fighter. Launching a surprise attack, Odaiso stated that no matter what the enemy was, he would not use the blast on himself. The opponent replied to the detective that he was too predictable. He made a snap of his fingers. After that, there was an explosion. The officer's plan failed, and now he did not know how to get out of the situation. The enemy was surprised that the officer still didn't realize who he was fighting. The unknown man pointed out that since the last time they had met, Odaiso had lost his instincts. The man heard the notes of a familiar voice in his head, a recent story that happened before the dungeons appeared. Previously, no one understood why the man became a murderer and what he had against the victim he got rid of. Many correspondents tried to find out the reasons for the criminal's behavior, but the investigator tried to restrain their onslaught. Having removed the mask, the detective now realized with whom he was dealing with the criminal, was glad to meet them, because now he could avenge him for everything. The notorious serial criminal Hwang Dong-soo indicated that he knew that Odaiso was from the 2nd Brigade of Banju Department. This criminal was sentenced to execution. The officer knew that Hwang Dong-soo had sent 7 innocent people to the grave Odai's managed to arrest him 8 years ago. The man realized that everyone who was with Hwang Dong-soo was his cellmate, and this was the worst-case scenario for the officer. Odaiso couldn't believe that such a criminal had the right to become a player, realizing that there were no surviving team members on his side. Hwang Dong-soo told the officer that no one would come to rescue him. He was sure there was no one else left. The criminal indicated that his men had already dealt with all the others. At the end, he decided to say goodbye to the detective, but suddenly, behind them, there was a powerful explosion. Kang So-jun passed by, destroying the wall towards them. He noticed 2 people who were beating in one of the classrooms. He was happy about it. An awkward pause arose in the room. The guy didn't know what was going on here, and the men didn't know how to react to such an appearance of a stranger. The guy assumed he had intervened in the battle of these 2. He noticed a strange mask on one of the strangers. Hwang Dong-soo asked the guy who had burst in, and suddenly the officer shouted, ordering the guy to run away because it was too dangerous. The criminal didn't wait for an answer, and said that whoever this guy was, he shouldn't have interrupted him. He snapped his fingers, and there was a powerful explosion where Kang So-jun was standing. Seeing the explosion, officer was shocked by what was happening. Realizing that Hwang Dong-sun is too strong and he cannot cope with him, he activated the skill of danger detection. Unexpectedly, the explosion did not affect Kang So-jun in any way. He prepared to fight the opponent who first attacked him and activated the Dragon Eye skill. Kang Seo-jun assumed that the masked man Odaiso was somehow involved in the explosion and was surprised that the guy wasn't hurt by the criminal's attack. The guy stated that compared to the labyrinths of choice, the masked man would be easy for him to deal with. He pulled out a sturdy sword. Hwang Dong-soo used the explosion again and said that this time he wouldn't miss, but Kang So-jun managed to avoid the epicenter of the explosion this time. The guy took into account everything happening. He realized that his opponent is a serial pusher who sends people to another world. Dreamside only had 3 lives, and such people were considered villains, and the developers saw Pexers as the cancer of the game. Kang So-jun didn't botch the raid because of one such villain rising up. He intended to deal with it. Moving around the room, the guy noticed a lot of players that needed to be taken out of this dungeon. He realized that they didn't die from mobs. Kang So-jun looked at the masked man who had sent many innocent people to the grave. Hwang Dong-soo asked the guy to mind his own business, and said he was willing to let him go if he left now. The guy asked if the man would just let him go. Suddenly, the officer said that the masked man was a serial criminal, Hwang Dong-soo. The criminal ordered the officer to shut up. The guy realized he had heard the name on the news. Kang Seo-jun indicated that it was okay because he wasn't going to run away and leave the officer in trouble anyway. After activating a rank B danger detection skill, the guy was intent on attacking the opponent with his katana. Jumping up, the guy activated the Dragon Eye skill. A rank criminal was surprised by the opponent's actions without realizing what he intended to do. Using stealth skill, Kang So-jung managed to make a powerful attack on the criminal Hwang Dong-soo, who did not expect such a force system. Informed the guy that the player Kang Wo-jung died from his taka, and he received the skill of Strong Top. The guy asked if Hwang Dong-soo knew that with great power comes great responsibility. The criminal did not understand how the guy managed to get rid of his partner. Kang Seo-jun said that it was time for Hwang Dong-soo to take responsibility for his crimes. The guy looked at the culprit and pointed out that mixing arson and gas is a great idea. Hwang Dong-soo asked how he managed to figure out his explosion secret. Changing his weapon, Kang So-jun launched the knife directly at the criminal who stood against him without answering his question. The guy reported that throwing the isolation skill on top of all this slightly increases the safety of Kang So-jun managed to deal with another partner whose name was Jdi Mung-sang. Looking at Hwang Dong-soo, guy pointed out that now it was his turn to go after his partners. The criminal was shocked by this outcome of events. Having received a blow, the criminal asked the guy to wait because he wanted to tell him something. He showed with all his appearance that he did not suspect such power. Kang Seo-jun replied that he had no intention of listening to him because he had ruthlessly dealt with the other people who had come to clean up this dungeon. Huang Dong-su attacked the guy, who managed to jump back in time from his blow behind him. A powerful explosion rang out as the guy used the return of his weapon. The dagger immediately returned to the hand of the guy who was about to attack again the criminal who tried to escape from him. The perpetrator was not able to escape the punishment that he was very shocked by Kang So-jung's intention to send Huang Dong-su to the other side of the world. Huang Dong-sun's last words were regret that he had died so insignificantly from the chickens of some petty kid. After that, Kang So-jung managed to increase his level. The system recognized the criminals as mobs and gave the guy experience points. The perpetrator, who had sent countless players to the grave, had suffered the same fate. Kang Seo-jun did not feel guilty about his death. The guy got the item Dungeon Grass. Now he understood why the criminals were in a hurry, stating that he should also hurry. Lifting the mask, the officer introduced himself to the guy, Odaiso, indicating that Huang Dong-su would be the one who sent his sister to the other world. The man thanked the guy for saving him. After the officer decided to ask the guy for one favor, Kang Seo-jun was willing to listen to the officer. Odaiso reported that his men had fallen into a trap of outlaws, and he had split up with the others, adding that at least the enemies were 10 men. The officer added that they lost those who died and all the opponents were criminals. The prisoners became players. The prisoners who became players were not attacked by monsters. The officer suggested that the criminals found some object to help them in this, adding that their target was the shooter Clark. Kang Seo-jun was surprised to hear that Clark's shooter was the famous star Choi Hana. He asked the officer if he had understood correctly, and the man nodded affirmatively. Later, Kang Seo-jun and the officer went outside and were near the auditorium and took the bodies of the dead so they wouldn't turn into zombies. Kang Seo-jun never thought that Dreamside's famous shooter was this girl. The man replied that he was also surprised when he first heard about it, because in addition to the fact that the shooter was a girl, it was the same Choi Hana. The officer continued to admire along the way the famous idol singer, who turned out to be an excellent shooter of the popular game. The 12th place in the ranking was occupied by a shooter with the nickname Clark, who was given the nickname Magic Revolver Shooter for his skill in handling weapons when it came to shooting. This player had no equal. Kang Seo-jun couldn't believe that Choi Hana spent so much money on donations for Dreamside, and was surprised to hear about it for the first time. Odaiso told the guy that he hadn't logged into Kang Seo-jun's games for a long time. I couldn't believe it, because Choi Hana was very different from Clark in the game. He was interrupted by an officer who informed him that their plan had worked and the number of monsters had stopped increasing. Carrying the dead criminals on their backs, the mobs stopped paying attention to them. At first, Odaiso was worried, but Kang Seo-jun's idea was a good one. Kang So-jun happily agreed with the man's words, adding that he too was not sure if his idea would work since they had failed to take the criminals' inventory, so they decided to use their abilities and buffs. The new acquaintances managed to get to the gym. The man saw the brutally dead people in this place. He felt sorry for them. The system reported that there were 3 hours left until the dungeon broke, and now Kang So-jun was certain that someone was speeding up the passage of time in the dungeon. The guy remembered about the herb from the dungeon, which was poorly sold in stores, but it comes in handy in different situations. Kang So-jun told the officer that with this herb that grows throughout the area, the rift can be accelerated. The method was very simple: to create a flower by mixing grass and water from the dungeon to get the desired item. The magical flower, after such a thing, changed its shape, color, and became aggressive to the surrounding world. The guy thought it was strange because water only falls in rank B dungeons and above, so he plunged into his thoughts. The officer heard this and was a little surprised to hear the guy's conclusion about the grass that grew here. Kang So-jun added that among those they met here was someone who had been playing long enough to get water as a reward for shutting down the server. The guy knew that most jailbreakers wouldn't be able to hack into the server. After his shutdown stated that it was someone else, Kang So-jun hoped Choi Hana was safe. Meanwhile, the girl fighting the monsters was trying to escape from the attack of the opponents who was chasing her. Choi Hana noticed that arrows were fired at her from above and did a somersault to avoid injury. Looking up, the girl noticed several masked men who were directing attacks and monsters at her. The E-level boss Knight Vondas didn't attack the masked criminals. He intended to deal with the girl shooter who kept shooting arrows at him. The huge monster made a powerful strike trying to hit her opponent, but Choi Hana managed to dodge its attack in time by jumping aside. Taking shots, the girl made sure that Knight Vondas had incredible characteristics and terrifying defense. Dodging a blow to the girl from the title, it is clear that he only used sword techniques that are easily predictable. Choi Hana was able to deal damage from a distance, and so the opponent, in terms of strength, was a match for her. The problem was that the masked men kept shooting a lot of arrows at Choi Hana, which she was distracted by and couldn't concentrate on the fight with the monster. Choi Hana was furious and asked how they could shoot such a beautiful girl, curious to know why Knight Vondas didn't attack the masked men, assuming they had some sort of immunity item. The girl asked if they were human criminals and was given no answer. The commander said to shoot the girl on sight, pointing to the place she was in. Choi Hana told the opponents that she would finish them all off. She realized that these masked men were also players like her. The girl realized that in such a case it would be very difficult for her to cope alone against such opponents, assuming that she would not be able to shoot them. Meanwhile, Knight Vondas had gotten close to the girl, intent on slaying her while she stood pensively behind a pillar. Choi Hana decided to concentrate, preparing to take a precise shot at the approaching monster. The girl realized that this is not a game and she has no right to make a mistake, otherwise she could die. Taking a deep breath, the girl realized she had no choice but to quickly assess the situation she was in. Remembering that the steelies were flying overhead, she tried to understand and calculate the trajectory of her future shots. Gathering his thoughts, Choi Hana declared the enemy ahead from above. Waiting for a moment, he fired an aimed shot at the enemy. The fired bullet flew straight into one of the criminals who was shooting at the girl. The bullet flew at a crazy speed, so the masked men could not do anything. The bullet hit the enemy's head, shattering the mask he was wearing, and the man screamed from the pain he felt. Knight Vondas froze at the sight of the girl's shot, and didn't realize what he should do in such a situation. One of the criminals said that Choi Hana was called a ranker for a reason, ordering everyone else to keep shooting arrows at her. A multitude of masked men began to follow their commander's orders, firing a multitude of arrows at the enemy. The girl received a system notification that player Yang Hyun-jun had died, and she received the poison potion item. Suddenly, Knight Vondas caught up with the girl who was distracted by the notification system, but Choi Hana managed to avoid his attack in time. The girl's health level had dropped quite a bit as she watched the monster. She assumed it would destroy everything, and she would have no place to hide. The girl was shocked that the boss of this dungeon was so strong she thought she was unable to deal with him alone. Noticing that her health level had dropped even as she dodged blows, the girl didn't understand why this was happening. The girl was shocked to see that there were 3 hours left before the dungeon broke. She was sure it was at least 20 hours away. Boss Vondas destroyed the column Choi Hana was hiding behind. She still didn't understand why the rift time was shortened. The girl again tried to run away from the monster, to increase the distance to get a shot at it. Choi Hana assumed that with her level, such a monster couldn't be defeated in 3 hours, and if there was a rift, Knight Vondas' level would be raised to D. The girl stopped and said that in this case she had only one way out and was ready to take a shot. Taking precise aim, the girl took a shot at the monster that was chasing her. She hoped she would still manage to overpower it before the rift. The shot hit exactly on target. The girl was pleased with her accurate hit. The masked men did not expect such a thing from her. The system reported that Knight Vondas would be unconscious for 5 seconds. Choi Hana realized that this was her chance to win. The girl decided to use her ability from the Dreamside game and began her quick preparation for it. Raising the revolver above her, the girl began to be enveloped by magical waves of the technique she intended to use. Choi Hana used the blood orb technique. Her eyes changed their color. Now the damage from her shots was greatly increased. The girl fired a shot into the sphere that appeared above her. A red glow filled the entire hall they were in. Knight Vondas regained consciousness and was ready to strike with his sword at the girl who stood in the center. The monster Mez headed towards Choi Hana and noticed the girl's blood orb headed to attack the Vondas Knight. Jumping on the sword, the girl jumped over the monster, and being at his back, she made an aimed shot at his neck. The girl assumed that her current body wouldn't last long from this intensity of fighting. The monster's core showed on his neck. Choi Hana realized that she was obligated to shoot him on one try. The girl's hands hesitated a bit. She started to beg for everything to go away. Suddenly she heard Kang Seo-jun shouting, who told her to run away. The girl's shot hit the helmet of the huge skeleton, who didn't feel the damage from the shot. Seeing what was happening, the girl didn't understand what had happened, and how it was that for the first time ever, she had failed to hit the target. The girl noticed that her shot didn't hit the monster's core, but her stamina was at 0. She couldn't range any more shots. The monster was about to deliver a powerful blow to the girl who tried to avoid his attack. She assumed was her end. Suddenly, a barrier of 3 seconds was set up that managed to protect Choi Hana from the monster's strike. Kang Seo-jun grabbed the girl who didn't expect such a turn of events and was about to carry her to safety. A surprised Choi Hana asked the guy who he was, since she didn't realize she knew him from the game as K. After getting down on the floor, the guy asked the girl if she was okay, and the masked criminals noticed Kang Seo-jun's appearance. The girl stared at the guy in surprise. After he tried to guess who he was, her stamina was still at 0. Suddenly, the dungeon boss squealed, distracting the guy and girl from their conversation. The rift time was coming to an end. Knight Vondas began to change his form, gaining a new modified body. His stats increased. Choi Hana noticed that the dungeon boss had evolved, assuming that the monster's power level was now D level. Looking at the monster, the girl pointed out that in that case they had no chance of winning. The D-level boss became Demon Lord Vondas. After leveling up, the monster would need time to adapt, and Kang Seo-jun knew this and decided to take advantage of it. The guy pointed out to the girl that this was their chance. but Choi Hana objected because she and the officer still had a chance to get out of the dungeon, thinking that this guy was weak. The girl tried to assure everyone that they would not be able to defeat this monster and they only had to escape. Choi Hana noticed that the masked criminals had stopped shooting arrows at them, assuming they had fled through the exit. The girl assumed that the criminals would be waiting for them at the exit to prevent them from leaving, but realized that it was better to fight people than to fight this boss. The guy stated that the problem was that they needed to save the rest of the people. Choi Hana was surprised by this. The girl saw the guy's intentions and asked him where he was going, pointing out that with such equipment he would definitely lose to this boss. Kang Seo-jun replied that with that sword could buy them some time. Choi Hana replied that it wasn't that. The boy asked Officer Odaiso to lend him his weapon, and the man was fine with it, saying it was a level 80 weapon. After receiving Odaiso's weapon in his hand, the boy was visited by the senses of the water element and realized what kind of weapon it was. Kang Seo-jun asked, what was this Wave Rider's spear? This magic item created waves amplifying the damage on the enemy. If the user's level did not match it, the spear did not manifest to its full potential and remained sealed. The girl realized that since the guy was able to awaken the magic spear, his level was above the 80th level. Choi Hana thought that he had previously strengthened his entire body when he saved her and was even able to grab her while she used the blood orb. Kang Seo-jun announced to everyone that he was ready to start his battle with D-rank boss Lord Wandis. Choi Hana realized that he was a high-level player. Suddenly, the guy gave the potion to the girl, asking her to drink it. Choi Hana did not expect this turn of events. She was shocked by the dungeon boss. Kang Seo-jun stated that he was now ready to fight the evolving demon lord, who was intent on getting rid of humans. Using the Wave Rider's spear, the guy intended to launch a powerful attack on the monster that was also ready to attack him. With a powerful swing of his sword, the monster managed to block the lunge of Kang Seo-jun, who had approached him. The guy activated the A-rank Dragon Eye skill after he tried to find the core on the monster's body. Kang Seo-jun noticed that Demon Lord Wandis' weak spot was in the same place as normal skeletons. Suddenly, the guy used the rolling wave technique. A powerful water whirlpool began to surround the monster's huge body. The guy continued to use this technique more and more, squeezing the monster without letting it somehow resist it. Finding himself in water captivity, the dungeon boss Wandis screamed, trying to stop the inevitable monsters, tried with his sword to stop the effects of this technique. Suddenly, the monster managed to stop Kang Seo-jung's attack by striking at him, but the guy managed to dodge his attack in time. Kang Seo-jun suggested that this boss might resist the spear's water ability, stating that despite this, the monster still needs time to adapt. The guy realized that this monster was currently the weakest of the D-level bosses, and they still had the power to defeat him. Suddenly, he felt a bullet that Choi Hana had fired at the monster fly right next to his face. Recovering, the girl unleashed a series of shots at the dungeon boss, who didn't have time to somehow cover herself from the shots. Choi Hana asked Kang Seo-jun who he is. Since he has a high-level potion, she got a little embarrassed. Kang Seo-jun replied that it didn't matter, asking the girl to hurry up or the monster would devour her. Attacking the dungeon boss, Choi Hana replied to the guy that she was going to do it without him saying anything. The girl made many accurate shots on the skull of the skeleton. He was on a low level, and therefore was not able to resist her system. Reported that the Demon Lord Wandis was immobilized for 3 seconds. Kang Seo-jun was happy, because now was the perfect moment to attack again using the officer's spear. The guy used the ferocious wave technique as he swung his spear at the monster. The released spear flew precisely into the boss's core that was in his neck. The monster did not know how to react to his take. A powerful wave accompanied the attacking spear of the monster, who did not understand what was happening to him. His armor began to crack. Predictably, everyone noticed how the Wave Rider's spear pierced through the monster's body, piercing through its armor. Kang Seo-jun managed to destroy the dungeon boss's core that was in his neck, and the monster's breathless body hovered in space for a moment. The body of the monster collapsed to the ground and began to fade away. Little by little, the system informed the guy that he had managed to defeat the boss of the D-level Demon Lord Wandis. The people around him, seeing the guy's strength, were shocked to the point of not realizing what this guy was capable of. Kang Seo-jun managed to pump up to the next level. They managed to mop up the Fallen School's D-rank dungeon. The criminals were waiting for the survivors to come out of this D-rank gate to get Choi Hana, who was the key to their plan. The commander ordered everyone to get ready because they couldn't let her survive. One of the subordinates said that the girl was suspiciously long gone, suggesting that she was dead. The commander replied that the girl was capable even though she wasn't level 80, realizing that even Clark had a hard time defeating a level D boss. The man instructed everyone to continue to watch the portal and report the situation, asking them not to underestimate Choi Hana. Suddenly, one of the subordinates pointed at the portal. The criminals noticed that the dungeon was cleaned up and the rift was cancelled, and in that dungeon, monsters will appear in limited numbers, and the rift will no longer occur without a special occasion. Taking out his phone, the commander tried to call Hwang Dong-soon, who remained in the maze. The commander stated that the line was occupied, ordering everyone to retreat, assuming that K was missing as well. Kang Seo-jun felt as if someone was talking about, and then he approached the officer and the man continued to be in shock. The guy thanked Odaeso for giving him his gun. The man replied that it was nothing compared to what Kang Seo-jun had done. Suddenly, the girl interfered in their conversation. She shyly asked what was not K that guy. Choi Hannah showed her whole appearance, hoping to hear a positive answer to her question. Kang Seo-jun replied that the girl is right, and he, K Officer Odaeso, was surprised by the answer, pointing out that there is no such thing. The officer realized that the boy's abilities were impressive, but he knew that ranker number 1 had left the maze of choice because he had been told about it in the morning, and it seemed impossible to him that he had come out of there and come straight to them during the rift. It seemed to the girl, too, that the chance of such a coincidence was negligible. She reflected on the officer's words. Choi Hannah had come to this dungeon just to meet K. She knew that rumors spoke of places that never became dungeons. Looking at the guy, the girl didn't know who was behind all this, and so she thought that this guy was K, assuming that it was a mistake. Choi Hannah realized that this guy had saved her, and the group assumed that she had mistakenly thought he was K and asked Kang Seo-jun to forgive her, saying that she should have thanked him for saving her first. Kang Seo-jun replied that it was no big deal and that he didn't need to thank or apologize. The guy suggested that everyone start by looking for survivors in this dungeon. Choi Hannah was surprised by her words and agreed with him. A little later, in an abandoned school storage room, there were survivors, some of them wounded by monsters. The officer was very glad that many were able to survive in this dungeon. They managed to discover them after some amount of time. The group was afraid that they wouldn't be able to find any survivors at all who were just well hidden from the monsters. One of the survivors apologized, saying they were supposed to help them in the boss battle. Odaeso replied that it was not their fault, assuring that it was good that they had managed to survive despite all the hardships that awaited them here. Kang Seo-jun heard that they had enough potions to raise the injured man to his feet for a successful exit from the dungeon. The guy agreed with the officer's words and was also glad that the other people had escaped and managed to survive, realizing that the players would become stronger in the end. Choi Hannah thought that Kang Seo-jun would be useful to them, even though the detective was against the idea. One of the survivors recognized the star Choi Hannah. The girl asked Choi Hannah if she was okay because she could help her. Choi Hannah replied that she messed up a bit, stating that it's no big deal. The surviving girl was surprised by her words. The officer stated that they could now go to the camp. He suggested that Kang Seo-jun join their group. After the boy joined their group, he and Choi Hannah cleared a path for the survivors through the monsters that filled the streets of the city they were about to pass through to the camp. One of the guys wasn't surprised by Choi Hannah's strength, but the new guy made him surprised by asking who he was. The officer replied that he would explain it to him a little later. After their group reached Banjo Station number 3, they stood at the threshold of the entrance to the survivors' camp. Kang Seo-jun realized that all the monsters outside were F level, and they had gotten out of the dungeon during the rift before they had lived in small spaces for a long time. The guy assumed that these people randomly chose this place as a campground, making sure the location was good. When Kang Seo-jun went down inside, he noticed many survivors who were in this underground station hiding from the monster. The people noticed the group that had returned to camp with the replenishment. For a moment, there was silence in the place. Then all the residents excitedly began to greet the officer who had returned, and the survivors were all happy that they had returned. All the people rushed to the detective and began to congratulate him on his successful return to the camp. Kang Seo-jun realized that Odaeso was the foundation on which the camp was based. The officer was very happy that they were all safe. The survivors were also happy that the officer was able to return. The old man was very pleased that Officer Odaeso managed to return to the camp unharmed. The man asked the old man how he was doing. One of the guys stated that they were unharmed, but one of them was injured by monsters. The officer was very upset about it. The old man realized that they had not had it easy all this time and offered them a break, saying that he would bring them food. The people in the camp started counting how much food to give to the warriors, so that there would be enough for all of them. The officer was going to talk to Kang Seo-jun. The officer offered to let the guy rest while he cooked him a meal. Kang Seo-jun didn't mind such care. The guy realized that for this day a lot of things happened. He remembered the dungeon dead people fights. Although the day was not difficult, but the nerves of the guy, he felt how he piled on fatigue. Kang Seo-jun tried to rouse himself because even in this situation, he shouldn't have let his guard down. Suddenly, the guy remembered that he had completely forgotten to check the reward for defeating the boss. Realizing that now is a great time for it, he already had an idea what the reward might be. The reward was the Vondis Regret Blade, which was filled with the regrets of a monster who died without retribution, a unique ability that allowed the blade to be covered in ice. The guy assumed that if he used all the stat points he had collected, he would barely have enough for the 100th level in case of a level limit the player needed to add stat points. Kang So-jun remembered that the detective could use a spear even though he was not level 80, realizing that a slight discrepancy was acceptable. After the guy decided to take out the received book from the inventory, which had unknown characteristics. The reward for defeating the dungeon boss was not only weapons, but also this unknown locked book. The system reported that the conditions for opening the book were not met. Using it without access was impossible. Putting the book back in his inventory, the guy said he couldn't use it and was very upset about this outcome. Since the book was a legendary item, it was the reason why Kang So-jun came to this dungeon. The guy decided to try to reach the right level to open this book because he needed it. After Kang So-jun pointed out that the biggest problem was the still beast he had gotten that he didn't know what to do with. Fluffy lay quietly in the guy's hand without giving any signs of life. The guy tried to bring him to his senses. Kang So-jun said he hadn't seen the animal in a long time and touched the nose of the animal that was lying motionless in his hand. Immediately, Goran woke up at the will of his master, then he suddenly jumped out of the hands of the guy who didn't realize what had happened. The system reported that the pet was catastrophically hungry, was heard rumbling in its stomach. Suddenly, Goran fell off his feet. He needed to provide nutritious food. He was happy at the smell of delicious food. Goran was the pet that followed Kang So-jung in the last installment of Dreamside. The guy was excited that he woke up, but his reaction was weird. The reason for this could only be the dungeon that had formed near their location as the train raced through the desolate stations. The guy looked at the pet and realized that it wasn't so bad now that Goran was in the form of a squirrel. Goran's true form was a dungeon-eating monster, Gregory's monster that resembled a dragon. The former pet that Kang So-jun met at level 50 and the reward for closing the third server. This pet ate nothing but monsters from the dungeons. So when Goran acted worried, it meant that something related to the dungeon was going on. The problem was that it started in a place where there were a lot of people. Kang So-jun started to worry about it. The guy didn't fully understand what the pet was reacting to, because he wasn't interested in the players at all. After a bit of thought, the guy assumed that it was the skeletons, because some of the mobs could be released during the dungeon break. Skeletons are level E monsters with little intelligence who mindlessly attack players upon seeing them. Kang So-jun realized that there were only two ways out of this situation. The first option was that something was wrong with Goran. The pet was showing his owner that he was hungry. The second option was that something strange was happening in this place. Kang So-jun looked around at the camp. There was one single downside to Goran, that he specialized in sense. The guy wasn't clear on what attracted the pet. The guy noticed that they, for the survivors, also demanded food. His body was emaciated from not having taken any food for a long time. Kang So-jun noticed that that man was very much like someone who had been bitten by zombies long ago. The guy realized that this man was on the verge of life. He decided to inform the officer. Afterward, people were shocked to hear the request of an officer who intended to go on a sweep again. The girl asked that their group would need to overcome the skeletons. The guy said that it was very dangerous, and besides, the dungeon was still closed. One of the girls suggested that if they kept hiding, the skeletons would just go away and they would be safe. The guy didn't understand why take that risk. The officer replied that this was the crux of the whole situation. The guy was surprised beyond comprehension at the man's words. Odaiso said that if the skeletons started to move apart, many people could die because of them. The boy looked uncertainly at the girl who was earnestly listening to the words of the officer who was explaining the circumstance to them. The man pointed out that this was their chance to save the camp. He was attacking skeletons and other monsters that might be roaming around. The officer added that this is also a chance for players to raise their levels for more comfortable survival. The surrounding people knew that the monsters were dangerous because of the dungeon's officer reported that the monsters were getting a dungeon blessing buff from them, but now they were weakened. It was now 3 o'clock on the clock, for the sun was at its peak height, and at this time the zombies were weakest. Officer Odaiso did not force people to risk their lives because it was up to them to decide for themselves. After a short deliberation, a detachment of hunters headed by an officer was formed, as well as a detachment of camp guards. Kang So-jun couldn't miss this chance to level up because he needed to find something. The officer informed his squad that they had a newcomer in their ranks, and the members of the squad were surprised by this request. The man offered to introduce himself first, saying that he was an officer and quite confident in close combat. Pointing to the boy, the officer said he had special training, and his potential was greater than all of them combined. The guy introduced himself as Gong Ji-won, who used to be a grocery store clerk and is now a player. Gong Ji-won said he would do his best and thanked him for his attention. Kang So-jun didn't understand why this guy introduced himself as if he was speaking to his new classmates. The girl introduced herself as Choi Hannah, saying that she was level 17 and good with firearms. The guys were shocked by her beauty. Kang So-jun realized that Choi Hannah didn't need to talk about herself because she was already popular and everyone knew about her. The guy realized that if he told people too much in the future, it might come out wrong. he heard Chang Gyong introduce himself. The guy stated that before the accident he was working for his father's company and had houses in Kanama and Socho, and he came here to buy another house. But eventually this accident happened. Judging from the gear Chang Gyong had played back in the first Dreamside, it was expensive but weak. The officer told them to all follow him, and then they would be safe. After the officer stated that they definitely didn't know this guy Kong So, Jun looked at the people who surrounded him. The girl asked who the guy was, and the interlocutor assumed that he was a rookie who had recently been brought in by an officer from a sortie. Kang So-jun tried to introduce himself in front of everyone as he was suddenly interrupted by a strange laughter. Jang Gi-yeon pointed out that this guy's name was Kang So-jun. He kept making fun of him. The people around him didn't understand this behavior. Kang Seo-jun asked the guy that they knew each other. Jang Gi-yeon said, of course they knew each other. He continued to mock him. Jang Gi-yeon pointed out that this guy went to Banjo High School, calling him a typical victim of school bullying. Kang Seo-jun was surprised at such a bold claim in his direction. He failed to recognize Jang Gi-yeon, who claimed to know them. Looking on with disdain, the guy stated that he and he were definitely acquainted in high school. Earlier in high school, Jang Gi-yeon bullied the boy in every way possible to hurt his family because the boy's family had gone bankrupt, and Jang Gi-yeon advised him to stay close to him and become his servant. Jang Gi-yeon said that he recognized Kang Seo-jun by his eyes and said that Jang Gi-yeon had changed a lot, as if he had been reborn. Jang Gi-yeon used to look fatter than he did now. Kang Seo-jun was convinced of his change. Placing the chicken on Jang Gi-yeon's shoulder, asked if his acquaintance remembered the times when he carried him snacks. Suddenly, the girl threw off the brazen man's hand from the guy's shoulder, telling him not to forget his social manners. Jang Gi-yeon asks Choi Hana what she's doing, and she says they're alive because of Kang Seo-jun and points out that he doesn't dare talk to him like that. Unexpectedly, Chang Gi-yeon asked the girl to apologize to him. Now Choi Hana was furious at hearing those words. The girl asked them to stop arguing because there was no time to argue. The guy backed them up by asking them to clarify their relationship later, and Jang Gi-yeon replied that they were just having fun. After Kang Seo-jun introduced himself as K because that was his nickname in the last installment of Dreamside. Hearing the guy's words, everyone was shocked by the news and asked him what his name was, because they couldn't believe that he was the same K. Choi Hana was also slightly surprised by this, not expecting that he would actually turn out to be that top ranker of Dreamside. The embarrassed girl said that her intuition was right because she assumed that Kang Seo-jun was K. The officer apologized for his surprise that he had fought so well. The girl asked the guy that he had gotten out of the maze yesterday. Unexpectedly, their dialogue was interrupted by Jang Gi-yeon saying that Kang Seo-jun is just lying to them and is not K. Jang Gi-yeon didn't believe that this kid was a top ranker of the game. Choi Hana was embittered by such a statement to K. Suddenly, the guy noticed Kang So-jun wearing a shirt that only falls out of Boss Wandis. The guy didn't believe it, assuming that Clark had definitely helped this guy in defeating such a strong dungeon boss. Jang Gi-yeon decided to expose Kang Seo-jun by asking what level he was. He continued to believe that he couldn't overpower the boss alone. Kang Seo-jun replied that he was on the 37th level, not realizing what kind of trick might be waiting for. The interlocutor didn't believe that Kang Seo-jun was at that level and assumed that he was faking it, so the people around him began to suspect him of lying. Jang Gi-yeon asked if Kang So-jun knew that K wasn't Korean, saying that he should have learned more about the character since he decided to pretend to be him. The guy was surprised to learn that K was a foreigner. He didn't know what to say to Jang Gi-yeon. Later, a detachment led by Officer Oh Dae-soo advanced through the deserted streets of the city with abandoned vehicles of people standing on the roads. Kang So-jun activated the A-rank Dragon Eye skill and was ready to detect signs of monsters present. The guy managed to warn everyone that in the alley on the left corner were skeletons. Players managed to react in time and defeat the monsters. After Kang Seo-jun said that there was another skeleton under the car behind them, Jang Gi-yeon didn't understand how this guy knew the location of the monsters. Suddenly, a whole crowd of skeletons began to emerge from the ground, and the officer warned everyone to be ready for battle. The skeletons, seeing the humans even more fiercely, began to climb out of the ground, preparing to fight a small group of people. Officer Oh Dae-soo launches his spear into the crowd of skeletons in hopes that he can hold them off and distract the monsters. The man instructed the squad to keep up and attack one monster at a time, because that way, they had a better chance of coming out of this fight victorious. One of the guys stated that there were too many skeletons, and they would be surrounded if things continued like this. The guy realized he didn't have enough stamina to overcome the skeleton that attacked him. Suddenly, he was asked to duck. Choi Hana came to the aid of a guy who couldn't handle one skeleton. They took a precise shot at the monster. The girl was very pleased with herself because she managed to neutralize the monster with one shot. Jang Gi-yeon asked the newcomer to move out of the way as he was going to show him how to fight mobs. The guy asked Kang Seo-jun to watch him carefully because that's what a professional looks like. Jang Gi-yeon began to fight with the skeletons, showing the newcomer his strength. He was sure he was weak. After defeating several mobs, Jang Gi-yeon stated that there was a big difference in strength between him and Kang Seo-jun. Jang Gyong was good earlier. He asked me to bring him something to eat and gave him 50,000 won since he was rich. He didn't know how much bread cost. It reminded Kang Seo-jun of a job that gave him 49,000 won every day, and he decided to forgive Jang Gyong for his quirks, since he had managed to earn money with his help. The guy realized that right now he should be doing more important things to raise his level and become stronger than he was now. Goron absorbed a rusty long sword, then he broke his helmet further, absorbed a skeleton and was gaining interest to satisfaction. The boy was surprised that his pet was still hungry and asked if Goron could smell something tasty nearby. The pet used its sniff to look to the southeast and realized that there were monsters there. After the skeletons sensed the presence of a human in this room, they started trying to move towards the southwest. Kang So-young managed to defeat the skeletons with his bare hands, which were smelled by his pet Goron. The boy was surprised that he didn't get anything from those skeletons. Goron smelled something tasty a meter away from his master. Kang So-jun tossed the skull to the pet after realizing that this was what Goron wanted. Goron began to squeak with delight. The officer said that the sun would soon go down and the skeletons would get buff again, suggesting to go back. The girl said that she had managed to raise her level twice. The guy was glad that they had come here because they had all managed to get a good level. The man realized that progress was being made, but he didn't understand what to do. Kang So-jun. Kang Seo-jun picked up a whole bunch of bones and fed his pet, who couldn't get enough. The boy asked if Goron had had enough since they had to go back to the camp. Suddenly the pet smelled the odor. His look changed dramatically because he smelled a nearby buffet. The owner was surprised that his pet's eyes changed. He didn't realize what might happen now. The officer thanked everyone and suggested that we slowly return to camp to rest and gain strength for the next outing. Suddenly, Kang Seo-jun approached the detective, and the man asked what was wrong, and the guy said that they had to go to a place first. The guy asked them to go into a flower store, which his pet Goron officer ran in, surprised at this. Kang Seo-jun asked everyone to hold their breath because the air in this place was poisonous, and everyone covered their noses. The guy managed to locate the source of his pet's wild reaction. They saw the Dungeon E-Class Garden Conk assignment was to eliminate the virus. Choi Hannah noticed the virus spores causing the dungeon disease system, reported that the initial rift occurred, advising players to beware of the infection. Goron continued to guide his master further into the depths. The guy realized what Goron had reacted to at Banjo Station. The man at Banjo Station was infected with such spores, for his face was red, the boys were dark. Dreamside included various dungeons as ordinary as an abandoned school populated by goblins and skeletons, themed dungeons decorated in a certain style, and gardens of demise where motionless flower mobs live. When a rift occurs in the latter, it releases not mobs but virus spores. There were many symptoms that a person was infected. When the virus enters the body, it becomes a fatal parasite that turns people into monsters. Kang Seo-jun speculated that the people at Banjo Station are like player NPCs. The virus will affect all non-players who have no resistance. Players with E-Class resistance will be fine. Kang Seo-jun realized that their team needed to stop the development of the virus. The guy realized that they had very little time because the sun would soon set. For a moment, the guy began to hesitate in his action. My partner added that as the sun sets, the mobs will get stronger and they will be the perfect target for. The officer pointed to the red-colored portal that signaled that there was nothing left to the rift, and if they left it as it was, they would allow the dungeon to turn into a D-rank dungeon and everyone in Banjo Station would be in danger. The group didn't understand why they had only just now found this dungeon. The portal was behind an inconspicuous door. The guy didn't know if they should go back, and the girl asked what they could do, because there wasn't much time left. The guy and the officer glanced over to the group, stating that they intended to go in to mop up this dungeon. After passing through the portal, they found themselves in another world. Jang Gyong caught up with everyone else and asked what they should do next. Kang So-jun, heading towards the boss of this dungeon, replied that they would figure out the next steps as they went along. A group of players were walking through a forest thicket. Not knowing what to expect in such a place, the officer went first. The guy realized that everything had worked out in the best possible way, and he didn't want to dream of more. Earlier, the group had decided to conduct a small raid and sent the best players to the dungeon and the rest to the camp. Kang So-jun realized that only his Hanu and Dai-su would be enough for a sweep. They needed at least 4 players to enter, so they took Gion with them because he had equipment with a good defense rating. The officer assumed that with this formation, they could clear the dungeon and get back to the camp in one piece. Chang Gyong asked Oh Dai-su why they took a low-level cheater with them, suggesting they go back and get someone better. Kang Seo-jun realized that Jang Gyong didn't realize that he was the weakest link among them, and continued to follow the path he had set out. Suddenly, the guy in armor said that he did not agree with this choice. He tried to take the fruit that was hanging on the plant. Kang Seo-jun asked him not to touch it, and he asked why. He replied that it was a dungeon apple, suggesting that it would be great for replenishing mana. Chang Gyong was convinced that the more ripe the apple was, the more mana it would give him, so he tried to take a bite out of it. An unexpected shot stopped the boy's intentions to eat the apple. He was frightened because a little more and the bullet could hit him. Choi Hana asked her partner to keep a close eye on her surroundings because this was not a safe forest. As he looked up, he noticed the many spiky vines that were about to grab him and expressed his gratitude to the girl for saving him. The officer realized that it was a mistake to take Chang Gyong into the team. After walking a little further, Kang Seo-jun told the team that this was the location of the dungeon boss's room. The team noticed that the boss of this dungeon was in a greenhouse and his name was King of Flowers. The monster looked like a sunflower. Because this flower often witnessed human death, experienced players called him Submertnik. The dungeon boss was already waiting for the people who entered his dungeon. He was ready to fight them. Kang Seo-jun asked everyone to be careful, assuring that when they defeat him, they would receive a flower bulb. The flower bulb could be used as an antidote if it was grinded and made into a tincture. Then it would be a cure for Kang Seo-jun's dungeon disease, assuring that they could use it to cure the sick at Banjo Station. The officer indicated that this was their only hope. He hoped to get this antidote. He wished everyone good luck. Chang Gyong stuck his nose up and said that they shouldn't worry because he was with them, telling them to trust him. Suddenly, people smelled a worse odor than before. Choi Hana asked why the flowers smelled worse than slop. A huge monster in the shape of a sunflower noticed the people who approached him. He began to attack them with his vines. Kang Seo-jun noticed the monster's attack and advised everyone to dodge the thorny vine. A multitude of thorny vines headed towards the people the dungeon boss was intent on massacring. A huge liana struck the ground, blowing everything around them, and the team managed to dodge the enemy's powerful attack in time. Officer Odeso stated that the monster attacked them without giving any sign. Chang Gyong was slightly scared by what was happening. The man asked if everything was all right, and suddenly Choi Hana's revolver appeared near his face, intending to fire a series of shots at the monster. Choi Hana took a shot and managed to pierce one of the monster's leaves that surrounded its huge head, cutting off one of the thorny vines it was attacking with the shot. The girl was surprised at such a reaction from the plant monster. To her shots, she intended to take a couple more. The dungeon boss was angered by this turn of events and had no intention of giving up after such a thing. Jang Gyong asked Kang Seo-jun to move away and stay out of the way, saying that he could handle him himself, but his partner didn't think so. The guy was angry at such an act by his partner Kang Seo-jun and asked Jang Gyun to watch his step from now on. Chang Gyong looked at the floor and noticed a monster that had grown through the stone bowl and was about to grab him, but he didn't realize what was happening. The monster kept trying to attack the guy with his thorny vines. The guy who stumbled off his feet. The guy realized that there would be others next to the Flower King. Kang Seo-jun realized that to get close to the boss, he had to cross a field of sunflowers. But if he took a step forward, the flowers would pounce on them like piranhas. The officer stated that they had no choice but to trust Choi Hana Kang. Seo-jun replied that it would take too long, and the dungeon boss would have time to become D-level. The guy assumed that if she entered the state of the blood sphere, Choi Hana would receive buffs from them and increase the damage area of the magic bullets, and only then would she be able to defeat all the monsters. The girl assured the guy that she could handle herself if she took the elixir, asking if Kang Seo-jun had it. Kang Seo-jun responded positively, and Choi Hana asked for the elixir, in which case the guy said he wouldn't give it to her. The girl asked why he did not trust her. The guy said that because of the others he did not have a chance to raise the level, because it was very important for him. Seeing Kang Seo-jun rushing into the midst of the monsters, Yang Gi-yen didn't realize what he was doing, and was sure that nothing good would come out of it. Many thorny vines headed to attack the guy who ran into the territory of the plants. He tried to dodge them first. Kang Seo-jun deftly began to chop down the vines that were attacking him. He intended to defeat the boss of this dungeon and raise his level. Chang Gyong was surprised at what he saw. He had no idea that his partner possessed such powerful strength, realizing that he had underestimated him all this time. Looking at the guy, Chang Gyong didn't understand how he could do such a thing. At the 37th level, the officer pointed out that it was K. The guy still couldn't believe that it was true, and Kang Seo-jun was the K that everyone knew about from Dreamside. Once in the thick of things, Kang Seo-jun realized that there were two options, or the boss's level was at a very high level. Either monster is using an unbalanced attack ability, their boss kept attacking the guy. The dungeon boss tried to deal damage on the guy who came very close to him. By making a powerful strike, Kang Seo-jun managed to chop the dungeon boss into two pieces. He assumed that this dungeon had been cleared. Seeing Choi Hana's powerful attack, Chang Gyong was shocked by what he saw and froze in surprise. Kang Seo-jun was satisfied that he had managed to topple a strong boss in the form of Sunflower as a spit. The system reported that the guy's level was upgraded. He was rewarded with a flower bulb and Kakashi's spiked glove. The guy stood quietly checking his stats and the descriptions of the items he had dropped for defeating the dungeon boss. After they got out of the dungeon, the officer looked suspiciously at the guy who had single-handedly defeated the boss. Choi Han wanted to lie down to rest. Returning to camp, the lad immersed himself in his speculations on the subjects he had received. He took no notice of those around him. Kakashi's spiked gauntlet was made from the body of the Flower King's spikes, and its weakness was fire, which was better than Kang So-jun had anticipated. The guy realized that thanks to the skill of the celestial body, he had no restrictions on the use of weapons, and the gauntlet would also become useful. He had managed to level up by 10 levels since he had gone through the training. Kang So-jun noticed that his level had risen to 40, realizing that at 30th, he was defeating D and E level monsters. The guy realized that with the amount of points he had collected in 90 days of training and his skills, he would soon be able to clear a rank D dungeon. In this way, the guy intended to build a clear line between himself and the other players. Suddenly, his dreams were interrupted by the words of his partner, who kept saying that what was happening was impossible. Jang Gyeon's eyes widened, and he kept saying that there was no way he could believe that Kang Seo-jun was K. Suddenly, Choi Hannah asked the team to stop, indicating that a fight had recently taken place in this place. The girl reloaded her gun, everyone else drew their weapons preparing for the worst-case scenario. The team noticed a lot of dead bodies, and the officer assured them that they had all gone to the next world, suggesting that something had happened in their camp. Upon reaching Banjo Station number 3, the team tried to find survivors, but there was no one in the camp. Kang So-young saw a lot of human footprints on the floor. He thought it was strange that they led in different directions, as if people were walking back and forth. The guy was sure there had been a raid by monsters here, assuming the people had turned into zombies. The officer didn't give up hope that someone would respond to his cries, but Kang So-jun said that the dungeon disease had gotten here. Odaiso was surprised to hear this guy explain that there was no sign of skeletons in this place, and that meant that it was about the progression of the disease. The girl heard the people speaking and tried to gather her strength to call them to her aid, for she was powerless. Choi Hannah pointed out that they had cleaned up the dungeon, asking how in that case the virus had spread. Jang Gyeon heard someone's voice. The team managed to find a survivor who asked for help, and they started to remove the rubble under which the guy was. The officer tried to bring the survivor to his senses to find out what had happened in the camp during their absence. Kang So-young tried to use the potion on the wounded, but the system reported that the potion could not be used on the target, because it required a revitalization potion. Guy realized that this was a system warning of death. He noticed that the wounded man's legs were in a terrible state, and without a revitalization potion, he could not be saved. Kang So-jun decided to give the survivor a paralysis potion. He will stop feeling pain all over his body. Suddenly, after applying the potion, the survivor woke up and could speak. The pain left his body. The detective asked the guy what had happened at camp during their absence. The guy looked at the man, trying to get his thoughts together. The guy said that everything happened suddenly. Earlier on the stairs appeared a huge monster. The players were ready to take the monster to the trap outside as they had practiced earlier. The rest of the camp began to run away. People did not realize that danger was waiting for them from behind. Survivors began to turn into zombies and attack everyone else. The survivors were attacked by zombies and turned into similar monsters and fled the area. After giving this information, the guy passed away. The officer was sorry that the camp with the survivors was no longer there. Suddenly, the guy came to his senses again. He stated that first Hyunsu, then Yundin fell down. He started talking nonsense. The system reported that this player was in a state of insanity, and the guy kept talking about how they were running away. Kang Seo-jun realized that if they had a healer with them, they could cure this guy and not have to worry about the virus. But there was no healer at Banjo Station, and there was no way to help the survivor. The survivor kept saying that everyone had escaped and become monsters. Kang So-jun assumed that the people had fallen into the third stage of the dungeon disease. The first stage ended with a change in the color of the fingers and chills, after the person turned into a zombie and attacked others after entering the second stage, and only after completely becoming a monster did he enter the third stage. Kang So-jun realized that the Death Garden had been cleaned up, but the third stage had come quickly, even though the symptoms were just beginning to develop, and something had contributed to it. The survivor tried to ask the detective for something, but Kang Seo-jun suddenly stopped his torment by sending him to the other side. Kang So-jun said that they needed to go and deal with the monsters that had infiltrated this camp. No one objected to such a thing. The dark tunnel where the trains used to run exuded strange noises. The team intended to go there. The huge monster that had earlier defeated the camp was waiting in one of the dark corners of the station's dark tunnel. The team went down the stairs trying to find survivors and the monsters that had ravaged their camp. The zombies, smelling the humans, began to growl furiously, trying to savor the fresh flesh of the humans who had wandered into this place. Choi Hannah took an aimed shot and managed to disarm the monster that was waiting for them on the steps of the station. The guys were surprised at such cold-bloodedness of the girl. They realized that in an emergency she could be relied on. The girl asked if Kang Seo-jun knew that once the transformation had taken place, the person could not be cured. Kang Seo-jun replied that he knew about it but didn't say anything. Choi Hana was surprised by his answer. The people who couldn't survive the dungeon disease lay in this place, and the rest left along the paths deeper into the tunnel. The guy noticed the zombies approaching and hoped that the rest of the people had managed to get out of this place in one piece. The officer asked the team to each take on one of the approaching monsters. He drew his spear and prepared to fight. Kang Seo-jun easily defeated one of the zombies who was coming up the stairwell and asked him to follow him. The officer who saw Kang Seo-jun kill the zombies said that in that case they had nothing to worry about. Jang Gi-yeon continued to marvel at his partner's skill, and they followed Kang Seo-jun. The team descended into the tunnel. Ahead of them was an officer lighting the way in the dark space. They were going to find survivors and deal with the monster that was spreading the virus. The guy noticed a neighboring station called Sinpun Odaiso, said he had heard of it before the station was abandoned when the plan to build the 10th line fell through. Choi Hana noticed not ground fresh footprints of people, the guy confirmed, adding that they were going in different directions. The officer assumed that they were headed for Yeongdongpo Station, since the original plan was to go there in an emergency. It was possible to reach Yeongdongpo Station by following the tracks of the tunnel by which they came to this station. Kang Seo-jun heard and felt the presence of the monster in this tunnel, and he froze in place, trying to realize what was happening. Suddenly, Kay was begging in the darkness of the place. The team didn't realize such a lightning-fast reaction from her partner. The team noticed that the monsters were coming from the darkness, and Kang Seo-jung had already started fighting them with his sword. The officer told the team to prepare for battle. Everyone immediately moved out to help Kay. Choi Hana asked the officer what Janwoo Odeso had said about her earlier and nodded positively. In response, they met a strong opponent. The strong monster, who was a cute girl in the past, was called Jo Yunjin, and she intended to kill the people who came to her. Kay said that it's no longer Jo Yunjin because she's now a monster they'll have to deal with, saying that they'll get experience and items for getting rid of her. This was the outcome of the dungeon disease that turned people into monsters. Kang Seo-jun knew that thousands of people died in the first Dreamside because of this disease. The guy realized that this time the fate of the whole world was at stake, and he intended to deal with this monster quickly. The monster began to attack the guy, who decided to deal with it in one powerful blow. The monster did not suspect the strength of the opponent. Kang Seo-jun made a kick with his foot at the torso of the monster that was about to attack him until he activated his sword. The guy realized that the flesh of this monster was strong, because the monster's extra arms served as an extra shield. A series of powerful fist blows fell on the guy, who managed to send a block with his sword in time. Waiting for the moment, the guy retaliated and cut off the monster's arms with which he had attacked it. Kay intended to continue the battle. Suddenly, another powerful tentacle came out of the monster's mouth, which he intended to destroy the man who stood in his way. Kang Seo-jun deftly dodged the new powerful arm released from the monster's mouth. Unexpectedly, the officer expressed his desire to help Kay in fighting this strong monster. The guy asked Odeso to stay behind, saying that most attacks would be useless against her. The man realized that this monster was in the third stage. Choi Hana suggested that the officer wait for now and not interfere. The girl looking at the monster realized that the monster was level 80, and Odaisu couldn't handle it and would only get in Kay's way. After dodging his opponent's lunge, Kang Seo-jun decided to look for the monster's weak spot to defeat it with a single strike. The guy noticed a weak spot on the monster's neck and leaned on the monster's head and jumped over it, intending to make a strike. Kang Seo-jun apologized to Yunjin, who became a monster and didn't know what she was doing. The guy gave a powerful blow to the monster's neck, decapitating it. Thus, he regretted that the beautiful girl turned into a monster. After going through 3 stages, she was equal in strength to the D-level monsters. Kay realized that previously, if he had met her, he wouldn't have been able to defeat her. Thanks to the time spent on training, the guy managed to collect 100 experience points, and if he uses them all, he will become 3 times stronger than he is now. However, someone who was previously considered above the heaven should have much higher stats when converted to level 100. The officer standing at the ready announced to the team that the rest of the zombies were approaching. Choi Hana had her revolver ready. Kang Seo-jun realized that despite the players' strength, the monsters wouldn't wait for the players to get stronger, so he was able to give them an equal fight. A large number of zombies appeared from the darkness of the tunnel. They came at the sounds of the battle that was here earlier. The officer was surprised to see a huge number of monsters that were at the 3rd stage of the dungeon disease. Kang Seo-jun confirmed the officer's speculation on the matter by saying that the 3rd stage of the dungeon disease is inclement weather. The girl realized that these were people who had undergone a transformation. She noticed something strange behind her. Choi Hana warned the team that there was another group of monsters approaching them from behind on the ceiling. Jang Gi-yeon began to panic. The team of players realized they were surrounded. The officer assumed the monsters were waiting for them to approach the ghost station. Kang Seo-jun suggested that the team think about it later and deal with the monsters that surrounded them first. The monsters started attacking the trapped people. One of the monsters was about to send Changyong to the other side. Changyong was of a different opinion, and so he struck at the attacking monster, but he was unable to deal with it with a single blow. The boy was surprised at how Kang Seo-jun was able to deal with monsters with a single blow, and he froze in despair. Suddenly, Kay came to his partner's aid, and with one powerful blow managed to send the attacking monster into another world. Changyong stood silently shocked and looked at his partner's strength, not understanding how he was able to eliminate monsters so easily. Kang Seo-jun asked the team members if they were sure that the other survivors were headed to Yeongdeungpo Station. Choi Hana said that there was a shopping center and other stores near Yeongdeungpo that would make it easy to replenish supplies. Kay said that in such a case, he too should go to Yeongdeungpo Station. The girl didn't understand his plan. Choi Hana pointed out that it was very dangerous to go there now, because there would be more monsters in that direction. The girl added that it was clear that Kang Seo-jun would be waiting for them there. Kang Seo-jun agreed with her words and assured her that if the survivors didn't go there, he wouldn't change his mind. The officer asked what they were both arguing about the guy, and girl looked at the man in surprise. Kang Seo-jun replied that he would explain everything to them later, asking them all to stay as close to him as possible. He destroyed the monster that came from behind the officer. Insatiability is a symptom of the third stage of the dungeon disease. People completely changed their appearance at this stage, going through various transformations. The team continued to move deeper into the tunnel. The officer bravely fought the monsters with his spear, raising the level. Some monsters grew wings or arms, legs. At times, the monsters became thinner or larger, and Kang Seo-jun continued to fight the monsters that were waiting for them like everyone else. Guy assumed that the type of mutation depended on people's desires. Kay stated to deal with monsters they needed to determine their desires, giving the example that the monster's extra eye is the embodiment of a desire to see more, or in human form, he was blind and wanted to fix it. Such a monster with a huge eye was about to take out a guy who had prepared for battle. Kang Seo-jun managed to deftly dodge the attacker's attack, intending to counterattack his weak point. Taking out his phone, he used a bright flash to blind the monster with a huge eye to disorient him in space. The monster clutched at his blinded eye, trying to regain consciousness after the fierce flash. He couldn't see what was happening around him. Suddenly, Kang Seo-jun made a final strike at the disoriented monster, who was unable to resist. Kay said that everything is much simpler than it seemed, because if you understand the reason, you can easily resist the monsters. Suddenly, after a few strikes, Kang Seo-jun's sword strength dropped to 0. The system reported that his weapon had broken. The guy stated that his training weapon had outlived its usefulness. Officer Odis offered the guy to give up his spear. The guy replied that he had more weapons, stating that if he took the officer's weapon, he would be worried about him. Kang Seo-jun put on Kakashi's spiked gauntlet, which he obtained by destroying the dungeon boss. Looking at the gauntlet, Kay assumed it was more dangerous to use since its attack radius was smaller, but it was an effective weapon. Attacking the monster guy decided to see what these gloves can do, and easily managed to capture one of the approaching monsters. With powerful attacks, the monster couldn't resist the guy. Kang Seo-jun continued to strike the enemy. A powerful blow sealed the monster's body into the stone floor, and it couldn't move, but it tried to resist the man. The last blow directly to the head destroyed the monster, who was unable to do anything against his opponent. After defeating the monster, Kang Seo-jun said that these gloves were the perfect weapon for such a battle. After Kay activated the A-rank Dragon Eye skill, he intended to scan the area they were in. The guy decided to tell the team the results of his scan, all measured up, waiting for news on the matter. Kang Seo-jun asked everyone to be careful because they would soon enter the territory of the boss who was holding this tunnel. The officer didn't understand the words and asked what Kang Seo-jun was talking about because he didn't know what the team could expect next. Kay said that the trigger is in this place because the other monsters have stopped coming to this place for fear of meeting the boss. Red magical vapors that emanated from the darkness of the tunnel. The guy assumed the enemy was aware of their arrival. The officer found out that they were stung by stage 4 monsters. Kang Seo-jun stated that this monster appeared during the rift. Odaizo asked that it appeared thanks to the dungeon flower. Kang Seo-jun replied positively, adding that someone had fed the flower to the monster, creating a trigger that was the source of the disease. When the virus entered the body, it began to multiply there, and the symptoms worsened. If the trigger was not stopped, the dungeon disease could take over all of Seoul. Advancing through the tunnel, the guy accidentally stepped into the slime that was scattered on the ground. He realized that they were getting closer and closer to the monster. Now, ahead of the group walked Kang Seo-jun. Illuminating the dark voids of the tunnel, they were intent on straightening out the trigger. Suddenly, the officer noticed something suspiciously in the distance and pointed to everyone. Choi Hana asked the man not to shout, because shouting might attract unnecessary attention from the monster. Finding himself in the captivity of the monster survivor, guy forgave the players to save him, because he could not coexist with such a monster. Suddenly, in front of everyone, the monster ate this man. Kia's team did not expect this turn of events. Many breathless bodies lay next to this monster that devoured people one by one. Suddenly, the monster said hello to them, asking that they had come to feed him with hearts with subscriptions and consent to receive notifications. The guy smelled the odor that mingled with the air. He had no idea how many the monster had killed. The officer asked the guy who triggers even were and what danger they might pose to survivors. Kang Seo-jun himself didn't know for sure, suggesting that it might be a type of hydra. The form of the trigger depended on what the person's desire was before the transformation. The team stood in front of a huge monster. Kay added that the reason for this was the dungeon flower that was fed to the monster. Looking at the monster, the guy didn't think that this monster would attack them first, and until they faced the trigger themselves, they wouldn't know anything new about it. Judging from the traces of the bat that occurred before the team reached Ponju Chua Station, Hannah assumed that someone had purposely brought a trigger to this place. Kang Seo-jun used his skill and looked at the monster. He realized that she was clearly above the 100th level. The guy assumed it was a D-class boss of mid-dungeon monsters looking at people but not attacking them. Kay made sure that this monster moved extremely slowly, and in terms of strength it was nothing special either. But in Dreamside it wasn't enough to win. Dreamside was not a simple game in which you can defeat the same opponent having a high level or the same characteristics. Players could fight with monsters of the 40th level at which the strength index at the same time was over 100. Each monster fought in its own style depending on the manifestation of buffs, or the situation was not once that low-level monster gave heat and scattered strong players. The guy admitted that all the power of the monster lies not in strength but in endurance. He noticed that the monster's galas were filled with rage. Predictably, the huge monster began to attack the team that managed to dodge its blow. Kang Seo-jun remembered hearing the monster's voice somewhere before, but he couldn't figure out where. The officer assumed that it was Choi Man-gi who had turned into the monster, because he also heard the familiar voice of the monster. The rest of the team was surprised at this assumption by Officer Choi. Hannah didn't know what Choi Man-gi was. Jang Gi-yeon stated that this voice is the signature intonation of one famous blogger who was supposed to be in jail assuming he escaped. Earlier, Choi Man-gi told viewers that he had to put in a lot of effort to get the meat. Choi Man-gi should have been executed for eating the human meat he ate on the broadcast in front of the audience. There were a lot of rumors that it was poultry meat, but forensics confirmed it was human, and the guy was sentenced to execution. Jang Gi-yeon stated that before he became Choi Man-gi's trigger man, he was in a complete asshole that he couldn't get out of. The monster kept speaking in human language, asking you to put a like under the video and subscribe to his channel. Suddenly, the monster had more hands to attack the guy, but Kang Seo-jun managed to avoid the blow in time. Cheng Kyong didn't understand why this huge monster was so fast because he could barely dodge its attacks. The officer rushed to the aid of the guy who almost got captured in the monster's tentacles using his spear. The man realized that alone he would not be able to resist such a fast and large monster. The officer admitted that the monster's mobility is provided by a bunch of fast arms, asking the team to be careful with. Kang Seo-jun noticed that the slime that was on the ground had turned into a hand that was about to attack him. Being surrounded by tentacles, Guy realized that in the current situation cannot relax and need to be on guard. The officer managed to get the monster's attention. He began to run away and try in every way possible to dodge its attacks. The man continued to distract the monster to buy time for Kang Seo-jun, who was the only one who could defeat the monster. Oh Dae-soo launched his spear straight at the monster's body, intending to do some damage to it and help his team. As the spear pierced the monster's body, the officer told Kang Seo-jun that this was the perfect moment to strike. Immediately, the guy proceeded to execute the intended swing. He wanted to deliver a powerful blow to the monster. The guy managed to deliver a powerful blow to the monster's jaw using his combat gloves as a weapon. The monster stated in a human voice that it didn't work the first time, asking if it could work the second time. Kang Seo-jun realized that with this intensity, they wouldn't last long if they didn't change tactics. The monster began to change his body, and now his hands looked like huge blades that could destroy everything in their path. Noticing this, the team didn't understand how they should properly handle the situation. The officer called this monster too strong. The man assumed that the monster wanted to finish them off just like he finished someone off last time on the stream. The monsters asked in a human voice if the guys were ready to try again, and his mouth showed a set of teeth in 2 rows. Immediately, a ferocious attack of the huge monster descended upon the team of players, using its modified arms as blades. Choi Hannah approached the monster intending to fire a series of shots with her revolver. The monster, noticing her, called an appetizer that was eager to get into his mouth. He was ready to attack her. Unexpectedly, the monster recognized in the girl a famous person, Adalu, who in his lifetime admired and was her fan. The girl made the first shot at the monster that recognized her, but she did not pay attention to it because she intended to finish what she had planned. Taking the next shot, the girl quipped that he wouldn't even dream that she'd pay attention to him as a guy. Choi Hana managed to pierce through the monster's thick body, but she didn't know if she had succeeded in overpowering it or if the shot had no effect on it. The girl noticed that the monster's multiple wounds were beginning to heal as if he was eating himself. The body of the monster extracted a bullet that had previously pierced his body. The team of players were surprised by this turn of events. Choi Hana said that the monster was in a shell, and Kang So-jun agreed, adding that the monster was very tough and asking her to be careful. The guy realized that neither strength nor reaction speed would help defeat this beast, because they needed more stamina, thanks to which they would be able to win. Kang Seo-jun turned to Hana, and the girl replied that she understood his intentions and proceeded to fulfill them. The guy and the girl rushed towards the monster, who tried to block their way with his powerful arm. Getting as close as possible, the girl took an aimed shot, stating that the monster was catching her bullet. The girl managed to accurately hit the head of the monster, who did not expect such a turn of events, and did not have time to put a block. While the monster was distracted by Choi Hana's shots, Kang So-jun managed to stealthily get close to the monster's head to strike. Kang So-jun had managed to deal a powerful blow to his opponent, using Kakashi's gloves. The girl was pleased that their plan was slowly working. The monster's body began to regenerate and repair the damaged parts of its body after the monster took countermeasures. Kang So-jun continued to dodge his opponent's blows, dealing more and more damage to the monster with the intention of exhausting it. Suddenly, the monster declared that this was not a bad tactic. He began to devour the wounded parts of his body. Chang Gyeong was surprised at what he saw and didn't understand what to expect from such a monster, yet the officer thought about what was happening. Choi Hana was pleased that their joint efforts with Kang Seo-jun had some effect on the monster. The monster continued to regenerate and drain a powerful aura with a foul odor. The team of players was ready for the next attack. Gathering his ooze, the monster shifted his gaze to Kang So-jun, who was launching powerful attacks at him. Monstra started attacking the guy who was recording on the slope of the wall, trying to anticipate his opponent's next lunge. Dodging the blow, the guy went down to the floor, and at least he was able to retaliate before the monsters turned around. The officer pointed out that it was amazing and suggested that Kang Seo-jun's attacks were working, and at this rate they would be able to deal with him. The guy replied that their blows meant nothing to such a monster. Kang Seo-jun turned to Choi Hana and Detective Odias and said that there was only one way out of this situation. The tunnel was still filled with throngs of breathless bodies that lay along its entire length. Chang Chi-young stood in front of the monster, taking all his attention to himself. He tried not to show his excitement. The guy asked the monster how he manages to move around with such a huge belly. He started insulting him. The monster was enraged by such words of the player, opened his mouth and intended to devour this impudent man. After realizing the monster's intentions, the guy was horrified. He didn't understand what he should do next. Suddenly, an officer appeared in front of him and attacked the monster with his spear straight into a huge tongue. The man said that now it was time for Choi Hana to take action, and he stood up for Jang Gyeong, who was in shock. The girl made an aimed shot right into the throat of the monster officer, and the guy managed to escape in time, thus not getting shot by the girl. Bright light began to shine through the monster's closed mouth. He didn't understand what had happened to him, or what technique the enemy was using. A multitude of magic rays began to pierce through the body of the monster, who could not resist it in any way. His body began to swell. Choi Hana made sure that their plan was working, and said that it was Kang Seo-jun's turn. Earlier, Kang Seo-jun had suggested distracting the monster so that it would have time to maneuver, and he was sure that the plan would work. There was about 100 mana strength left, about the same amount. The guy stated that this could easily be fixed if you put in the points earned from the tutorials here. Kang So-jun managed to use skills that normally took 200 units to use. He decided to end it. The guy activated the F-rank magic concentration skill. He was confident in himself and his team, because they had no way to lose. Kay said that since his opponent was so strong, he would have to become even stronger than he was to defeat him. The monster indicated in a human voice that there was new meat waiting for the guys. He began to transform his body again. The monster created some kind of grid trying to capture the guy who was about to attack it. Kang So-jun began to accumulate mana in his body to break through the monster's defenses for victory. The powerful flash from the guy's punch blinded everyone in the area. Kang So-jun was intending to finish off the monster. The monster lost his hands. He kept talking nonsense, asking people to give him likes under the video. The guy kept throwing punches. Getting as mono close to the monster as possible, he jumped up and wanted to get it over with as soon as possible. The guy swung, said that he not only put him a like, but also repost him, now drag, and the whole team will subscribe to his channel. The monster continued to regenerate his limbs, but he couldn't do it quickly because he had too little strength left. Kang So-jun gave a powerful blow to the head of the huge monster that was in the tunnel the team was watching. With the next blow, the player managed to powerfully imprint the monster into the ceiling of the tunnel, and he didn't realize what had happened. The system informed the guy that he had managed to defeat Choi Man-gi, who was a trigger-happy glutton. He managed to raise his level. As a reward, Kang Seo-jun received a ring of attention. The monster's huge body began to vaporize. Many teeth began to fall out of the jaw of the once ferocious beast. After the monster's body disappeared, the breathless body of Choi Man-gin, who was previously a human, appeared in front of the team. The officer stated that as the life leaves the body, the mana also leaves this guy, making sure they didn't maul him too badly. The guy didn't understand what kind of freak had arranged all this, and for what purpose fed the zombie a magic bud, realizing that they just had to find out. Suddenly, Kang So-jun noticed a similar sign on the guy's neck that he had seen before. In the meantime, in an unknown place in one of the rooms, candles were burning in the room, and the room was silent because it was night. Suddenly, a magic ball fell from the table to the floor and made an unpleasant sound throughout the room. Through the balloon, people watched as Kang So-jun managed to defeat the huge monster trigger glutton. Looking at the sphere, the unknown man noticed that this guy was K in soul. He was only in charge of the 5 farms. He sometimes checked to make sure it was okay to raise triggers there. The unknown man had never seen anyone so strong. Suluga turned to Mr. Baegi-chan. Kang Min-ho assumed that his acquaintance was pretending to be busy again while he was having fun. Baegi-chan from the company took off his hood, preparing to dialogue with Kang Min-ho, who came to it. The organization called the company was one of the lesser known in Dreamside, but it was like a tumor poisoning everything it could reach by expanding its dungeons, the company's shuttles threatening all the people on the continent. The organization's intentions were evident by their emblem of lightning passing through 2 moons. Baegi-chan told Kang Min-hong that he had come just in time because he had found something strange. Looking at the magical sphere, the man made sure K had survived that dungeon they had left behind. Baegi-chan was surprised at his words, interjecting what he meant to say about K. The man explained that if the reports were to be believed, there was no choice among the newcomers on the easy difficulty level in the labyrinths, and there were no applicants who would be sent to the hellish level. Baegi-chan suggested that all of these challengers have passed away. Kang Min-hong suggested that this is possible, but if K is alive, he will definitely try to stop them. Kang Min-hong wanted Baegi-chan to ask his farmers if they had seen anything suspicious, but he said there was no need. Baegi-chan said that apparently he had already managed to find the person they were looking for. Meanwhile, the 4-player team was advancing to the next station to locate possible survivors and provide them with protection. Kang Seo-jun was determined to get to the bottom of this case and find out what kind of organization was going against the people. The sword-piercing Asura's neck, monsters that were brutally torn apart under his command, a dungeon that only one man could handle. The guy's true essence was Croc, and he still had data that hadn't been erased, so by eating people he could foresee the current situation on Earth. But K, who was supposed to die during the training, survived. The guy assumed that K had changed his activities. Suddenly, the guy's musings were interrupted by an interlocutor. Kang So-jun asked Baegi-chan why he froze, assuming something was wrong. The man added that they were no longer who their organization used to know as Even K was now just a newcomer in training. Kang Seo-jun suggested that they should report it to the head of their organization, because if it was really them, they were in big trouble and needed to be dealt with immediately. Meanwhile, in the tunnel, the guy was running away from a huge number of monsters that were chasing him. The monsters almost managed to catch up with the fleeing guy. They intended to turn him into a zombie. The zombies continued to chase the lonely guy who didn't want to become like them and was surprised that the zombies didn't get tired. The guy didn't want the zombies to get even bigger. He found it hard to believe that recently they were human, so he ran to the other side of the station. As he continued to run away, the guy assumed that he too would die the same way and not meet Detective Odeso. Suddenly, the guy noticed a light that came from the other side of the tunnel he was running through, and he had hope. When he stopped, he noticed a train approaching. He didn't understand where it could have come from in the empty city. Earlier, the power had gone out, and since then, it had been a whole 3 months. The guy didn't understand how a train could move without electricity on the railroad tracks. The guy realized that he had no time to think because he had to get away from the pursuing zombies. There was a message that the train was leaving and passengers were asked to take their seats. The guy tried to jump into the departing car. The system reported that the car doors were closing. The guy tried his best to run into the car to survive. The guy at the last second managed to slip through the closing doors of the carriage. He was pleased that he was able to do it. The train began to depart from the platform. Zombies tried to penetrate into the interior of the car, but they did not succeed as the train began to leave. Taking a breath, the guy realized that he had to run away from the zombies and decided to go to Yendenpo Station, thinking that the detective should be there. The system reported that the guy had entered the Class D-themed dungeon of the ghost train, and after a while the duty officer would start checking tickets, and stowaways would be targeted by the station staff. Seeing this explanation, the guy was shocked by what was happening, because he could not think that the train would turn out to be a dungeon. The team kept moving toward Yendinpo Station, through which the train with the D-rank themed dungeon was passing. Chang Gian still couldn't believe that Kang So-jun had managed to defeat such a strong monster in the tunnel. The guy assumed, but when he saw with his own eyes, he became resigned towards Kay, who managed to defeat the monster having a low level. After observing Zhang Gian's strange behavior, Choi Hana assumed it was one of the symptoms of the disease. The officer turned to Kang Seo-jun and said that looking at what was going on, the chances of anyone else surviving were very slim, and he himself had spotted a trigger that was extremely tough because it would be hard to escape. Kang So-young objected, saying that at least one survivor must be. The officer questioned his words. The guy pointed out that it was more like fishing, assuming that all survivors would be infected, because triggers were created for a reason, and the disease was getting more and more serious, because no one knows if all people will turn into triggers. Kang Seo-jun didn't know who was doing all this, but he knew that he had a hunch that they needed to be stopped. The members of the company were some sort of NPCs who had defected to the evil side and could create quests to use to lure players. They built up power until one player destroyed everything. Player K, when he logged in, destroyed that company without leaving a trace of them. All of them were shocked by it. Previously, Kang Seo-jun had tried to get rid of his accumulated stress by destroying the dungeons they had worked so hard to build, and at some point, the biggest fun in Dreamside was destroying the company. The members of the company were right to hate K for this. However, it differentiated the game from the real world. The guy decided to check everything out and make sure it was the same company and not just a bunch of wannabe players. Meanwhile, there was no one at Yendinpo Station, and the team of 4 managed to get there successfully. The guy said that this station was called a ghost for a reason, because there were no traces of the station, and the officer looked around. The officer stated that if anything went wrong, they already had an escape plan in place and continued to look around every corner of this station in hopes of seeing survivors. The man managed to find various supplies for whoever might be here by chance. They hid them the last time he was here. The guy pointed out that this was done correctly since their inventory is not infinite. They were reviewing supplies. The officer noticed that some of the supplies were missing. He rejoiced, assuming that someone had visited the place. Kang Seo-jun asked the detective why the people of Pangju Station had never become players. He realized that children and old people couldn't in principle, but the rest of them just needed to be trained. Choi Hana replied that at the time, the internet was limited, so other people were never able to join the ranks of players. The guy asked that Hannah could use the internet network. The girl responded positively, indicating that she had just updated her phone. The girl added that only people with such a switch were allowed to communicate with the others, because there was a level system available only to players. Kang Seo-jun found out that currently the only way to become a player is to sell out to ARK. The guy asked what the acronym meant. Choi Hana replied that she hadn't been there often, but it was the only surviving base in the city of ARK. Meanwhile, at Panju Station, masked men came down and noticed a lot of remains and breathless bodies. The wounded MOBA seemed very suspicious. They decided to find out what caused the deaths of so many zombies. The masked Ludus were convinced that Mr. Baegi Chang was right. Yun Ben Go from the company's initial third bait group was inspecting the station. Suddenly, a train arrived at the station. The system asked the honored passengers to take their seats. Members of the company were surprised at this. The masked men learned of the existence of a themed dungeon that many had talked about, and few had been able to get into. They knew that this train used to run on the first line, but suddenly found itself on the 10th. One of the men said that there had been construction work here before, suggesting that the railroad track had been laid then. The second partner told the boss that this train was going to Yendinpo Station and offered to go on it, because such a chance is rare. The boss was surprised and asked that the subordinate was tired of living. The man did not understand his hint, because he did not suspect anything strange in it. The group commander explained that it was a Class D themed dungeon, and it was under their control, but they had no access to it, and if they entered the train, they would be left in it. The boss didn't join the company to so foolishly and quickly leave this world. He made it clear that they shouldn't go in there. One of the subordinates pointed out that Mr. Baegi Chang had ordered them to find those players. Yun Ben Go asked him to shut up and replied that it was impossible because if those guys got on the train, the goblins would do everything for them. Kang Seo-jun realized that the word Ark translates to Ark, and it must be a reference to Noah's Ark, assuming that the Ark base was really the last one in the city. Choi Hana added that she was able to upgrade and the phone itself, and all the while they were trying to get into the ARC. The guy stated that it was likely that the other survivors could be at this base, since there was no other safe place nearby. The officer suggested that they move out, because it seemed unlikely that the survivors had gotten far. Kang Seo-jun agreed with him. Suddenly, the guy asked his team to wait, because Goron started moving in his pocket. The pet smelled something tasty not far away. and started trying his best to determine which way the smell was coming from. Suddenly, Goron's gaze changed. He managed to determine from which side that pleasant aroma was coming from. The boy noticed that his pet did not rush to the smell, and he was alarmed because Goron never behaved like that. Goron continued to stay in place, smelling the presence of magical energy in the area. He tried to report it to his master. Kang Seo-jun decided to inform the counter team that there is someone on this station, but he doesn't know what or who it is yet. Suddenly, Goron indicated to his master that they should move, for the object had changed its location. The team started to move according to the pet's instructions, and they ran up to the exit. The guy asked Goron to get off his head. Choi Hana asked why their team started running after this unknown man that Goron had smelled. The officers said that maybe the man had mistaken them for hydras and decided to run away. Kang So-jun said that it was unlikely since they were talking so loudly. Kang So-jun assumes that the detective doesn't know that they are now trying to catch up with the non-survivor from Pangju's station. The fleeing man kept turning around. Kang So-jun noticed that sometimes the fleeing man even slowed down, assuming that he wanted to lure them. A short while later, the team of players found themselves in the waiting room. Goron lost track of them and began to look around for the fleeing man. Chong Gyeong didn't understand why this unknown person had brought them to the waiting room. He tried to look at what was off to the southwest. Suddenly, the arrow stopped right in front of the eye of the guy who didn't expect such a turn of events a little more, and he could have died. When Chong Gyeong realized what had happened, Kang Seo-jun was horrified and managed to grab the arrow in time to save his partner's life. Kang Seo-jun thought it was very strange that Jang Gi-yeon thanked the guy for saving him. Suddenly the room began to fill with smoke. The guy didn't understand where it came from. Then a lot of arrows from the smoke flew at them. Kang Seo-jun began to dodge and fend off the arrows that were flying at him, and the team took out a spear detective and began to fend off the arrows as well. The detective managed to dodge the arrow that flew right next to his face in time, and Kang So-jun was surprised at his marksmanship. Kang Seo-jun noticed that another arrow was flying straight at Choi Hana, who was standing behind him, and tried to save her. The girl, noticing the impending danger, did not intend to stand idly by and drew her revolver. Hana managed to make a precise shot, thus defusing the arrow that flew straight at her. Kang Seo-jun realized that he didn't have to worry about the girl. Choi Hana turned to the guy and tried to tell him her guess. Kang So-jun agreed with her guess. Rushing to attack, the guy stated that this unknown person was trying to finish them off with arrow shots. Many arrows again flew at the people who tried to stop the archer. Choi Hana deftly dodged the oncoming arrows. Kang So-young managed to find the silhouette of the unknown man in the darkness and tried to get as close to him as possible to grab him. Suddenly, the guy announced to the team that he had managed to capture the archer who was shooting arrows at them. Attempting to strike at the unknown, suddenly the archer asked the guy to stop and not attack him. This skillful archer turned out to be a kobold monster, begging the guy not to hit him because he would no longer fire arrows at them. The boy was surprised at such an unexpected encounter. He assumed that there was a nearby rift in the dungeon from which the kobold had emerged. Kang Seo-jun asked Choi Hana not to shoot at the monster, who was showing that he was surrendering to them. Suddenly, the girl took a shot. Kang So-jun assumed he was too late to tell her about it. Choi Hana wounded the kobold, who didn't expect this. He was at a loss for what to do. The girl said that she didn't like this monster and asked why it was necessary to let it live. Chong Gyeong was shocked by the girl's reaction. Jang Gi-yeon says that their commander Kang So-jun knows something, adding that he'll believe anything Kay says. The guy informed his team that this guy was not a monster. The kobold sat quietly and listened to what people would do about him. Choi Hana and Yang Gi-yeon were surprised to hear that the kobold wasn't a monster, and they didn't understand what Kay was getting at. Pointing at the kobold, Kang So-jun stated that it was a human being. The creature, previously being human, looked at the people who injured it. After many more of these kobolds came out, Kang Seo-jun told the team that they too had been humans in the past. One of the kobolds with glasses looked at the guy who had a sense of their essence because they too were once human. Kobold asked Kang Seo-jun that he was not a loan shark. His reflection shimmered in his glasses. The team of players were surprised to hear this. One of the main kobolds introduced himself as Shin Young-won, once again reiterating to everyone present that they were not monsters. The officer whispered in the boy's ear that looking at the kobolds you couldn't tell they weren't monsters. Kang So-jun pointed out that as everyone knew the names of the monsters were highlighted in color, everyone looked at the guy questioningly. The officer noticed that these guys have transparent names that are highlighted by the system. He was convinced by Kang Seo-jun's words. Kobold showed the people that his nickname was colorless, and he was level 25. The team of players made sure that these were not monsters, and they were not dangerous. Kang Seo-jun assured that all these creatures are also normal players because monsters will never have a white-colored name. After his team's explanation, the guy wanted to find out one very curious thing about them. Kang Seo-jun asked why the kobolds attacked them, assuming they hated humans. He looked at the creatures seriously. Shin Hyun-won heard this question and rushed to assure the people that they had not misunderstood them at all. The other kobolds were frightened. Kang Seo-jun asked the kobolds to explain why they shot at them and why they ran away once they knew they were human. Shin Hyun-won looked at the boy thoughtfully, shaping how to explain his actions to them more clearly. Kobold explained that they feared the moneylenders who were after them, and that's why they behaved that way with them. Earlier on the opening day of Dreamside, the guy received a system notification that he was in the Earth area. He was surprised to see it. After receiving the weapon, Shin Hyun-won tried to pass Dreamside's training, but he didn't fully understand what he had to do. Shin Hyun-won, like all the players, got a sturdy long sword, assuming it would be easier to use than that machine gun. The guy often liked to play Dreamside until he was sent to the army. He was pumped up to almost 200th level. Also, he owned a lot of items for which you could gain a lot of reward. However, it was when Shin Hyun-won joined the army that the time for the exchange ran out, and he was never able to earn the reward. Passing the training, the guy stated to the mobs that nevertheless he is not some beginner and knows the basics of this game. Then Shin Hyun-won teamed up with the survivors of Yeongdongpo. They were full of hope, thinking they would all manage to survive. With this formation, they all headed to the maze of choices for their final training. Shin Hyun-won chose the normal difficulty level by going into the corresponding portal. After clearing the dungeon, he hurriedly exited through the portal. After finishing the training and leaving the portal, the guy realized that he would have been nailed for sure. He was the only one who had passed the labyrinth on a normal difficulty level, and since then they had continued their survival. Shin Hyun-won was the central figure in survival, and the difficulty was average, but the fact that only he was able to pass the location on it. There were no high-level players among the survivors, and this was a serious problem for them. Suddenly, all over Yendinpo Station there were mysterious merchants. The guy now realized that they didn't need to take them in. The merchants were very friendly and welcoming, and shared with the survivors the food and equipment they were selling. After receiving everything they needed, the survivors led by Shin Hyun-won were very grateful to the merchants as a sign of goodwill, but in the end, it turned out to be just a scam. Survivors who couldn't pay the merchants sacrificed their player cards, naively believing it was all just a normal investment for their continued benefit. Shin Hyun-won explained to Kang Seo-jun that their merchants had just driven them into a trap they couldn't get out of. In addition, they had not previously known that the food the traders had so graciously shared with them contained psychoactive substances. After signing the contract, the merchants never mentioned the most important thing. If they did not pay for their goods and services on time, they would have to pay with their own bodies. As it turned out, it was written on the back in very small print. The survivors then turned into kobolds after realizing that the traders had fraudulently taken their bodies. Shin Hyun-won reported that after the traders disappeared and the so-called moneylenders appeared, and according to the terms of the contract, they took the bodies and disappeared, while their souls remained locked in the bodies of the kobolds. That was just the beginning. The moneylenders came to them once a week to collect the interest, because that was also in the contract. Shin Hyun-won told the people that he didn't know where the loan sharks used the memories of their past lives because he thought they were useless. Kang Seo-jun assumed that the other kobolds couldn't talk because they had forgotten how to do it, and asked if anyone else had come to this place. The guy gave the example that the survivors could have come from Panjo's station, suggesting that the kobolds finished off whoever might have come to them. Kang Seo-jun asked the amount of their debt to the merchants hasn't changed, or those loan sharks. Shin Hyun-won answered in the negative. The guy asked the kobolds when the moneylenders should come again. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by one of the kobolds who said that the moneylenders had come. The monsters approached the waiting station where the kobolds were located to collect a percentage of the debt owed to them in the form of memories. The moneylenders went down to the station and did not notice any creatures there. They were looking for kobolds that had hidden themselves. The team of players also hid themselves, not wanting to be seen by the loan sharks. Kang Seo-jun said that they were in for a rough time. Choi Hana whispered to the guy and asked if he was okay. Kang Seo-jun nodded positively and asked what was wrong, but the girl said he looked pale. Kang Seo-jun answered the girl that he was just angry at the situation they were in, not knowing what to do as he watched the moneylenders who were searching for kobolds. The guy pointed out the kobolds were buying absolutely everything for the same price, and the percentage of debt was also all the same. Choi Hana agreed with him, adding that the degree of memory loss varied among the kobolds, as some could speak human language and some could not. The guy didn't understand the reason for this. The girl was shocked by the situation. Kang Seo-jun pointed out that every person has a different amount of knowledge in his or her head because Shin Hyun-won's memories consisted of 23 years of life. The guy went on to say that some survivors were younger and knew less, and they were baby-chis. The detective suggests that this is why Shin Hyunwoo is trying to fight the loan sharks, even though he realizes he's much weaker than them. Kang So-jun asks the team what will happen to the kobolds when they forget that they were once human. The girl and the man realize the inevitable. The team realized that the kobolds would then turn into monsters after forgetting the past. The detective added that the kobold's body contains a human soul, and so the system is still identifying them as players. The guy noticed that one of the kobolds was preparing a trap for the loan sharks, who came to them to take their memories. One of the kobolds pressed a button that activated a trap for the enemy who strayed into the area. Suddenly, the moneylenders were engulfed in clouds of smoke. They didn't realize what had happened, but were wary. One of the monsters stated that the kobolds do not change and continue to resist them. He swung and was ready to make a strike. The moneylender hurled his weapon at the kobolds who were hiding. They did not expect the enemy to be able to detect them so quickly. The rest of the kobolds prepared to take aimed fire from their bows. They waited for their commander's command. Upon receiving the command, the kobolds fired many arrows at the moneylender, who was surprised by such an attack and did not try to dodge it in any way. The moneylender easily managed to fend off the arrows that flew at him without expecting any trick in these actions. Suddenly, the arrows turned into grenades that were near the moneylender and had to detonate. Predictably, there was a powerful explosion and the kobolds tried to shield themselves from the blast wave that hit the room. The kobolds were excited about what was happening, saying it was a good thing they were sure they were rid of the moneylender. Suddenly, the moneylender grabbed one of the kobolds by the head, ordering them to remember for the rest of their lives. Bringing the kobold, the moneylender continued that if they took something, they should pay it back with interest. Suddenly, everyone saw the kobold's head being crushed. Everyone was shocked at such cruelty by the moneylender. Throwing the breathless body aside, the monster declared that it was time for retribution. The other kobolds were at a loss for what had happened. Wiping the blood from his face, the monster intended to go after the rest of the debtors who were hiding at the station. Noticing one of the debtors the monster was about to attack him, the kobold could not move from his position. Suddenly, Kang Seo-jun intervened, and with one blow he severed the arm of the monster attacking the kobold, and the moneylender became furious. The guy made another strike at his opponent that silenced him for eternity. The next monster tried to attack the guy who sent his partner to the other side of the world. The guy realized he wouldn't have time to dodge. Suddenly, Choi Hana's shot sounded, hitting the head of the monster that was about to attack Kang Seo-jun. The girl asked if she had hurt him. Kang Seo-jun replied negatively, thanking her for her help. The guy noticed the monster's strange look on his face. He didn't understand what to expect from it, but he was ready to fight it. The monster looked at the man who had interfered in their squabble with misunderstanding, not understanding what he wanted. The guy was surprised that the moneylender was a goblin, besides he was a Wakeby player, being at level 80. Wakeby pointed out to the guy to mind his own business. The guy asked if he was human. The goblin was surprised to hear such a thing. Kang Seo-jun said that it doesn't matter and they need to stop talking and get down to business. Grabbing the goblin guy's horn indicated that it was time to act. Wakeby was shocked at such brazenness from the man. Kang So-jun managed to topple the monster over himself, sealing it into the ground for the goblin, which was a surprise he couldn't handle. Grabbing the goblin's weapon, the guy intended to use it to attack the immobilized Wakeby, who was shocked by what was happening. Kang So-jun ordered the goblin to eat the weapon. Wakeby replied that he just came here because he shouldn't have been here in the first place. The guy didn't listen to the monster's excuses and just finished the job by sending Wakeby to the other side of the world. Kang Seo-jun discussed that in order to become a goblin, you have to kill your own parents, and they were very different from kobolds. An unexpected fire occurred near the guy, but he managed to shield himself from it with his glove. The remaining lender continued to smash everything in his path. He continued to extract their memories from the kobolds. Using the dragon eye, the guy saw that this opponent was level 85. He declared that playing with fire was dangerous. The guy asked the team to deal with the rest of the loan sharks. While he took care of the leader, Choi Hana was surprised at such a request, not understanding what this guy was up to. Kang So-jun was going through the fire and was about to fight a goblin that was level 85. The goblin watched the boy's actions, not understanding what he wanted from him, since he had come for the kobold. The floor around this monster was covered in fire, and the guy got close to the enemy, intending to use it to raise his level. With a powerful backward swing, Kang So-jun intended to strike a blow that would make the goblin unable to resist and go to the other world. The goblin was surprised that the guy failed to calculate the distance of the blow. Kang So-jun used the spike on his glove, which managed to pierce through the goblin's head in an instant. The system informed the guy that he had succeeded in defeating the goblin moneylender. His level was raised, and he was rewarded for it. The lad received a double contract, reading which it became clear that everything was unfair from the beginning, assuming that the moneylenders concealed the contents by means of some special object. Meanwhile, Choi Hana managed to get rid of the last goblin moneylender by taking a precise shot at him. The detective asked if that was the end of their battle. Kang So-jun said that the room was now eerily quiet. The team noticed that the breathless bodies of the goblin moneylenders began to emit a strange glow and slowly disappeared. Detective Odezo asked what it was. Kang So-jun assumed that there was a return of the players' souls. Suddenly, the strange action reached the kobolds, who did not understand what was happening. They began to gasp. The kobolds began to fall off their feet one by one. The team of players did not know how to behave in such a situation. The detective asked what was going on. The girl was at a loss. Kang Seo-jun tried to get an explanation from the contract he had gotten. Kang Seo-jun saw a problem described in the contract with loan sharks coming to collect interest. Then after their demise, all authority passes to the other party to the contract. Looking at what was happening, the guy assumed that all the souls who had contracted had blended into one. Suddenly this sphere started to leave this place. The team of players did not understand what to do in such a situation. Kang So-jun ordered the team to immediately follow them. Choi Hana didn't understand why they would do that. The guy said they had to hurry because those children were in danger, and the team followed Kang Seo-jun. Following the showers, the team descended on the pier of nearby railroad station. Suddenly, an electric train arrived at the station that was not supposed to appear at this place. Chang Gyong did not understand what was happening. Kang Seo-jun was surprised that the electric train was still running in such a place without electricity. The guy knew that the railroad train used to move on the 10th line, not understanding how he ended up here. Suddenly, Garan started moving in the guy's pocket. Then he came out feeling a lot of food, asking to be fed to his heart's content. The guy realized what was the cause of such a violent reaction of his pet to the appearance of an electric train. The train came to a complete stop at the station. The system reported that passengers can take free seats because the train will soon depart from this station. Team of players stepped aboard the train. Dreamside had a lot of different dungeons, which is just the main content of the game. Among the so-called mobile dungeons in the form of wagons and ships were also trains that traveled to station. Kang Seo-jun, as soon as he entered the world of the game, then this train was not here. The guy assumed that in front of their team just one of the mobile dungeons. Choi Hana pointed out to the guy that the soul sphere they were chasing had entered this electric train. The detective asked Kang Seo-jun what they should do about the situation, and the guy asked Odaisu what he should do. The boy asked if the man had realized that this train was a dungeon, saying that if they entered it, they might lose forever the chance of finding any survivors at Banjo Station. The detective thought about Kang Seo-jun's words for a moment. He couldn't give him a definitive answer. The man realized that earlier, the kobold Shin Hyunwo had told them that there were no more survivors on this station. Kang So-jun had replied that this was correct. Odace assumed that if any of them had survived, they wouldn't have passed by Yendimpo Station and escaped to the next station, and there was no sign of the battle, and not even a Hydra had appeared in the time they had been here. The detective pointed out that they might call him a cynic, but he thought it wasn't worth chasing a ghost, and they didn't know if anyone had survived, stating that first and foremost they needed to save the children whose souls were now in front of them. Guy made sure the detective also agreed to step aboard this electric train. He was pleased with him. Kang Seo-jun announced that their team was going on a trip. Jang Gyong expressed his displeasure about it, but no one took his opinion into consideration. Earlier, the guy failed to get a boarding ticket. Would be discovered a stowaway player named Gong Ji-won was targeted by station workers. When Gong Ji-won realized that he was at the 52nd level, a powerful blow knocked the guy off his feet. The young goblin kicked the guy off his feet because he didn't have a ticket. She was going to teach the rascal a lesson. Taking out a dagger, the guy was ready to resist the small monster, but his stamina had not been fully restored yet. The goblin managed to dodge the enemy's attack. The guy realized that this young goblin was very agile. A lot of goblins continued to hit the guy. They were really pissing him off with their actions. They tried to take away his supplies that he found at the station. Gong Ji-won tried to fend off the pesky monsters by throwing a lot of punches at them, but they managed to dodge and counterattack the guy. Suddenly, the guy realized that he wouldn't be able to just deal with these little goblins. Gong Ji-won realized that these goblins weren't attacking him, but just playing with him, trying to piss him off. The goblins prepared to strike the next blow at the boy. Gong Ji-won didn't understand how he should best deal with the situation. The guy noticed a suspicious smile on the faces of the smaller goblins. He realized they were about to attack again. An unexpected stab in the back felled Soren from the knock. The system reported that Gong Ji-won had failed the quest, and he couldn't get a boarding pass. The guy became a target for the station workers who were ready to teach a lesson to the man who stayed on this train without a ticket. Gong Ji-won was surprised at such a strong controller that grabbed his boyfriend had no way to resist this goblin. The conductor of the train dragged to a place unknown to the guy, passing through many different cars. Unexpectedly, in one of the cars, listened to strange noises. Suddenly, a guy with red eyes like a dog on a chain started aggressively lunging at the conductor who had brought Gong Ji-won into this wagon. Gong Ji-won tried to run away from the place out of fear, but he was unable to do so because the guide had shackled him. The guy noticed a lot of players who just like him couldn't get a ticket and got into this place. Gongjuan was frightened and cowered in a corner, but the other people were not in a hurry to attack him. A little later, at the tail end of the train, young goblins continued to bully the players who boarded this train. Suddenly, a four-man team led by Kang Seo-jun appeared in front of them, and the monsters looked at them suspiciously. Kang Seo-jun noticed the small goblins using his skill and realized that although these monsters looked harmless, they were definitely above level 70. The lad allowed that it was this race of goblins who amused themselves by disposing of their opponents. Choi Hannah asked the guys to look around, saying that things might not be as simple as they seem at first glance. To the team, it seemed this wagon was more like a freight car, with a lot of small annoying goblins in it. Kang Seo-jun stated that it's still a D-class dungeon and it doesn't matter what it looks like inside. He realized that dungeons didn't always match their appearance, because the E-class dungeon of the ruined school looked like a normal school, but inside, it was clearly larger than it should. Kang Seo-jun looked out the window and said that they were not underground but above it, and he thought it was strange that the view outside the window was different from the city. The guy added that in all likelihood it was not an easy dungeon, because as soon as they entered the electric train, they were constantly receiving alerts. The team entered the D-class dungeon of the running train. It was in Zone F. The system informed them that soon the station staff would start checking their tickets, and if they didn't, they would be targeted by the conductor. The detective realized that they had hit a themed dungeon. Small goblins swarmed to attack the stowaway. To clear this kind of dungeon, players had to understand the rules that are only in this particular dungeon. Defeating the goblin, Kang Seo-jun managed to get a boarding ticket. After successfully hitting the small goblin, Choi Hannah also managed to get a boarding ticket. Detective Oh Dae-so and Yang Gyeong also managed to earn a boarding pass by straightening out the goblin. The man assumed that they had managed to pass the first quest. Chang Gyeong was happy, because the first quest was easy. Suddenly, Kang Seo-jun asked his team members to throw away the tickets they received, and they were surprised to hear this. The guy explained that they didn't have time for a full-fledged raid, suggesting that station employees start catching stowaways from the tail end of the train. Kang Seo-jun suggested that the team lure the guide to this place to defeat him and search for the escaping souls. The tickets were fed to Goron, who was happy to eat them, but it wasn't enough for him. Choi Hannah suggested that Kang Seo-jun wanted to bait them into being a guide, and the guy said he was right, because they don't know where the children's souls are. Having eaten all the tickets the Goron received, the guy pointed out to find out where the souls are and survive, they need to act unpredictably. Chang Gyeong asked the guy what they should do with those little goblins that were running all over the carriage. The smaller goblins, realizing the power of this command, scuttled away from them into a corner, showing with all their appearance that they were afraid of them. Jang Gyeon stated that these small monsters were scared of Mr. Kang Seo-jun. The guy asked the team to get ready. The system reported that the players failed the quest, and they were targeted by the station workers. The station duty officer was about to grab the stowaways who were in that tail car. The goblin was taller than the boy, but Kang Seo-jun was not intimidated by it. The guide smiled wryly at the boy. The conductor asked the guy where his ticket was. Kang Seo-jun told the station attendant that he had lost his ticket. The goblin said that if there was no ticket, but the guy didn't let him finish by delivering a powerful blow to his chin. The station duty officer did not expect such a turn of events, and on inertia from the impact flew off, twisting all the objects on his way. The goblin was a bit confused as he was facing such a strong player for the first time. Grabbing his weapon, the conductor striking the man asked how dare he treat the station duty officer like that. Unexpectedly, for the goblin guy managed to counterattack the guide, who collapsed to the floor with a clatter. Then, the guy grabbed the horn of the goblin who tried to become his strength had riddled, and now he was not able to resist the man. The leg kick followed right in the face of the monster, who failed to block this attack in time. Having received such a powerful blow, the goblin was unable to recover from it, as he noticed the guy's intentions to continue the beating. Predictably, Kang Seo-jun threw an additional fist strike using Kakashi's magic glove. Having disarmed the goblin guy asked that he was a station employee who checks tickets on this train. The goblin was in no hurry to answer his question. Putting the spike to Kang Seo-jun's throat, Kang Seo-jun asked the guide whether he would continue to remain silent or answer the question posed. The team watching was shocked at how Kang Seo-jun had the strength to talk to the goblin like that. The system informed them that this was a dungeon with a certain theme depending on the situation. The system reiterated to the guy that he should track down the goblin kid on the ghost train in the allotted time and earn a ticket. If they fail this quest, then the station workers will try to catch him. The guy realized that all he had to do in the end was beat the ruffian, and now they wouldn't have to worry about a ticket. Kang Seo-jun kicked the goblin, trying to get information from him, and tried to threaten the stowaway. The guy ordered the guide not to talk to him like that. The goblin began to sing the words of a popular song. Kang Seo-jun asked the goblin where he hid the souls that entered on this train. The conductor replied that he forgot. The guy asked if he wanted to live. Guy ordered the goblin to answer the question posed, and he replied that he really didn't remember where the souls went. The petty Goblin saw what was going on, man, with the ticket checker. Goblin admitted that the souls are in Area D, assured that he knows nothing else. The Goblin said that in this area all the traders gather. The guy asked the conductor to give him the keys to the carriage doors. The station attendant on duty was surprised at such a request from the man. Kong So-jun pointed out that the Goblin could wander around Area F as much as they wanted, and they didn't have to fulfill the quest to pass on. The Goblin tried to stealthily hide the keys he had, but Kang So-young managed to spot it. The guy tried to take the bag of keys from the Goblin, but the conductor tried to resist, saying that he was not allowed to give the keys to passengers. Kang Seo-jun manages to stop a Goblin station worker from robbing him after the system reports that the guy managed to get hold of a hidden unknown package. The hidden item was the master key to F. Kang So-jun's zone and told everyone else that they didn't have much time and it was time to move out. The detective speculated that the Goblin was a player. Jang Gyong added that perhaps the Goblin was also a victim. Kang Seo-jun replied that it wasn't like the kobolds because a person doesn't become a goblin even if their soul is stolen. The guy added that to transform you either have to send your kin to the other side of the world or tribal feeding. Team members learned that tribal feeding involves eating human flesh. Kang So-jun asked everyone to forget about the sting of dealing with goblins and headed towards the next carriages. Using the key, they managed to get into the next carriage. Kang Seo-jun said that they managed to open the passage to the next area. Players have received the achievement, and the rank of Speedy Dungeon Conqueror experience points gained in a dungeon will increase by 2%. The detective asked the guy if he could do that because he had heard that you can't go through a themed dungeon until you finish the quest. Kang Seo-jun said that there was more to it. Entering the next wagon, Guy said that the players themselves decide how exactly to conquer the dungeon. Either they play by the usual methods or by non-standard method. The detective asked how to understand this. Kang Seo-jun replied that you need to use either glitch or cheats, adding that sometimes passphrases from the system itself help. Winding the key in the keyhole, the guy stated that they were going with a man who had legitimate cheats. Kang Seo-jun opened another lock and told the team that he had succeeded in opening the next passage, and they happily advanced to the next area of the train. The team got to safe zone F5 and it was a rest area with trees. A man was sitting at a table and consuming food. The man noticed that the players had entered the room and was surprised to see them, because no one had ever been able to get in here before, and he began to suspect them of breaking the rules. Kang Seo-jun noticed the many crates of goods that were placed in this wagon. He assumed that this man was a merchant. Then the lad noticed many people on chains who opened their mouths to beg for food from their master, all of whom, for various reasons, had fallen into this captivity. Looking at this man, Kang So-jun assumed that this was the so-called evil merchants who made contracts with the players. A merchant robber player named Sundok Pal irritably asked the players if they had tickets, and he seemed suspicious of their appearance. Kang Seo-jun smiled when he heard the question about the tickets, because they had managed to overpower the conductor and get the keys to the carriages without anyone else knowing about it. The guy replied that they didn't have tickets. Sundok Pal was alarmed to hear such words from a player. The bandit had intended to teach the guy a lesson for such behavior in the theme dungeon, but Kang So-jun had a different opinion on the matter. Kang Seo-jun looked at Songdok Pal and asked if it was too hot today too. He intentionally said those words. The man looked at the guy who was giving him ambiguous hints with misunderstanding. K's team also didn't realize what kind of nonsense their leader was carrying. No one in this room understood Kang Seo-jun's hint. The outlaw merchant indicated to the insolent fellow to go with him to the same place for clarification. The detective asked Choi Hannah to be ready. The girl reloaded her revolver, saying she was ready. Sungdok Pal assumed that the players were tired when they reached this place, so he suggested that they stay here and eat. Choi Hannah thought it was suspicious, but one of the robbers came to her and recognized her as a popular starlet. The merchant allowed the guests to call him Mr. Song, indicating that he was in charge, and the second guy called himself Kang. Kang Seo-jun replied to the guys that he was just getting to know them, pretending that he trusted them wholeheartedly. The detective was alarmed by the guy's carefree behavior. Detective Odieso whispered to the guy what he was doing. He said there was one unusual item in the Goblin Guide's bundle. The officer asked what was in it. The password that was lying in the bundle said to ask if it was too hot today. The detective realized Kang Seo-jun's earlier words. The guy realized that chasing the souls was half the trouble, because they needed to find a way to get them back to the children, and for that they needed to find information about the contract that was made with the children at the trader. Kang Seo-jun noticed that the other vendors were trying to beg Choi Hannah for an autograph. He noticed the small goblins that ran in. The little goblins began to interfere with the team in every way possible. Kang So-jun didn't understand where they came from. Songdok Pal stated that he didn't know how the guy managed to find out the password that was involved last month, but now it wasn't valid. The guy stated that they were prudent traders. He began to defend himself against the goblins who were attacking. The chief merchant ordered his horde to attack the players who had infiltrated the area he intended to stop them. The team clashed with small monsters that were ordered by the merchant to attack them. Choi Hana was taking aiming shots. Detective was fighting with a spear and helping Jang Gyeon. Kang Seo-jun, using Kakashi's gloves, was also fighting off the small goblins that were attacking them. The merchants who saw how skillfully the players dealt with the goblins were surprised, not understanding how they had managed to defeat them. Song-dok Pal ordered everyone to move to Area F6. Detective Odaeso asked the merchants where they were in such a hurry to save time he did not read the criminals their rights. One of the merchants said he shouldn't be so unsubstantiated because he couldn't handle them alone. Unexpectedly for the robbers, Detective was able to easily deal with them. They did not expect such a turn of events. The detective said they had nothing to worry about, because one spear was enough. The team managed to disarm the merchants and prevent them from escaping to Zone F6. Song-dok Pal was upset with this outcome. Kang Seo-jun asked the bandit to forgive him, and he wanted to settle the matter peacefully, but it didn't work out, asking the merchant to tell him everything he knows. Song-dok Pal said that this crew are total scumbags who dared to challenge Jack. He was trying to intimidate the guy. The guy pretended to be scared when he heard Jack's name, but he didn't really know who he was. The traitor saw the guy's reaction and realized that his ploy had worked, and the guy finally realized what his team had done. The man claimed that the guy had rebelled against Jack, a player who was ranked 9th in the rankings. Hearing this, Kang Seo-jun suddenly laughed angrily. The brigands didn't understand this guy's reaction. The guy's team also didn't understand the reason for his laughter. They all looked at him questioningly. Kang Seo-jun asked Song-dok Pal that the con artist Jack was on that train. Jack ranked 9th among the dungeon merchants. He had climbed to the top of the world without taking part in the fighting. Jack was usually characterized in one of two ways. The first implied that Jack was terrible. It was never a good idea to borrow money from Jack, because it could lead to a very unpleasant and long story. The second option implied that Jack was a reliable man who made fair deals and honored the terms, and only from him could you find the best quality goods. Jack was ready to go to the ends of the earth to sell a client and then suddenly disappear as if he never existed, so Jack was nicknamed Mirage. Kang Seo-jun stated that this guy stole things from him using trade fraud, and these things were expensive. Suddenly, there was foam coming out of the merchant's mouth. He couldn't answer the guy's question. Kang Seo-jun didn't understand what the hell was going on. The merchant lost consciousness and collapsed on the floor, suspecting something strange. After the soul of the merchant began to leave this body, the guy frozen in place did not guess what was happening in this wagon. Suddenly, loud screams distracted the guy. He noticed that the other merchants were starting to fall to the floor as well. Chang Gyeong pointed at the merchants and suggested that they had all passed away and their souls were beginning to leave their bodies. Kang Seo-jun admitted that the same thing had previously happened to the kobolds who had lost their souls. Choi Hana suggested that everything happening to the souls was because of Jack Kang. Seo-jun agreed with what she said. After realizing that Jack behaved so badly in the game, he's even worse in life, Chang Gyeong was shocked by the guy. The girl called Jack a sneaky cheater who misleads people smiles at that because Jack also cheated Choi Hana out of her equipment. Kang Seo-jun asked the girl that Jack cheated her too. Choi Hana nodded positively, saying that he cheated them both. The guy assumed that Jack had managed to fool all the game's rankers. He decided not to dwell on it and move on. Kang Seo-jun pointed out that they couldn't say anything concrete because they had no evidence against him. Choi Hana asked if Kay would mind if she gave Jack a good talking to when they met. The guy offered to free all the people who were in chains. The detective said that at this point he was done freeing everyone. Suddenly releasing one of the captives, Kang Seo-jun noticed a familiar earring on the captive's ear. Kang Seo-jun realized that it was an angel earring that was a unique item of the 300th level. The guy knew this thing only had one owner. He looked at the guy in surprise. The guy with the earring didn't put up any resistance to his rescuers, but Kang Seo-jun assumed it was Jack. The hover team approached them to find out what was going on in that wagon. They too thought Jack was in front of them. Suddenly, the boy rushed to assure them that they were mistaken and he was not Jack, for he too had been captured by the traitors. Kang Seo-jun asked where he got that earring from. The guy said he bought it recently. Kay claimed it was an angel earring. The guy said it was as beautiful as the angel himself. The unpredictable shot made the guy a little nervous for his future life. He almost got stricken. Choi Hana asked whether to add 9 grams of lead to his brain. She put a revolver to his head, ordering him to answer whether he was behind it all. Suddenly, the guy started bowing and apologized. He confessed that he was really Jack. He admitted that he was the one who had outsmarted almost all the rankers. Jack explained that by cheating the players he wanted to get more rewards, but now he was ashamed and repented to them. The players looked at him in disbelief. Jack swore he was sorry for his deceitful act to the players. Kang Seo-jun said that they weren't talking about what happened at Dreamside, but about what happened here now. Jack replied that none of the players knew that the game would continue like this. The The guy asked the merchant how he managed to find out Ji-sung, so Jack asked what he was talking about. Kang So-jun asked Jack how he knew he was K. The merchant asked the ranker not to jump to conclusion. Jack said that he was in the game and tried to catch some imposter, and then accidentally met them, adding that he was following K with the help of the navigator. The merchant pointed out to K that the sensor was tracking one particular player. Jack stated that only next to Kang So-jung was he able to make a lot of money calling him a mascot. The detective realized that Jack was 14 years old and was a high school student. Jang Gi-yeon was shocked by this too. Jack was embarrassed to tell Choi Hannah, but he dared to admit to her that he was a big fan of hers. Choi Hannah realized that his boyfriend knew that she was Clark in the game. Jack replied that he went to her fan meetings all the time. Jack had thought Clark was some old man at first, but that wasn't the case as memories surfaced in his mind. Kang Seo-jun asked the guy which imposter he was talking about. Jack said that the guy was impersonating him and defaming his good name. Jack had been wandering aimlessly around the city for the 3 months that the navigator had been unable to find K. The merchants tell the guy that there's a second Jack who's cheating all the players. The terms of the contract with the brigands looked suspicious, but Jack agreed to their terms anyway. The bandits told the guy that the angel earring could be used to break the contract, so he agreed. Jack then realized there was good money to be made with them and went after them to find the fake Jack. The guy explained that Song Dok-pal came here to join the auction house that the imposter is organized. The team of players were surprised by this explanation. Kang So-jun asked the guy what the auction house was. Jack explained that it was some sort of storage facility, asking if she knew of a black market that had opened in the D5 neighborhood that would have various rare items from this house. Kang Seo-jun suggested that all those captives were going to be sold on the black market. Jack said that was correct. Jack asked if there was a message to the players when those bastards lost, and he looked at Kang Seo-jun, who was thinking. Kang Seo-jun realized that the bandits were red players, and after they died, they should be able to drop items and experience as monsters. The bandits were still alive, and their souls had simply left their bodies and moved to another place. Looking at the captives, the guy realized that they were vessels for souls like extra life. Kang Seo-jun admitted that the organizer of all this was called the owner of the goblins, but it was that imposter Jack. Choi Hannah was surprised to hear about the goblin owner. She didn't know such a person could exist. The guy explained that goblins have a hierarchy, each of them obeying the commands of the one above the only and strongest goblin rules over all the others. Lycan was the owner of the goblins who was able to subdue even the king of these creatures and manipulate it. Kang Seo-jun added that it was because of them that all these events started, saying that they needed to find the owner. The detective assured them that they should hurry up. Choi Hannah assumed that they were now in Area E. The guy stated that he had an idea. The detective, along with the girl, looked questioningly at Jack. Jack informed the players that he knew of a shortcut, suggesting they explain everything on the way there. Players managed to climb on the roof of an electric train that was rushing at high speed. It was difficult to stay on their feet. Kang So-jun asked that this is the shortcut. Jack's boyfriend replied that this way is very fast. Jack explained his plan, for he knew which wagon was going to the black market if he could find out more about it. The system informed the guy that he was in a hidden area on the roof of a train. A hidden mission called Night of the Four Gods had begun. A portal emerged. Kang So-jun pointed out to Jack that he was talking about this being a safe road. The guy replied that he was mistaken. The players noticed that the level 72nd Spectra began to approach them undead, with scythes intent on dealing with the players. The monsters began to strike at the team that was on the roof and did not want to participate in this task. Kang So-jun advised everyone to be careful because these monsters were very agile, and he put on Kakashi's spiked gloves. One of the monsters tried to attack the guy with his scythe, who was on top of a moving train. Kang Seo-jun deftly managed to dodge his opponent's strike and tried to assess the situation they were in. Jack explained that specters are ghosts that can't take physical damage, and he was sure that this advice would help them win. After hearing K activate the F-rank calm skill, and he intended to attack the Spectra, using the skill guy 100 available to make attacks that concentrate all the mana at the point of impact. Making a powerful blow, the damage from which passed on the monster who did not expect such a thing. His body began to disappear. The system informed the ranger that he had succeeded in defeating the Spectra. Kang So-jun said that he only had to get rid of the remaining monsters. Suddenly, Jack asked Kang Seo-jun to hang back. The guy didn't realize where Jack was. Using the technique, Jack told K that he was behind him. The guy asked what the technique was. Jack replied that he could make almost anything invisible, which is why they called him a mirage, and said they needed to figure out how to deal with these ghosts. Kang Seo-jun suggested that Jack was afraid that the ghosts would overpower him. Jack said that they have another problem because if they get rid of all the ghosts, their mother will appear. The mother of the ghosts was a D-rank Banshee who was several times stronger than the Spectres. Kang Seo-jun turned to Jack and looked at him questioningly, not understanding what he wanted from him. K stated that all this time the shortcut and the truth was here. Jack still didn't understand his intentions. Kang Seo-jun told the team that they have a new plan to follow from now on. The ghosts continued to attack players who resisted them on the roof. Choi Hana continued to support her partners with rapid fire on the ghosts, saying that she didn't like it. One of the ghosts tried to go around the girl from behind to deliver a tearful blow at her. Choi Hana continued to shoot at the ghosts. Kang So-jun intercepted the spectrum attack, thus protecting his partner from possible damage. Kay told everyone that they were running away because fighting ghosts is pointless. Choi Hana didn't understand how they could defend themselves against ghosts. The detective was surprised at the guy's indication that they should retreat. Chung Gi-young didn't realize what was going on. Kang So-young explained to the team that if they get rid of all the spectra, the Banshee boss will appear, saying that they are not in a position to fight her right now. The guy added that Banshee would be a good help to them, decided to take advantage of this. The guy stopped where he was. Detective Odezo, along with Chung Gi-young, looked questioningly at Kay, not understanding what he suggested they do. A little while later, the ghosts kept arriving and trying to slay players who got into the secret area of the train. Chung Gi-young's defense was reduced by 7% after taking damage from the ghost. He didn't have time to fight them. The guy started running away from the monsters asking for help. The detective stated that there were more ghosts and advised everyone to run away. Earlier, Kang Seo-jun asked Jung Gi-young, along with the detective, to lure the spectra. The guy agreed, but didn't expect the monsters to be so many. Unknown was following player B25, who was able to outrun everyone else with incredible speed. Observing what was going on, the Unknown stated that the player had one last push left to defeat the enemy. Monster entered the room to the Unknown upon hearing that player B25 had managed to triumph. The Master asked his subordinate what he needed. The monsters silently staring at the Master. Fake Jack asked the monster why he came to him, assuming he wanted to die. Monsters asked the gentleman to check the report he had brought him. For a second, there was an awkward pause in the room. Suddenly, Fake Jack struck his subordinate, smashing a glass against him. The monster didn't realize what he had done wrong. The imposter said that his subordinate spoiled his mood, because even expensive wine lost its taste. The guy asked the monster what he was staring at him. The Goblin hat allowed him to subdue and control goblins. Due to the abilities of the Goblin hat, this monster was under the command of this Fake Jack. The Goblin asked his master for forgiveness. The guy asked the Goblin what he wanted to show him. The Goblin was told that one of their station workers had been attacked. Fake Jack assumed the Goblin was now telling him about that guy. The subordinate nodded, positively asked the gentleman to look at the screen. The guy saw how Kang So-jun had previously managed to overpower one of the conductors who checked the tickets of the passengers. As far as the Fake Jack remembered, the guide was a tough guy, and he was surprised that there were players here who could deal with a man as big as the station worker. The guy noticed that the team of these players had moved further into the depths of their train. He was starting to worry. Looking at the girl Fake Jack didn't recognize them at first, not realizing who they even were. Recognizing Choi Hana, Fake Jack was shocked by this appearance of a celebrity on this electric train. After, the guy was glad that such a beauty was in such a place, because he could capture her with the help of monsters. Fake Jack wiped away his drool and declared that this fundamentally changes the whole situation, ordering the Goblin to capture them and bring them to him. The guy pointed out that the main thing was to bring him the girl, and they could kill the others if they resisted. Meanwhile, in carriage D6, the players leaving the detective and Chung Gi-young outside continued to move inside the carriages. Choi Hana asked Kang Seo-jun if Odeso and Jang Gi-young could handle the spectra alone. Kang Seo-jun gave the girl a positive response, stating that Jang Gi-young has the strongest armor of them all, and is a detective from the Major Crimes Unit, and must have excellent training. Jack reported that they were in place. They approached Zone D5, in which there were body goods people. This is where you could make all your dirty desires come true. The guy took out a mask and explained that everyone behind the door wore masks to hide their identities, because it was a black market. Jack said that he only had one such mask, and the three of them, Choi Hana, didn't know what to do in such a situation. The girl said that one can't go there alone, because it's too dangerous. If it's uncovered, there will be many problems. Jack informed his partners that he had an idea about it. Choi Hana asked what he was talking about. The guy offered Kang Seo-jun to take his cloak, which had an invisible effect. The system informed the guy that he had gotten the recluse's cloak. Kang So-jun realized that by wearing this cloak, he would be able to enter the marketplace and find information regarding the treaty. The boy pointed out to Jack that it wasn't enough, but he replied that he had another way. A little later, in Zone D5 in the Black Market Casino, the Black Market Casino was bustling with people present playing for money, music could be heard, and a lot of talking was going on. A lot of masked people sat and gambled for money. Each of them came to this place pursuing different goals. One of the players felt an icy wind that passed near him, but it was Kang So-jun wearing an invisibility cloak. The guy managed to enter this place through a portal instead of through a door. The scale of this dungeon just amazed the guy. He wondered where he should start. Suddenly, Kang So-jun noticed a suspicious goblin who was looking around the corner in a hurry. Kang So-jun followed this monster, assuming that he could lead him to the information he needed. The goblin entered one of the offices of this room. Meanwhile, Jang Gyong and the detective continued to run away from the ghosts on the roof of the train. The detective told the guy that he was a good runner. The guy was happy to hear such praise from his partner. They continued running. Jang Gyong said that they couldn't fail the assignment from Mr. Kang Seo-jun because he relied on them as himself. The detective was curious as to whether the others there were doing okay. The specters continued to chase the players who were running away from them. Meanwhile, in Zone D5 in the black market at one of the casino sites, it was too quiet and empty. People had gone out somewhere. Ji Sung-seo Jack along with Choi Hannah entered the place. They intended to try and execute their plan. The girl wasn't sure if Jack's plan would work. The guy replied that everything would be fine. Choi Hannah assumed that if they were exposed. The unexpected voice of the goblin made the girl and guy nervous. Choi Hannah allowed that they had already been revealed from the doorstep. The goblin asked the newly arrived guests that they were merchants. The girl began to worry therefore about. The goblin guard asked the people what goods they were going to sell here. Choi Hannah tried to answer him confidently. The girl removed her hood, making it clear that she was a commodity that her master wanted to sell on the black market. The goblin realized that it was the same Choi Hannah that Mr. Jack had asked him to bring, and he rejoiced at the surprise. The goblin guard suggested the players go to a quieter place. Jack the masked man pointed out that the goblin was cute. After the players followed the goblin, who promised to lead them to a quiet place, one of the people present noticed them. The monster clutched at the bars and screamed furiously at the whole building. He smelled someone's presence in the place. Kang So-jun had never seen orcs being traded as well, and he was surprised by this, as he continued to stay in this place using the invisibility cloak. Suddenly, he heard a guard's voice ordering the prisoner to move on, and Kang So-jun became wary. The guy noticed the goblin, who was leading the guy to a place unknown to him. Kang So-jun was in no hurry to get involved. Kang So-jun realized that these were the same contract victims, assuming that this place was a den for prisoners. The guy noticed a familiar face of a player, assuming it was Gong Ji-won, whom he had crossed paths with. Kang So-jun realized that he was definitely the guy they met when they were hunting skeletons. The guy realized that to Gong Ji-won's great fortune, he was still conscious but looked very pitiful. Kang So-jun knew that the time to save everyone, including Ji-won, was getting shorter by the minute. He decided to tell the detective later because while he still had other important things to do, Kang So-jun was determined to return and save everyone. Now Kay needed to find a goblin who was immersed in the local affairs. He spotted a guard with a large hammer. Kang So-jun managed to find a goblin who he thought understood what kind of things were going on in this place. The goblin heard a strange sound behind him. The guy took off his cloak, intending to disarm this goblin. A powerful punch immediately followed into the monster, who was unable to recognize the danger in time. Kang So-jun managed to disarm the goblin with a blow to the head after he tried to drag the captive to a secluded place. Meanwhile, Choi Hannah whispered to Jack where they were being led by the goblin guy, assuming they were being led to the auction house. The players were led to a huge door from behind which a bright light was shining through. The guy and the girl had not yet realized exactly what place they had come to. The goblin informed the players that they had arrived. Jack the masked man thanked the guard for the favor. Walking into the room, they noticed a fake Jack who was sitting with a huge goblin guard. Choi Hannah noticed the presence of a third-rank goblin. He assumed they were led into a trap. Suddenly it came to Ji Sung-seo Jack that they had fallen into the trap of the fake merchant Jack, who started laughing at them. The guy asked that it was the same idol Choi Hannah. Ji Sung-seo Jack didn't understand what they should do in the situation. Then the guy noticed the imposter was wearing a goblin hat that allowed him to subdue Goblin. Ji Sung-seo Jack realized why the goblins so easily obeyed this scoundrel imposter, was pleased that the goblins managed to capture the girl. The boy knew that this hat was used differently than this imposter, though he too had succeeded in subduing the goblins. The imposter told the goblin that he only asked to bring him the girl, asking who the guy in the hamster mask was. Fake Jack suggested that it was too difficult a task for the goblin. He ordered Lycan to deal with the guy. The goblin obeyed the master. Suddenly, Jack asked the dungeon's chief merchant to wait and let him have a word with him. The imposter stopped Lycan, stating that this guy knew who he was. He was curious to know what this guy wanted to tell him. Ji Sang-seo Jack stated that any merchant knows who he is. Laughing, the imposter called the guy good. The imposter offered Jack a drink with him. He pulled out a bottle of expensive wine, saying he liked that kind of talk. Ji Sang-seo Jack agreed to have a drink with him, saying who was he to refuse such an offer from the Lord. The imposter said that the interlocutor can relax because there is no poison in this drink after he asked why he was looking for. Ji Sang-seo Jack replied that he wanted to talk to him about an exclusive trade agreement because their client would like to receive high-quality goods, but not to be associated with the auction house. The imposter pointed out that it would take a lot of money for something like that, asking if he understood what he was telling him. Showing a sum of 10 million Ji Sang-seo, Jack asked if it would be enough. The girl was surprised to see 10 million gold, not understanding when he had managed to collect so much, after she realized that there was no need to be surprised, because he was Jack ranked 9th among all the dungeon merchants. The imposter said that 10 million is not enough, he would like a more reliable client, and the guy was surprised. Ji-sang-so Jack replied that he couldn't reveal his client's identity, adding that it was enough for the imposter to know that he was an extremely famous person in the arc. The imposter was excited to hear about the arc, assumed he knew what client this guy Jack was talking about, and assumed the trick of throwing in a known name worked. Fake Jack ordered the Goblin to bring them the prepared papers for the transaction. The Goblin obeyed his order. Jack asked what prepared papers the imposter was talking about, and said that he guessed that they would try to contact him. The imposter added that he had prepared for it in advance. Jack agreed to sign a contract with him. The guy signed the contract as the imposter wanted him to after the deal was finalized. Suddenly, after these words, a chain formed on the guy's arm and turned him into a prisoner. Ji-sang-seo Jack asked the imposter what it meant, and asked him not to be offended because he must have some guarantee that he would not deceive them. The double contract was activated. Jack's body became another man's property. His inventory became another man's property. The guy couldn't believe what was happening. The imposter was given the right to dispose of Jack's body and belongings, saying that the lad would be satisfied in the future. Suddenly, the masked guy told the imposter that he was very wrong about that, because he was not the only one who had taken care of everything in advance. Suddenly, a clap sounded from the sleeping room and an unknown imposter burst in on them, not realizing what had happened. The imposter Jack was shocked at what was happening and started calling security to deal with it all. Ji-sang-so Jack stated that it was already their guarantee. The ghosts burst into the room. The imposter failed to do anything. The ghost put the scythe right up to the imposter's throat. The latter tried to order Lycan to get rid of the ghosts. The Goblin immediately proceeded to carry out the orders of his master. He managed to disarm the ghost that took the imposter prisoner. The imposter asked the guy that he really hoped to deal with Lycan using pathetic spectra, calling him unintelligent. After the Lord ordered Lycan to finish off everyone in this room, he proceeded to do so. Lycan sent the ghosts into the other world one by one, defeating them with his bare hands. The specters could do nothing about it. The imposter Jack ordered the rest of the goblins to rush in vividly without attempting to attack the players. Suddenly, Detective Odeso and Jang Gi-yeon appeared in the room to defend their comrade. The detective asked the girl if they were late. Choi Hannah told Odias that they were right on time. The imposter told Jack to know that he had attacked the wrong man, ordering the goblins to get rid of them so that they wouldn't get away with it. A double contract was activated stating that this guy would answer for everything, and the guy's hand began to emit mana. Choi Hannah asked if Jack was okay from not understanding what was going on with him. He didn't manage to answer the girl. Suddenly, the guy managed to break the shackles of the treaty. Jack replied to his partner that he was fine. The imposter was surprised at what was happening. After the double contract flared up in the hands of the imposter and just burned to the ground, the guy didn't realize what had happened. The imposter asked Jack how he managed to break the treaty since no one had ever managed to do that before. Jack replied that this treaty just took off and vanished, asking if the imposter could imagine it. The imposter ordered the guy not to hold him for a fool. Jack objected, indicating to the imposter to shut his mouth. After Jack said that this guy was just a fake imposter, he was shocked to hear he was furious. Jack advised the imposter to worry about something else unexpectedly. Something happened behind his back again, and someone burst in on them. Lycan managed to catch all the ghosts that were in this room. The imposter didn't realize what was going on. The goblin looked angrily at his frightened master, who was in a state of shock. The system reported that the ghost mother Banshee had appeared near them, intent on avenging everyone. The Banshee was the mother of the Reapers and the boss of Class D. The imposter began in a greenhouse, flickering around the room, not implying what he should do. Meanwhile, the guy told the goblin to stand up, because it was time to answer his questions if he didn't want to lose his horns. Kang Seo-jun asked where the double contracts are kept. The goblin replied that they are with the boss of the Goblin Master, Mr. Jack. The guy asked why the goblins obey him. The guard replied that Jack wears a goblin hat. The guy said he got the hat as a reward during the first Dreamside. Kang Seo-jun asked one last question, trying to find out where the imposter Jack Goblin was now, and he replied that he was in Area D10. Suddenly, the goblin said that he was actually a human, and a few scoundrels had tricked him into becoming a monster, and because of this hat, he had no choice but to obey the Lord's orders. Kang Seo-jun replied that he knew about it, and the system informed him that he had just defeated a second-rate goblin guard. Then the guy got up, putting on his invisibility cloak, intending to go to Area D10 to find the imposter with the goblin hat. Kang Seo-jun decided to hurry up, and so he began to move quickly towards his goal, his body beginning to disappear under the influence of the cloak. Jang Gi-yeon, along with the detective, watched the appearance of the Reaper Mother Banshee, who was a D-class boss. The system informed players that a Banshee D-class ghost came from Hell who had a special howling skill. Chongyong didn't understand what the hell was going on and why he started to hear different voices. The detective assumed that they were the screams of people who had not rested. The Banshee was just a ghost personification of all spectrums. A multitude of voices filled the rooms calling for their help. The detective looked at the Goblin and added that this ghost would be useful as an ally. Lycan prepared to fight the ghost of the Banshee that had invaded their surroundings, curious as to who would win the fight. The imposter stated that the players made a huge mistake when they decided to come here and attack him. After the guy ordered Lycan to deal with everyone he would be in command of, couldn't resist the order in any way. The Goblin attacked the Banshee, who dared to dodge his attack in time. The Goblin never gave up hope of defeating the ghost. The detective watching the fight said it was a huge shockwave. He activated a barrier that lasted 3 seconds. The man noticed that the other goblins couldn't withstand the shockwave. Jack said they were lucky to stop it with a barrier, though not for long. Jack looked at the Banshee, stating that they could not get into this fight. The ghost told the Goblin that he was a king without a kingdom. Suddenly, more goblins came running at the strong cries and were surprised at the sight, asking if their king was intact. Lycan continued to stand on his feet and fight against the ghost he could do nothing to subdue. The gazes of the ghost and the Goblin King locked into one, but they had no intention of backing down from their goals. Suddenly, from the impact, there was a bright flash that blinded the players who were in the room. Those present noticed that the Banshee had managed to fend off an attack from a goblin who was beginning to lose ground to her. Lycan tried to strike at the ghost, but the Banshee managed to block his blow with her scythe. The Banshee took steps to counterattack her opponent, who didn't fully understand the ghost's intentions, trying to parry her lunge. The detective stated that the Banshee, as expected, was very fast and able to block many of Lycan's attacks. Watching the fight, Jack assumed that at this rate, the Banshee would easily defeat the Goblin King. Suddenly, the Goblin's shackles were shattered by a Banshee strike. The watchers did not realize what to expect in such a case. The imposter expressed his indignation, so about turning to Lycan, ordered him to fight properly. Guy ordered the Goblin to quickly protect his lord. Lycan froze for a moment. He was tired of obeying him. The Goblin was unable to contradict the imposter. From behind his magical hat, he grabbed the chains and intended to fight with. The Goblin King managed to hunt down the ghost with chains, who kept attacking him, but the Banshee did not expect this turn of events. Banshee noticed that her neck was caught in the chains that Lycan had caught her in, and the players watched in amazement. The Goblin began to tighten the chains the Banshee could not resist in any way. Lycan tried to slam her to the floor. The Banshee dropped her weapon from such an unexpected attack by her opponent and collapsed to the floor. The Goblin continued to follow his master's orders. Suddenly, the chains around the ghost's neck became even tighter as the Goblin continued to tighten them. The Banshee couldn't resist it. The Goblin King managed to defeat the ghost by overpowering her with chains. Everyone marveled at it. Lycan ordered the Banshee to swear allegiance to the king system, reported that the hidden boss Banshee had been defeated. Choi Hannah noticed the Goblin King's intimidating gaze on her. She didn't understand what they should expect next. The imposter praised his subordinate, further ordering him to get rid of these players, but keep the girl. After aiming her shots at her opponent, Choi Hannah said that she wouldn't stand still this time. The shots from the revolver did not give much damage to the enemy. The girl realized that everything would be much harder than she thought. Choi Hannah made sure that this monster regenerated its health level too quickly, and the damage from the shots was not enough. Lycan tried to strike at the opponents who tried to resist him. Choi Hannah tried to figure out how to defeat the Goblin King. Suddenly, Kang So-jun intervened in their fight and struck at the attacking monster, cutting off its right arm. Watching what was going on, Jack said that something went wrong, and their defense was rushed by Kang Seo-jun. Choi Hannah was happy to have such a defender who was just in time to help her team. Kang Seo-jun looked strange, but the girl suspected something was wrong but didn't pay much attention to it. The crew members were glad that their captain had returned to them so timely, and now they didn't have to worry. Kang So-jun had hoped that the Banshee would at least be able to push the Goblin around, but that wasn't the case. The guy noticed the weapon that the Banshee left behind, and the team commander tried to quickly build a plan in his head for the upcoming battle. Kang Seo-jun turned to Ji-sung Seo-jack, who was wearing a mask, and asked Kei what he wanted him to do. The guy threw him the robe, saying he didn't need it anymore, and then putting on Kakashi's gloves, the guy attacked the Goblin King. The player managed to make a powerful attack on the monster, but it was wounded, and managed to block the enemy's attack. Lycan tried to respond to the guy's lunge, but he managed to dodge it in time. The Goblin King slowly tried to regenerate his arm. Kang So-jun put a block on the opponent's powerful attack, looking for ways to counterattack the Goblin King. Choi Hannah stated that the Goblin, even without an arm, continues to fight perfectly. She was the first time she had seen such a third-ranked Goblin. The detective suggested that the team leave the Goblin to Kang Seo-jun and take care of the double contracts. Jack replied to the detective that he shouldn't worry about it because he would deal with them himself. After Jack opened the inventory, the imposter asked what he intended to do. The guy replied that it was a stupid question. He found the sheets that were the contracts in his hands. The imposter didn't understand how his items ended up with the enemy. He asked the guy what he had done. Jack assumed that the imposter hadn't even expected him to trick him by offering to explain to him how it happened. The guy had an angel earring, and anyone who dares to lie to the owner of this earring will mirror his own lies on himself. Suddenly, the chain appeared on the imposter's arm. The imposter did not expect that such a thing was possible. The system reported that the player Jisang Seo had obtained the right to dispose of the imposter's belongings and body. Jack asked the imposter to take a look because all of his belongings and even his body now belonged to him, because it was written in his double contract. The imposter ordered the guy to shut his mouth. Jack added that he was now his master. Jack looked at the imposter, asking if he had lost something of his watch. The detective was surprised at this outcome. The imposter noticed that his hat was missing from his head, and for a moment he froze, trying to realize what was happening. Then the guy screamed furiously, trying to get back the hat that belonged to him. He asked Jack how he dared to steal it. Jack asked the imposter not to squeal, for he knew he was using that hat to control the goblins. The imposter didn't understand how this guy managed to take the hat from him without even approaching him. Opening the inventory again, Jack was curious what this time the imposter would bring him. He looked suspiciously at the imposter. Turning to the goblins, the imposter ordered the monsters not to stand still but to get rid of this guy. Chang Gyong pointed out that the goblins are close, asking Jack to use the hat and become their king, because then everything will be fine. Jack replied that it was impossible. Chang Gyong asked why that was so. The guy explained that there were already goblins obeying their original master, and they were soul-bound to him. After blocking the blow, Chang Gyong asked what they should do in that case, since he didn't want to die here. Pointing at Kang So-jung, Jack said that they had one way out of this situation. The only way out of such a situation was to defeat Lycan, the Goblin King, which only Kang So-jun could do. Kang So-jun managed to land a leg kick on his opponent, who was unable to react in time to the man's lunge. Suddenly, the goblin managed to counter-strike the guy, who from such a powerful attack flew into the wall. The surrounding people were shocked and began to worry about the guy. After recovering from the damage he had received, the guy realized that he couldn't let this happen again, or he would lose to him. Kang So-jun realized that this was the strongest D-class monster he had encountered, and his stamina was almost at 0. When he saw the goblin approaching, the monster's aura caught up with the guy who had recovered from the blow. Kang Seo-jun thought that if he managed to bring the monster down on his back, he might have a chance to win. Unexpectedly, Kang Seo-jun's thoughts were interrupted by Jack, who said that he had the goblin mending cap. Kang So-jun lightning rushed to the place where the Banshee coma was lying, and realized that by putting the hat on the goblin, he would become the king of all goblins, and no one would be able to control him. The guy managed to get the item Scythe Ghost Banshee. He started hearing ghostly howls. The imposter declared that they shouldn't think they could defeat him with this picked-up scythe, ordering Lycan to finish them off. The goblin immediately proceeded to carry out the orders of his patron. The lad prepared to fight Lycan. Lycan managed to get very close to the boy, and he was unable to prevent it. For a moment they stood looking at each other. The goblin told the guy to go to the other world, but made a wave of his hand intending to attack him. But Kang So-jun was not ready to give up so easily. Lycan struck a powerful gift. The guy managed to dodge, but the goblin still managed to hook the guy. Kang So-jun flew into a cabinet of books that began to fall from the collision. He realized that he was still too weak for such an opponent. The guy noticed the monster approaching. He tried to quickly regain his senses to continue confronting the goblin. Afterward, the guy activated the A-rank Dragon Eye, intending to use this technique to find a loophole to his victory. Kang So-jun stated that he could see everything now. He noticed the magical shackles the goblin was wearing. Grabbing the Banshee's scythe, the guy was ready to continue their fight, thinking that this time luck would be on his side. The guy tried to strike at his opponent, but he managed to block his lunge in time with a bright flash. Kang So-jun realized that the goblin was too strong and that it would be difficult to fight him alone. The guy tried to use his activated skill to overpower his opponent, but it wasn't as easy as he thought at first glance. Kang So-jun once again tried to scrutinize his opponent with the eye of a rank A dragon. He knew that he wouldn't be able to fight him for long anyway. Suddenly, the guy realized that such a D-class boss needed to be hit at a specific point, and Choi Hana could help him with that. Kang So-jun indicated to the girl that it was her time. Choi Hana took an aimed shot at the goblin, who continued to deal damage to her partner. A lot of bullets headed towards the goblin, who didn't get distracted by the shots and continued to strike the enemy, saying it was useless. The imposter said that they should not hope to defeat this goblin with such a gun. Suddenly, the imposter's body began to move on its own. The guy did not understand what happened to him. The new master controlling the player's body was Jack. Lycan tried to strike at Choi Hana, but an imposter who was the patron saint of goblins got in his way. Suddenly, the goblin stopped his punch. The guy looked in surprise at Kang Seo-jun, who stated that they were caught. Then, with a swift movement, the guy struck his opponent, who was shocked by what was happening. Kang Seo-jun managed to strike and save Choi Hana from the blow. and the girl decided to run away to a safe distance. The guy asked what Lycan was looking at him for ordering him to go and finish off the players they can't handle. Suddenly, Kang So-jun told the imposter that his pact with the goblin was now invalid, and the guy was surprised to hear it. Earlier, after activating the Dragon Eye, Kang So-jun had broken the chains that bound the goblin to the imposter. The boy was stunned at what he heard, realizing that now all the anger of this goblin would fall on him. Lycan grabbed the guy who had been messing with him earlier and didn't realize what the goblin was doing, ordering him to remove his hands. Being a goblin, Lycan had sworn his allegiance to the king, and he had to obey any of his orders without question. However, the goblin didn't understand why this connection was hurting him. In his mind, a memory surfaced. The monster that sat deep in his soul beneath Lycan's chains and could not resist the king's orders could now break free. Lycan didn't understand why he was so unpleasant to endure and tolerate all of this for so long. Looking at the guy, Lycan declared that he was not their king. He was ready to exact retribution on him. The other goblins also stopped obeying this guy and listened to what Lycan had to say without realizing what was happening. Lycan declared to the imposter that he no longer obeyed him. His gaze was full of hatred for this guy. Now from this moment on, all goblins were free, and no longer subject to this guy. The chief goblin let out a growl. Jack reported that the chief goblin was free, for his growl was enough to make the others kneel. The imposter ordered the chief goblin to shut up and threatened to execute him otherwise, but Lycan wouldn't listen to him. The main goblin threw the guy into the wall. He expected such behavior of the monster. He did not fully realize what happened. Striking Lycan stated that this guy was not worthy to be the Goblin King. The guy was shocked at what was happening. The imposter lost his teeth after such a powerful blow, rendering him unconscious. He lay motionless. After Lycan said that it was Kang So-jun's turn, the guy looked at the goblin seriously. Kang So-jun asked the goblin to stop and asked why they should fight, suggesting that they shouldn't waste their strength. He showed the Goblin King's hat. Lycan indicated the guys go to the other world. He decided not to listen to this guy's words and intended to do damage on him. After putting on the hat, Kang So-jun received the title of Goblin King, and now he could control the souls of goblins. Lycan once again fell into the chains of the new lord, stating that he dared not do that to him. Kang So-jun asked the goblin to understand his actions, and he wasn't angry at him at all because there was no other way. Suddenly, an unknown force affected the goblin, who was trying to resist submission on the part of the guy. Lycan's body began to be covered in various veins. No one could understand what was happening to him. Changyeon asked what was wrong with him, assuming that it was as if the goblin had been hit by an arrow and had never seen such an action before in his life. Someone on the team looked at the goblin and suggested that this hat had stopped working. The veins all over the monster's body swelled up. Kang So-jun allowed that the hat had actually stopped working, and now he was completely disobeying. He didn't understand what they should do in such a case. Kang So-jun activated the A-rank Dragon Eye. Looking at the goblin, he realized what had happened. After analyzing the situation, the guy assumed that there was something in this monster's body that made it suffer. Getting closer, the guy tried to figure out what exactly was going on with Lycan, who couldn't help himself. Suddenly, the goblin fell to his knees. The guys didn't understand what was happening to him. Kang So-jun was still wearing the Goblin King's hat. An unexpected ferocious growl made all the objects in the area shift in place as the players tried to figure out what was going on. Then Lycan picked up and started picking up the goblin bodies that were scattered all around. Jack assumed that the goblin would start devouring its own kind right away, but Kang So-jun was calmly watching. Kang So-jun didn't realize what Lycan was trying to accomplish by eating his kin. Jack assumed that the monster was just laughing at them. Kang So-jun pointed out that his severed arm had already recovered. Then the goblin struck at the guys, who managed to avoid the enemy's attack in time. One of the guys noticed that Lycan's strength and stamina had increased after such actions. Kang So-jun pointed to the goblin to look at him. Jack assumed that the goblin had chosen the imposter as his victim from the beginning, and he grabbed the guy and started to regain consciousness. The goblin was intent on devouring the imposter who had long manipulated him. Changyeon didn't understand why the goblin would do this. Coming to his senses, the guy started raving, saying that they all couldn't escape from here. He didn't realize what was happening. Kang So-jun saw that Lycan had absorbed the guy who had previously messed with, realizing that things were too bad for them. Jack asked Kay what was going on. All the players got a warning. They got scared. The system reported that there was an error and a check was made, so the train suddenly started to slow down. The inertia caused the passengers to fall out of their seats. Changyeon didn't understand what had happened and how they could get out of here. Lycan began to smash everything in the area. His mind and body were separated from each other. Then he climbed onto the roof of the train, running further down the cars. Kang So-jun looked at what was happening and tried to understand what had actually happened. The carriage was filled with fresh air. Suddenly, the guy realized that there was a real Goblin King who was no longer under that hat. Later, in the luggage section of the train, people noticed supplies that should have lasted for a week. The masked men decided to stack all these supplies in their inventory. The second repaired was fine with such a thing. Kim Kapsu from the National Intelligence Service pointed out that even the goblins were nowhere to be seen. It was too easy for them. Yu Yun Seok said that they needed to hurry anyway. Yu Yun Seok added that the ARC base is now in crisis, trying to hint that it's time for them to leave. Kim Kapsu suggested to quickly put all the supplies away and head back. Suddenly, the chief was asked to come over. Members of National Intelligence managed to find survivors of this train chief to make sure that local traffickers were engaged in human trafficking. Kim Kapsu stated that they had to go back. He decided to leave these people. The aide was surprised by this decision. The chief explained that they could not waste time to transport these cripples to the ARC base because the main thing was to carry food for the inhabitants. Yu Yun Sung asked that they would just leave here and not help these prisoners in any way. He thought differently about it. Suddenly, Lycan appeared in front of the National Intelligence Service and glared at them with his intimidating gaze. Lycan was sitting on a wagon that contained members of the National Intelligence Service. He began to break the roof of that wagon. Jack said the Goblin didn't pay any attention to them at all, even though they were standing right next to him. Kang So-jun didn't understand how Lycan had managed to evolve into such a giant. Zhang Guiyan didn't hear what their captain said, trying to find out his thoughts. Kang So-jun said that from the system message it was clear that this goblin was CD class. To the detective concerned, such an impossibility. He didn't understand how he could evolve into a boss without leaving the dungeon itself. Kang Seo-jun replied that it was theoretically possible in the first Dreamside, but no one had ever managed to pull it off before. The guy stated that the goblin was like a trigger they had already encountered. Even though it was able to evolve, it had completely lost its mind and was only moving to achieve its desires. Choi Hannah asked what they should do in such a situation. Kang Seo-jun pointed out that the goblin was not yet fully trained, and it was not the usual C-class monsters he had met before. The guy knew that this goblin wasn't a spreader of viruses that causes disease, and increases the number of triggers and hydras in the first Dreamside. There was research related to achieving evolution for mobs when interacting with spores, but it failed. Now the players were in the second Dreamside, and perhaps other changes were applied to it that were not originally in the first version of the game. Kang So-jun activated the A-rank Dragon Eye and tried to scan again the monster that continued to run through the carriages. The boy noticed a strange mark on the monster's neck. His glow was the most alarming. It seemed to Chang Guiyan that it was useless to try to attack now while the goblin was in this form. The guy put on Kakashi's spiked gloves, telling his partner that there was something that would help them. Suddenly, the detective did not realize what he was doing. Kang So-jun spilled his blood on the hat and then put it on. The system reported that the exclusive ability of the Imimon Goblin hat had been activated, and the hat began to emit souls. Jack stated that it was indeed the real Imimon, and he was surprised that his partner had utilized such a technique. Kang So-jun realized that he needed to catch the goblin Lycan, who continued to run erratically through the carriages. The guy stated that to catch a monster you have to become a monster yourself. The goblin noticed the presence of a strange energy near him. The exclusive ability of the Goblin Cap was Imimon. The wearer could control souls depending on the number of souls used, thus also determining the size of the power. Kang Seo-jun suggested that it was like using souls as a shield, thinking that those children were among them. After the boy pulled out Vondus's Blade of Regret, he intended to fight Lycan with it. As Kang So-jun had expected, the blade could be used together with Imimon skill, because the sword used to belong to the undead. The detective asked Kang Seo-jun if he was okay, and he asked his partner to step back. Grabbing his sword and being under the influence of souls, Kang Seo-jun intended to disintegrate the monster that kept running through the carriages. Imimon level differed depending on how many souls he controlled. The guy assumed that this monster had obviously absorbed more. However, the monster collected their souls not by his own will. The ability itself manifested from behind the goblin's hat. The boy was determined to end this once and for all. He rushed to attack Lycan, who was nearby. The team of players watched and believed that Kang Seo-jun would be able to defeat Lycan. The goblin noticed the guy who was approaching him, and he became wary in anticipation of the enemy's attack. Predictably, the enemy struck the goblin, but Lycan managed to dodge the attack, intending to return the favor. After a moment, Lycan noticed that Kang So-jun's attack had not gone unnoticed, as he had severed his right arm again. The guy stated that even he got goosebumps from this. He decided to find the opponent's weak spot as soon as possible. While watching, Kim Kapsu and Yu Yun Seok realized that this guy is going to defeat this huge goblin monster. When they noticed Kang Seo-jun, they were shocked that a man could possess such strength. The guy looked at them silently. Turning around, he struck at the monster again, using the Banshee scythe. Lycan did not give up trying to attack Kang So-jun. Looking at the members of the National Intelligence Service, the guy ordered them to leave if they didn't want to die. Yu Yun Seok hurriedly warned the guy that there was a monster coming towards him from behind. The men were confused. Kang So-jun sensed the Lycan approaching, who tried to devour him with his huge mouth. The guy dodged in time to ask the goblin that he decided to eat him. The monster did not expect such a quick reaction from his opponent. Kang So-jun prepared to parry Lycan's next lunge, which for a moment froze. The souls used continued to envelop the guy's body. The player understood what Lycan wanted to absorb from the large number of souls used, assuming the goblin had already choked on his saliva. The guy dodged his opponent's blow again and was intent on taking counteractions. Looking at Lycan, the guy realized that he was mad. Then he activated the Dragon Eye to detect the weakness. The bright glow on the monster's neck kept the boy's mind off Lycan, tried to strike at his opponent again. Heading towards the monster, Kang So-jun assumed that it must be because of that unknown bright spot on the goblin's neck. The goblin noticed the guy and tried to strike the attacker, but the player noticed his intentions, trying to figure out what to do in the situation. The player managed to cut off the left arm of the monster that was attacking him. The team, noticing this, rejoiced, thinking that what was happening was coming to an end. After Kang So-jun decided to recruit the monster's body to strike the bright dot on the goblin's neck, the guy activated the calmness skill to deliver a more accurate and stronger strike on the opponent. Kang So-jun managed to strike at the bright spot on the monster's neck that failed to resist the player. The guy noticed that the place of the cut on the monster's neck began to gradually heal and regenerate. He was very surprised by it. The player noticed a dungeon flower that twisted from that wound and began to devour the goblin's flesh. Looking at the goblin guy, he couldn't think that someone would plant dungeon flowers on a monster. Kang So-jun noticed that this was not a harmless flower he had seen before in the dungeon. The guy assumed that there must be a virus involved that was accelerating the evolution of the object. The player realized that it was created by the people from the company. He realized that the flower was at the center of Lycan's life force. Approaching the monster like lightning, the guy cut off both of its legs, trying to immobilize the enemy. Lycan fell to the ground as he was unable to do anything about the damage he had received to his body. Being at a safe distance, the guy noticed a strange thing in the actions of the enemy, who was angry with him. The wound he received on his neck had almost completely regenerated, which seemed too fast to the player. Kang So-jun did not abandon his attempts to inflict mutilation on the strong monster. He once again activated the F-rank calm skill. Suddenly, a multitude of spikes flew out from the goblin's body. Heading towards the offender, Kang So-jun managed to close himself off from them in time. Guy used Vondis's exclusive Regret Blade ability, Needle Frost. It was no longer possible to use Immanrian's technique. The guy decided to finish with this goblin. The player struck a series of powerful blows at the opponent, who was unable to resist him in any way, but the dungeon flower continued to release its thorns at the player. Kang So-jun realized that he couldn't cope with such an opponent, because his stamina had fallen and he was too weak against Lycan. The unexpected gunshot shocked the guy. Choi Hannah asked her partner to stand back and not get hit by her bullets. Using the skill the girl claimed to burn the monster's blood, she began to provide fire support to her partner. One of the shots accurately hit the dungeon flower that was manipulating the goblin's body. After that, Kang So-jun allowed the monster to be released from the effects of the flower. He deactivated the Immanrian technique. The guy activated the rank B hazard detection. He was trying to figure out what Lycan would do next. After dispersing the dungeon flower, many souls that the monster had collected during this time began to emit. Choi Hannah, watching the scene, stated that the souls were leaving. The rest of the team watched with worry. The guy assumed the souls were out of control just because he hit Lacan's center point. Kang So-jun was trying to make the captured souls lose their powers. He didn't expect such an effect, and if this continued, the souls would accumulate too many. The player knew that the undead themselves most often instinctively attack the living. Kang So-jun realized that the souls would now try to find vessels, that is, bodies they could safely inhabit, which would lead to a bloodbath. The guy realized that he didn't have much time left, and he immediately needed to subdue the souls so they wouldn't harm his team. However, because of the recent battle, the guy had lost almost all of his powers, and besides, he was not a goblin. Kang So-jun said that there must be another way to solve this problematic situation. The guy noticed an immobilized third-rate goblin that was lying on the roof of the wagon. The dungeon flower had been destroyed, and now the goblin's body belonged to himself. Lycan was unconscious. The player remembered that goblins are one of the races that can control souls, and besides, the cap was designed to allow goblins to evolve into Immanrians. Kang So-jun realized that his plan was risky, but he had no other choice. If Lycan fully evolves, there's no way Kang So-jun can stop him. Putting the hat on the goblin's head, he decided to give Lycan the opportunity to become king of the goblins for a while, by asking the monster to put the escaped souls to sleep. Earlier, passengers heard strange noises that made goblins players thought they were half NPS and did not understand why they wanted to attack their kin. Players were surprised that the goblins were willing to eat so many souls just because of the desire to become stronger. The monster's gaze was fixed on the cap to the goblin's cap. These monsters used to send wandering souls back to the afterlife, but each of them wanted to become stronger by eating their own brethren time after time, so the goblin cap was created to control all this madness. The souls asked for help. They were cold. They tried to influence the mind of the goblin who had previously eaten his kin. Lycan stated that he was not guilty of anything. The souls stated that he was not their king. The goblin replied that he didn't want to be. The goblin asked the spirits to leave him, saying that he was no longer worthy to exist king. So Jung asked Lycan to appease these souls. The goblin didn't realize who the guy was or whose voice he heard. Lycan noticed the goblin hat the guy was holding. Lycan remembered why the hat was needed, and to stop him he used Manhwa. The goblin realized that this man was the true master of this goblin cap. He decided to do his bidding. Lycan called Kang So-jun his king, and was ready to get rid of all the souls that had broken free. Meanwhile, in the train car, the subordinate asked the supervisor to wait and walk together. Kim Kap-soo asked his subordinate what that was. Just Yoo Yoon-seok replied that it was pretty clear. Yoo Yoon-seok added that the monster looked like that boss Lizard King from the Class C dungeon. The boss said that there were two of them. Yoo Yoon-seok asked Kim Kap-soon what they should do since neither of them answered them. The man remembered Kang So-jun's fierce gaze looking at them and advising them to run away. Kip Kap-soo said that they had to return to the ARC base. The subordinate was surprised to hear such words because he had intended to rescue the prisoners. The boss said that he was sorry, but they had to leave. Yoo Yoon-seok was surprised that they didn't even check if they were alive. Kip Kap-soo said that this place was a living hell and they should hurry up. Kip Kap-soo added that they should not stay on here. On the ceiling of the wagon began to show cracks from the battle that was taking place on top. Suddenly, the ceiling collapsed again. Members of the National Intelligence Service did not understand what had happened, thinking that it was the monsters again rampaging. The supervisor asked Yoo Yoon-seok if he was okay, indicating that they needed to run away faster, and asked Kip Kappa-soon to take a look. Both members of the National Intelligence Service marveled at the picture before them. The men noticed Kang So-jung, who had fallen motionless on the floor of the carriage they were running through. The boss ordered Yoo Yoon-seok to check out this guy, suggesting that he might be one of them, and the subordinate tried to do so. Suddenly, a monster appeared on their way to defend the guy, ordering the masked men to get out now. The little goblin ordered the wretched humans to stay away from his king, who had fainted. The masked men looked at the small goblin, who threatened them with misunderstanding. Yoo Yoon-seo asked what kind of cute little guy. Kim Kap-soo said he looked like a goblin. The men saw this baby fall cutely. They continued to look at the crumb with emotion. The goblin ordered the men to leave, calling them wretched worms, but the men had no intention of listening to him. A little later, Fake Jack's body was revived in one of the rooms of the moving train cars. When he regained consciousness, he felt the strength of a monster and didn't realize what had happened to him. False Jack would never have thought a third-rate goblin would be so helpless, assuming that souls were scarce. The guy didn't know what kind of guy had interrupted him, but he definitely decided to pay him back in the same coin so that he would recognize the real power of the company. An unexpected voice stated that Fake Jack would not be allowed to do so. He dangerously drew his blade, ordering the unknown man to show himself. The imposter noticed that no one was in the room. Suddenly his body stopped obeying him. He started screaming in pain. Placing the imposter on the floor with the help of magic, the guy declared that he was glad to see him, calling him slave number 1. Jack ordered the guy to stop fooling around because he wasn't going to let him die until he paid him back. The imposter asked who he even was and how dare he touch a company employee, trying to intimidate the interviewer. Jack thought about what to say to the imposter, and after some thought, a good idea popped into his head. The guy stated that he was a merchant who would be far more evil than the fake Jack, the one surprised by his word. A little earlier, the souls had continued their rampage on the roof of the train. A guy was trying to stay on his feet. Kang Seo-jun realized that if this went on, sooner or later these souls would eat him too, and he noticed the souls that were heading towards him. Suddenly the guy woke up in bed. He realized that these were just memories he had experienced earlier. The little goblin asked Kang So-jun if he was okay calling him the Goblin King. The guy was surprised to see the little Lycan not understanding what really happened and why he was obeying him. Kang Seo-jun received the title of Goblin King. All the goblins bowed their heads to him. The guy found out that he had been unconscious in his bunk for 2 whole days. Choi Hannah was glad that her partner had recovered and was healthy after what had happened. Lycan asked Goron who he was calling him a scarecrow. The pet looked at the small goblin in surprise. The guy was surprised to hear about national intelligence from the ARC that found him in one of the rail cars, assuming the government was alive. Choi Hannah nodded positively and added that Ji Sang-seo had just gone there for negotiations. Kang Seo-jun asked what kind of negotiations. The girl answered that things were not going well in the ARC, saying that they had a great shortage of food, suggesting that the lizards were to blame for cutting off all land routes. Choi Hannah added that since ARC had never been able to completely clear out the lizard dungeon, it was now the largest in the city, so the guy assumed that since they had organized a whole corps, The lizards were probably above the C class. Kang Seo-jun asked what happened to the survivors on the train because he couldn't remember anything and didn't know what had happened during those 2 days. The girl replied that they were able to find Gong Ji-won among the survivors, but he was hurt pretty badly. Earlier, the detective took Gong Ji-won to the Ark where the doctors are still there, hoping that they will help him. Choi Hannah added that the others stayed here because the little goblin had no other choice but to say something. Leekin stated that he was willing to do any order. Kang Seo-jun's boyfriend asked what happened to those baby souls, assuming they had disappeared. The goblin stated that everything not so desirable to them souls were completely fine. Lycan had preserved them. The guy asked the little goblin if he could bring them back to their bodies because he didn't want to cause pain and suffering. Lycan replied that all the souls are in the hat and are mixed up, and it is impossible to choose or take out any of them, adding that the goblin hat does not belong to him, saying that as long as Kang Seo-jun is alive, it will belong to him only. Kang Seo-jun thought about the strangeness of what was happening, starting from the fact that being a monster, Lycan's name was still glowing white. The name glowed white, and the guy assumed that in that case he wasn't a monster, but it was hard to call him human either. The boy thought that Lycan had lost his powers while he was trying to put the souls to sleep, in which case there was no point in giving him the hat and asking if there was any other way. Lycan replied that the guy needed to have more royal grandeur for that. Kang Seo-jun didn't understand what that meant. Suddenly, Ji Sang-seo entered the room and said that he knew what Lycan was talking about and that he had come straight back from the Ark. Kang Seo-jun asked where the detective was, and the guy said that Odeso had stayed at the base for the time being, because Gong Ji-won was in critical condition. Seeing the imposter Jack, Kang Seo-jun was surprised that he too managed to survive, who was carrying Ji Sang-sung's belongings after Ji Sang-sung. The guy suggested that Jack and Ji Sang-seo are connected by an angel earring. The comrade responded by giving Jack a very bad deal. Kang Seo-jun realized that Jack's deal was so clean for a reason. Because of that earring, neither he nor the contractor could lie. The guy suggested that there was something wrong with it, because how Ji Sang-seo was able to conduct it if he already had the earring on him. Then the guy replied that it was before the closing of the awards, so he just worked out his punishment. Kang Seo-jun asked his partner if he was able to find out anything about the imposter. Jack Ji Sang-seo said that Jack lost his memory by using some kind of drug. The guy asked his partner what he knew about the royal majesty of the horn. He continued to lay in bed. Ji Sang-seo replied that he needed the horns of a goblin who controlled souls with the horns, and he knew where the items made from them were. The guy added that they had a formal request for cooperation from national intelligence, and there was a Bermuda location not far from here. It was said that the team of Ark players who had gone there on an expedition had disappeared in an accident. The team leader, Captain Kim Kang-rel, had betrayed the message of danger to the high orb of the goblins. Ji Sang-seo explained that the Bermuda area was connected to the goblins, and intelligence had asked them to search the place. Kang Seo-jun replied that if it was really a goblin orb, then it would be able to help bring back the children's souls. Lycan added that if it was made of horns, it would allow the king's greatness to stand out even more. The guy didn't fully understand what kind of greatness it was, but he knew that with it, he could become even stronger than he was now. When he opened his stats, he noticed that his level had increased because he had passed the D-class dungeon, and could now safely use Vondas's Blade of Regret, even if I'm a Manrian didn't work. Kang Seo-jun stated that he intends to go on a search asking where these Bermudas are. Ji Sang-seo calmly replied that they were in Chamshil at the fairgrounds, which was a very dangerous place. Meanwhile, the fair was a deserted place where there were no visitors for a long time. This place caused fear to the players. Captain Kim Kang-rel was panting and trying to escape from the monsters that were chasing him as the team members called him to safety. The man didn't understand how it could be that this place contained lizards that only lived in the Ark. He didn't remember there being a break in the dungeon. Kim Kang-rel noticed that there were more boss monsters, orcs, and all sorts of evil things in this place, realizing that there were too many of them in this place. After running to safety, the captain's partners hurriedly closed the doors behind him to prevent the monsters from breaking into the place. The partner asked if Captain Kim Kang-rel was okay, and asked the guy what that thing was called. The boy asked what the captain had said about the goblin orb he had once seen in the first dry side. The man said that this orb was also somehow involved in all this, because it could not be that the monsters carry all sorts of equipment that does not fit their characteristic. The partner said that the captain's life was in danger, and that it was not more important to think about how they would get back. Kim Kang-rel replied that they shouldn't worry about it because they would be back. The squad captain realized that they were trapped in this meta, but they had to get back to the survivors, and they needed to make sure no one could enter the place. Later, the train stopped, and Kang Seo-jun and Choi Hannah got off the train, intending to go in search of the goblin ball. Suddenly, Ji Sang-seo told his partner that he would wait for them in the train carriage. Kang Seo-jun asked Ji Sang-sung to take care of the others instead, because this dungeon is still on him, but the partners didn't believe him. He knew that the boss of this dungeon was still a third-ranked goblin, and since Lycan was subordinate to Kang Seo-jun, he also had the right to move the dungeon. The team entered a dark place. Choi Hana tried to light their way using her smartphone. The girl told her partners that there were no traces of either monsters or humans in this place. Chang Gyeon felt creepy about it. Choi Hana was glad that at least this way she was finally going to the Fair Kong. So Jun asked her partner that she had never been there before. The girl replied that she debuted at a very young age and dreamed of walking quietly in such crowded places, because they did not even organize any events there. Kang Seo-jun forgot that Hana was the most famous idol in all of Korea because everyone knew her. Choi Hana told her partners that they were in position. They approached an abandoned, intimidating building. Jang Gyeon went first, saying he was excited about the fair. Choi Hana asked Kang Seo-jun to keep up with them and catch up. Kang Seo-jun suspected something wrong with this place because it was too clean a place where the fair usually took place, and he assumed that no one else would show up here. The girl was shocked by the big rides that were in that place. Jang Gyeon suggested that the partners go on that ride. Kang Seo-jun watched the behavior of the team, who were acting like children. He felt as if he was back to his normal life and there were no problems and hardships. The unexpected sound made the team nervous because they didn't know what to expect from this place. Kang Seo-jun hurriedly activated his dragon eye to detect danger in time. The team gathered in unison, preparing for defense. They were enveloped by an unknown smoke, creating a ring around them. The guy felt a suspicious energy wave. Suddenly, the merry-go-rounds in the square began to spin. Chang Gyeong didn't realize what was happening. He didn't notice anyone but them. Kang Seo-jun ordered the team to get ready because they don't know what will happen next. The guy heard many approaching footsteps. He used Votus's regret blade, preparing for the worst. Suddenly, the team of players noticed the crowds of people who came to this place. They were surprised by the people. The host of the fair greeted everyone and said that they always welcome new guests to the fair. Kang Seo-jun couldn't believe it and added that it was a real fairy tale world full of hope and romance. Choi Hana asked the team leader what was going on here, but Kang Seo-jun didn't know what to say to her. Visitors recognized the star Choi Hana. The girl said that she is even cooler in life, and everyone started to notice the popular star. Crowds of people started to surround Choi Hana. Seeing her dressed like that, people assumed that she was cosplaying someone, thinking that filming would take place here. People started asking for the famous girl's autograph. Kang Seo-jun said that he didn't know what was going on here, but they needed to get rid of the crowd. Kang Seo-jun used the smoke grenade to discreetly leave the place and get rid of any unnecessary stares. The visitors were frightened to find themselves in the smoke from the grenade. They did not understand what had happened, because such things should not be at fairs. Fans lost sight of Choi Hana, who disappeared with the smoke. Some of the people decided to report it on their social networking page. Suddenly, strange disguised workers began appearing all over the fairgrounds to follow Dreamside players. Kang Seo-jun said that they drew too much unnecessary attention with their actions, and Choi Hana suggested that it was because of their unconventional costumes. The girl said that they needed to change. Kang Seo-jun thought about this suggestion of her partner. A little later, after they had changed, Choi Hana said that she hadn't worn her school uniform in a long time, and her partner agreed with her words. Jang Gyeon informed the team that he won't be cross-dressing. Kang Seo-jun asked if he was sure about it. The guy said he likes attention. Choi Hana asked if everyone was ready. Jang Gyeong asked why she needed the hat, since it seemed inappropriate for her. The girl explained that everyone knows her face, and that's why she had to wear that hat, so that some of the passers-by wouldn't recognize her. Lycan was surprised to see the tall head and asked His Majesty what it was, since it was the first time he had ever encountered such a structure. The Goblin assumed that this tower was built for huge men. He panicked at such an assumption. Taking a seat on a bench, Kang Seo-jun didn't think the fair would be so big while circling this area. He was tired. Choi Hana stated that they had not managed to find anything strange in the place. Her partner noticed that she was tired too. The girl added that pleasant music was playing, and the people in the neighborhood were happy. Assuming that everything that happened was just a dream, she admitted that they could return to reality. Suddenly, Kang Seo-jun asked what it was. The girl said that this ticket was given to her just now. The guy said it was issued last year. Choi Hana concluded that they had traveled back in time. Kang Seo-jun replied in the negative and asked her to look at her phone. The girl replied that it was September 10th, and they weren't going back to anywhere. The guy pointed out that it was just the place itself, pointing to a certain moment in the past. Kang Seo-jun looked at the surroundings and said that it was just an illusion that Choi Hana didn't fully understand. The girl felt sorry that all this is not really there, because she wanted to live such a day in reality. After taking off her hat, Choi Hana asked the guy to look in her direction. She decided to take a joint photo with Kang Seo-jun. The girl stated that the photo came out great. The guy didn't understand why she did it. He looked at her questioningly. Choi Hana replied that even though they are in an illusion, they turned out so beautiful, adding that at least one photo should be. Kang Seo-jun realized that Hannah wasn't like herself right now, neither the idol that was performing on stage, nor Clark's shooter. Suddenly, passersby noticed Choi Hannah and were surprised that she was in the company of a guy some of the passersby assumed it was a lover. Kang Seo-jun reported that they had once again been caught by Choi Hannah's unwanted glances, suggesting that her partner hide faster. Jang Gi-yeon and Lee Kan tried to shout to the fleeing partners, as they were in the crowd that rushed towards Choi Hannah. Once at the location, the team began to quickly run away from the visitors who tried to chase them. Choi Hannah asked the captain what they should do in the current situation. Kang Seo-jun suggested that they start by breaking away and hiding from the crowd of her fans. Kang Seo-jun said that they need to figure out why things are like this here, and some of the fairgrounds are empty. Running into the ride's stall, the team decided to take a breather and figure out what kind of place they had gotten themselves into, and how they could find the Goblin orb. Kang Seo-jun assumed that this was not a dungeon, and the team members were shocked when they heard this assumption. The ride continued to function, and the boys climbed higher and higher above the place, with the whole neighborhood visible from the window. Choi Hannah asked where they were, suggesting that this place was perfect for a themed dungeon. Kang Seo-jun replied that he thought so too, but he noticed that when they entered the dungeon, neither of them had received a notice to enter the dungeon. Jang Gi-yeon was convinced by his words. The girl asked what kind of place it was in that case. The guy realized that their thoughts had been criticized and he couldn't explain anything to them. He looked down at the window. The people at the fair, by Kang Seo-jun's assumptions, were also illusory, and this whole place is one big trap. Goran drooled at the fantastic smell raining around the pet gleefully at the perfectly cooked food beside him. The boy already knew that when Goran was acting like this, it meant that there was a dungeon filled with monsters somewhere nearby. The system said that Goran could smell it everywhere. The guy didn't understand how it could be logically explained. Jang Gi-yeon suggested that they search again. The girl assured them that they couldn't find anything last time, but Kang Seo-jun suggested that the team do it differently. Kang Seo-jun tells his team the plan that will be centered on Choi Hannah, who is surprised to hear the commander's plan. Choi Hannah asked if Kang Seo-jun was sure to hold a concert in such a place, and the commander said that's exactly what they would do. The guy added that when they were exploring this place, he noticed some strange energy flows, but as soon as he got closer, they disappeared, and so he decided to try to attract the flows here. The girl doubted that this plan could work. Kang Seo-jun replied to her partner that they had no other options. Jang Gi-yeon informed the commander that he and Lee Kan had finished the preparations related to the scene. Kang Seo-jun praised them. Choi Hannah said that if they were going to have a concert, it should be at the highest level. The girl added that it may be an illusion, but people consider her a famous star and she can't slap mud on her face. Visitors noticed that something was happening on the stage. Someone assumed that there would be a concert there. They heard Choi Hannah's song. Choi Hannah changed her clothes and started to go on stage to give a concert to everyone who had gathered at this fair. Grabbing the microphone, Choi Hannah started performing her popular festival song. She began to encourage the audience. Fans jumped with happiness after making sure that on stage is really their idol. Choi Hannah, singer, instructed everyone to catch the rhythm of her song. Kang Seo-jun noticed that all of the people suddenly sang along, realizing that Choi Hannah is indeed a famous idol in Korea. Jang Gi-yeon also started singing along to the song. Kang Seo-jun was surprised at this reaction from his partner. Kang Seo-jun realized that it was time for him to take action and activated his dragon eye to detect the energy he had previously noticed. The commander didn't want Choi Hannah's efforts to go to waste as the girl continued to sing her song. Suddenly, Kang Seo-jun felt the presence of the very energy that was in this place. The energy was infused into the puppets that were placed around the fairgrounds around the stage where Choi Hannah was singing. The guy had noticed the movement of the toys, and when they first came in here, they always appeared exactly where people gathered at the sight of Choi Hannah. Kang Seo-jun assumed that they didn't like it, and told the team to get ready because the enemies were close by. Huge toys with weapons started heading towards the stage where Choi Hannah was singing. The girl noticed the danger. Suddenly, one of the puppets tried to strike the singer, saying that visitors should ride the rides, ordering her to stop interfering with their work. An unexpected backlash flew at the doll that tried to attack the girl on stage, and Kang Seo-jun rushed to the defense. The guy indicated to the doll not to interfere with their performance. The monsters didn't expect the players to start resisting them. Kang Seo-jun was ready to fight these unknown forces that had possessed the animal puppets. One of the opponents was about to attack the player. Suddenly, the voice of the host was heard again, welcoming everyone to the fair. The announcer's voice got stale and started repeating the same thing. The ambient noise changed, and the people who were at the fair started acting strangely fixated. Suddenly, people started to disappear. The players were convinced that their assumptions were correct, and they found themselves in an illusory world. All the people disappeared. The host announced that the night opening of the fair was starting. Choi Hannah asked why the night had come so quickly. Jang Gi-yeon pointed to the direction from which the danger was approaching them and was shocked at what was happening. The commander noticed a whole bunch of monsters that were closing in on them. The monsters were intent on killing the players who had ruined their fair. Kang So-jun used Vondis's regret blade, advising the team members to prepare to fight the approaching monster. The commander asked the other players to be as careful as possible. The host indicated that the monster party-themed dungeon was open. The host wished everyone a fun and happy time at this night fair. The monsters pounced on the players. Kang Seo-jun, after dealing with a certain number of monsters, assumed that if it wasn't a dungeon, then there must be another reason for it. Suddenly, the guy's gaze caught sight of a doll who was holding an orb, but a huge number of monsters were blocking the way. The guy noticed that this particular orb is the cause of what's going on here, assuming it's a goblin orb. The doll, noticing the player's approach, started running away from him. Kang So-jun was surprised that the monsters continued to stay at the fair. Kang Seo-jun rushed to chase after the fleeing man, showing him to stop. Suddenly, Jang Gyeon asked his partner for help. The commander noticed the presence of a high-level monster that his partner was unable to handle. Lycan also tried his best to fend off the monsters that continued to pounce on him, but the goblin wouldn't give up. Choi Hannah fought off the opponents and said that there were too many of them and they would not be able to hold back Kang. So-jun let the balloon doll run away, determined to help his team. Meanwhile, at the Ark base in Zane, 3 guards were standing guard at the gate to this base, and it was pitch black outside. Noticing movement near the gate, the soldiers pointed their weapons at the unknown man, ordering him to stand still and give his name. The guy stopped and told the guards that he was from Captain Kim Kangrel's squad. His name was Kim Hoon, who was also a player, and asked to be connected to Captain Nahan Seok. The captain was surprised to hear that the player had returned alive from Bermuda, and for a moment there was an awkward pause between the two men. Han Seok interrupted the silence by asking the survivor how he had managed to do it and what had happened to the others. Kim Hoon escaped by being able to move through space. The guy reported that the rest of the team is still locked up. The fair was located in the Bermuda zone, and as the military expected, this place turned out to be a huge trap at the moment. Kim Hoon and his squad managed to find traces of the dungeon. The player reported that according to their estimates, this dungeon is higher than D-rank Captain Nahan Seok, whether he is sure of this information. Ching Hong suggested that the dungeon might be rank T's, stating that reinforcements were needed for his squad. The captain was surprised to hear that high-level players didn't belong there. He didn't understand the reasoning behind it. The survivor was sure that everything happening in the dungeon had something to do with memory. The captain listened to Ching Hong attentively. The guy said that the higher the level of the player, the more toxic his memories become. He asked if the captain could hear him. Captain Nahan Seok thought about what he heard and replied that he had already sent reinforcement. About an hour ago, near the aisle to the fairground, unknown masked men moved toward the gate to enter the area. One of the men was surprised that the place never turned into a dungeon, though such sites were perfect for that. The commander of the company's third breakout group, Yoon Ben-go, was sure that K had gone to this very place. The partner had reported that K's group had hijacked the running ghost train and come here. This place was called Bermuda. The team assumed that Yoon Ben-go was talking about an area where people often disappeared. Yoon Ben-go told the squad that not much is known about this area because no one has returned alive to tell them about it, and K went there. The captain assumed that Kang So-jun knew something about this place because the Bermuda area existed in the first Dreamside, and he thought that this was where the source of great power was hidden. Rushing to flee, Yoon Ben-go informed that it was the poet they should protect the source from K. The squad followed the captain. The squad leader was surprised by the picture he saw at the fair, but he could not have expected to see such a thing in this place. People who were at the fair marveled at the unknown people in unusual costumes, assuming it was one of the fair's numbers. The company members were surprised to see happy children running around the fairground. They couldn't understand what was going on here. One of the subordinates asked the supervisor if he, too, noticed this strange sensation in this place. The masked men did not understand what this place was, for it looked full of life outside the fairgrounds and people were out of the question. The buildings at the entrance outside the fairgrounds looked completely abandoned, and in this place it was as if nothing had happened, like before the opening of the second Dreamside. The squad leader asked his subordinates to listen carefully to his men warily. Yoon Ben-go said that they needed to understand what was going on in this place, and asked the others to follow him. People continued to be surprised by the masked men, assuming there would be some kind of event today. The commander could not believe his eyes, thinking that such a thing was impossible in the current situation. Suddenly, he heard a familiar song. One of the company members heard Choi Hannah's song, assuming she was giving a concert. They didn't fully understand what was going on. Yoon Ben-go suggested that Choi Hannah was here with Kang Seo-jun, whom they wanted to interfere with. The squad leader ordered everyone to go to the stage. Everyone followed their commander, who did not know what awaited them next. Suddenly, Yoon Ben-go noticed that day had changed to night, and decided not to dwell on it because the place was too strange. Suddenly, the squad was attacked by a monster resembling a huge wolf, and the masked men started running away in different directions. Grabbing a weapon, the squad leader managed to disarm the monster that suddenly attacked them. Yunben-go did not understand what kind of strange monster had taken over in the middle of the fair. He noticed that a crowd of similar monsters began to approach them. The squad leader ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The men did not oppose his order and aimed to resist the monsters. The masked man told his subordinates that they should kill the monsters as soon as possible and then go in search of Kang Seo-jun. Suddenly, the commander froze at what he saw in front of him. He couldn't believe that this could really happen. Yunben-go noticed that Kay was standing in front of him, whom they intended to interfere with, but he didn't understand how he managed to detect them. Kang Seo-jun didn't look like himself. His eyes were sunken in darkness, and Yunben-go doubted that the real Kay was in front of him. Choi Hana continued to resist the monsters that continued to rampage through the area. Lycan stated that they needed to help the king. Suddenly, he noticed the goblin, not realizing what he was doing in such a place. A second-ranked goblin appeared beside them and intended to attack the players who were resisting the monsters. Lycan attacked the goblin, stating how he dared to go against the Goblin King, but he didn't feel much damage from hitting this little guy. With a powerful swing, the goblin threw away the insolent goblin, who was unable to grapple with it. Lycan flew away from his opponent, dropping his weapon from his hands as he tried to recover from the blow he had received. The goblin didn't understand how it could happen that such a squishy man would fight back. He noticed that the second-ranked goblin intended to strike at him again. Chung Gyong rushed to the goblin in time to save him from being hit by the enemy. The little boy didn't understand what was happening. Lycan asked his partner to put him on the ground. He was going to kill this insolent monster who dared to defy the king's will. Chang Gyong replied that Lycan would not get away with it. Chung Gyong tried to calm the petty goblin by saying that they needed to get off. Lycan pointed to stop scratching his tongue and vigorously put him on the ground. Suddenly, the giant Chung Gyong appeared in front of the partners and pointed out that Lycan could attack him, but the little guy was in no hurry to do so. An accurate shot made the monster giant go to another world. The guys were saved by Choi Hana's shot. Chung Gyong was glad that his partner had rushed to their aid in time, because they would hardly have been able to deal with him alone. The girl asked the guys to hide quickly, since they can't offer proper resistance to such monsters. The guy asked, but how she would be able to stand up to them alone. Lycan pointed out to the guy that they should take the girl's advice and hide. Lycan stated that apparently now he wasn't as good at fighting as he was early on, and so they needed to leave to avoid causing big problems for their team. The little goblin assumed that when he tried to control all the souls, his powers had dissipated, but he still didn't regret it, because it was His Majesty's order. Zhang Gyong and Lycan decided to run to Kang So-jung, who was fighting nearby, and when they arrived at the commander's house, they were surprised by what they saw. Kang So-jun emitted an unknown magical power. He noticed the guys who came running towards him but didn't say anything. Chang Gyong noticed that Kay had turned into Imamonri, and Lycan was tensed by what he saw and sensed something wrong with what was happening. The guy wanted to say that they couldn't be afraid of any monsters in this captain's form, but Kang So-jun suddenly tried to attack them, and Zhang Gyong managed to dodge his sword. Zhang Gyong didn't understand what Kay should do since they were a team, but Kang So-jun stood there and glared at the guy angrily. Lycan hurriedly reported that Kang So-jun's energy was different from normal. Zhang Gyong asked what that meant. Chang Gyong noticed that his commander didn't give up trying to attack him. He thought Kay was trying to get back at him for the past incident. Suddenly, the real Kang Seo-jun stood up to Zhang Gyong's defense and resisted his clone. Kang So-jun asked if his comrades were intact. The goblin was pleased to recognize the true Goblin King. Lycan assumed that he now had two masters. He didn't fully understand what had happened to Kang Seo-jun. Kang So-jun asked Lycan in his opinion which of the two of them is the real king. The guy activated the title of Goblin King. Lycan replied that he was the real one, and asked what kind of clone of His Majesty. Kang So-jun said that he himself didn't fully understand what was going on. Kang So-jun indicated that they would act quickly, asking the members of the commander to prepare for battle. Kay's clone was intent on dealing with these players. He was enveloped by the many souls he obeyed. Kang So-jun noticed the crack after attacking his clone and used the Needle Frost skill, intending to deal with this misunderstanding as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fairgrounds, there was complete peace and quiet with no skirmishes with monsters there. A little while later, the team managed to escape from the pursuit of the strong monsters. Kang Seo-jun stated that they had time for a breather. Chung Gyong said that it got dark too quickly and he thought the monsters were more active at night. Choi Hana said it was better than fighting a horde of monsters. Choi Hana stated that Kang Seo-jun's clone was like Higai replied that it was definitely him, but not for real. He thought about it. Kang Seo-jun suggested that maybe it was because of the object that the living dolls had taken away. The girl asked what he was talking about. The guy said that the strange waves that appeared were the reason why the rabbit holding the orb started fighting with them and ran away. Kang So June thought it was the Goblin orb they were looking for. The girl asked that by catching the rabbit they can take the balloon. The team commander realized that her words are true, but everything is not as simple as it seemed. Kang Seo-jun said that all the monsters appear to be an illusion, just like the people they met during the day. The guy looked at the team members and suggested that the reason they all appeared might be their memories. Kang Seo-jun added that these memories from his past life were the cause of such illusions in this world. Chung Ji-in stated that he didn't understand anything. The commander explained that after they got off the ghost train, he no longer turned into Imamonrian. He added that none of the creatures here could have known that Kang Seo-jun was him, but he and his partners remembered it, assuming that the object had somehow affected their memories. Kang Seo-jun didn't know why the memories of Imamonrian stood out, but he decided to think about it for a while. Suddenly, the commander asked his partners how they liked his image as Imamonrian. The guy and the girl were surprised to hear such a thing. Jang Gyeon replied that this image was striking. Choi Hana said it was adorable but a little scary. Kang Seo-jun realized that this was the emotion that made it easy for anyone to drag the monster into reality. Every player is afraid of something, and that's how all those monsters that attacked them appeared. And Kang Seo-jun's clone appeared as an object of fear from memories. The boy assumed that his Khan was Lycan's fear, since he had previously fought him and lost. Suddenly, the guy allowed the idea that the monsters they were fighting were taken from the memories of the team, then soon his fears would begin to materialize. Kang Seo-jun assumed that if that was the case, the ferocious dragon from the C-grade dungeon tomb that he feared would soon appear. Continuing to hide in the fairgrounds, the players made sure that the monsters were summoned from their memories. The guy and the girl said it was a total horror, and asked the captain how they could get out of the situation. Kang Seo-jun said that in addition to everything else, Captain Kim Kang-rae must also be here somewhere, because otherwise they would hardly recognize the Goblin orb, and summed up that they need to find the captain and the orb. The unexpected attack from behind the wall took the players by surprise. Kang Seo-jun didn't realize what had happened at first, and started to look around trying to prevent danger to the team. A huge millipede managed to track down the players who were hiding behind one of the buildings at the fair. The guy wondered whose fear it was. Chang Gi-yong's frantic screams made it clear that he was the one who was afraid of this kind of creature. The guy screamed like crazy when he saw the monster. Kang Seo-jun looked at Gi-yeon. The team leader realized that it was his nightmare and tried to calm him down. Choi Hana told the team that she could handle this huge millipede with her revolver. Kang Seo-jun hurriedly told his partner that the weak point of such a monster's palate. The girl realized this, and intended to take a shot while the monster's mouth was open. The millipede tried to attack the players who were near her. The girl managed to cleverly avoid the monster's attack. After Choi Hana managed to take an aimed shot at the palate of a huge insect that Chang Gi-yong was very much afraid of. Kang Seo-jun hurriedly asked how Jang Gi-yeon was feeling since his partner had managed to defeat the monster. Gi-yeon couldn't answer them yet. Chang Gi-yong said that as a child, every time he was scolded by his father, he locked him in a closet where such creatures were always crawling around. Kang Seo-jun would never have guessed that Jang Gi-yeon had such a difficult childhood life. He looked at his partner in surprise. Suddenly, Choi Hana asked the leader to see what appeared behind his back. Kang Seo-jun prepared for the worst. The other monsters ran to the sounds of the players fighting against the huge centipede and sought to get rid of them. Kang Seo-jun asked the team to prepare their weapons as a large number of monsters were coming towards them. Chang Gi-yong informed the captain that another monster from someone else's memories had appeared here, and the girl was startled to see it. Aristocrat Norhan was the NPS of the past part of Dreamside. Kang Seo-jun hadn't managed to guess whose fear it was. Choi Hana said that this bot appeared here because of her, because she used to hate this character because it reminded her of a stalker. Kang Seo-jun was convinced that not only monsters but also humans could appear here, even though he had previously encountered himself. The team leader said that he would deal with him, and Choi Hana asked her partner to be careful with him because he was level 200. Kang Seo-jun launched a powerful strike at his opponent, but he was able to easily block his lunge with his sword. A powerful clash arose between K and the monster. The opponent did prove to be strong for Kang Seo-jun, but he intended to defeat him. Kang Seo-jun managed to dodge the opponent's sword that came very close to his head. The guy was convinced by Choi Hana's catches that this aristocrat Norhan was above the 200th level, because he was so skillful in confrontation. The player managed to keep dodging attacks, but the opponent did not allow the man to make counterattacks to his own. The guy began to suspect that this opponent could not be defeated. He noticed an oddity on his shoulder. Striking again, Kang Seo-jun managed to inflict colossal damage on his opponent, who died from it. The team leader stated that this monster was finished, and they needed to move on, because they needed to find the captain and the Goblin orb. The team was happy that Kang Seo-jun had managed to defeat this monster so quickly, and they rushed after him. Choi Hana pointed out that she was able to spot something suspicious. Kang Seo-jun was surprised to see that it was what they were looking for. A rabbit on the roof of a building with a goblin ball watched as a team of players battled against their fear. Kang So-jun, recognizing that very rabbit, was intent on not letting it escape from him so easily this time. Rabbit noticed that the guy was intending to grab him by activating the F-rank calm skill. The guy said that now the rabbit can't get away, so he tried to climb up on the roof where the rabbit was standing. Rabbit noticed that the guy had managed to climb that distance. He realized it was time for him to run away from this place. Kang So-jun rushed to catch up with the fleeing rabbit puppet because he had a goblin orb that they needed. The guy managed to chase down the rabbit-like opponent, then strike at him to stop him and take the goblin orb. The rabbit dropped this ball that started falling down from a tall building. Kang So-jun hurriedly asked Chang Gi-yong to catch the object. The guy rushed to catch the goblin ball that almost reached the ground. Chang Gi-yong almost managed to catch that ball. Chang Gi-yong managed to catch the ball, but it magically started to slip out of his hands and he didn't realize what had happened. Suddenly, a bear puppet appeared out of space and grabbed the goblin orb and started to run away as Chang Gi-yong fell down, but failed to quickly intercept the orb. Kang So-jun continued to chase after the bear, who was running away with the ball of goblins. He was curious to know who these puppets were. The guy activated a rank B hazard detection skill. He started looking around, chasing the enemy with the ball. The unexpected blow took the player by surprise. The building he was running through was destroyed. The guy assumed it was time for his fear to materialize. In front of Kang So-jun appeared a C-class Dungeon Master dragon. That was a 500th level dragon. He was called Kamushi. Then from far away came a strange, hysterical laughter clown, being the embodiment of the owner of this place, said that they had guests. Kang So-jun was a little worried when he saw Kamushi in front of him, and said that it was a rather expected encounter. The team leader heard the disgruntled words of his team who were standing next to him. He turned around trying to understand what they wanted. Choi Hana and Jong Gyeon were stunned, and didn't understand who Kang So-jun had summoned to lead this monster that they believed was simply impossible to defeat. The commander told his companions that he would try to buy them time to escape from here. They asked him how he could deal with the dragon himself, but Kang So-jun ordered them to leave. Choi Hana rushed to warn the leader of the danger that had arisen behind his back. Jang Gyong was shocked by what was happening. Kamushi was about to devour the guy who was distracted by talking to his team, but the player sensed his presence beside him. Kang So-jun managed to dodge the dragon's attack in time, which was created from the player's memories. The destructive force of Kamushi's strike reached the other players who were far away from the epicenter of the skirmish. Choi Hana asked if Jang Gyeon was okay, and asked him to get to his feet, but his partner said he was fine. Getting up, the guy asked the girl what happened. He tried to realize what was happening, seeing that Kay had started fighting a huge dragon. The sudden picture made the players nervous. Jang Gyeon asked Choi Hana that she too see it. The girl froze in horror. The guy said that it simply cannot be. He was frightened by what he saw, because what was happening seemed to him beyond reality. The partners noticed a modified K, but they didn't realize if he was real or a clone, but this guy didn't care about the players. Kamushi prepared to lunge towards the guy who was staring at the dragon with confident cold blood. The real Kang So-jun noticed the appearance of his clone who was about to fight the dragon and didn't know what to do in the situation. After looking at the doppelganger, the player stated that he looked exactly like him and was alarmed by the resemblance. The player doppelganger summoned from Lycan's memories stood with a broken sword, intent on fighting Kamushin. The dragon approached the boy, and then for a moment there was silence between them. They looked at each other, trying to assess the strength of the opponent. The dragon began to accumulate the magical power it possessed from its jaws, and the glow that heralded the monster's attack began to drain away. Kamushi struck the clone with a powerful magical blow from his pasni, which responded to the entire neighborhood of players watching with concern. The monster's attack caused the clone to move. The building it was on was destroyed. The dragon began to change its position. Clone Key noticed that Kamushi was preparing to strike him next. His eyes read a call to action. Predictably, the dragon struck at the opponent who had dodged its attack in advance. K's doppelganger was intent on counter-striking the monster that was smashing everything in its path. Looking at Kamushi with a cold-blooded gaze, the clone waited for the perfect moment to launch an attack on the dragon. Realizing that the moment had arrived, the clone took quick steps towards the monster who had noticed his intention. K's clone attack went straight for the monster's jaw, but he couldn't react in time to his opponent's lunge. Lycan asked Kang So-jun that he was so strong in the past. Jang Gyeon watched the fight in shock. Chang Chiong didn't understand how it was possible that two created fears were fighting each other. Kang So-jun assumed that someone had summoned his clone, adding that there was someone in this place who was afraid of him, making sure that the clone was unable to use its full power. Watching the fight, Chang Gyeong didn't think so, because he thought that this clone was strong and tried to counterattack the clone who dodged the blow. Chang Gyeong asked that this clone was now fighting half-heartedly. Kang So-jun said that if they met the real Kamushi, Chang Gyeong would be in a seizure at the mere sight of him. Kang So-jun noticed that the dragon had the same perks as the real Kamushi and continued to watch their fight with interest. Kamushi used endless flames as well as black smoke player allowed that the characteristics of weapons with which you can deal with the dragon remained the same. Noticing that Kei's clone didn't have such a weapon right now, Kang So-jun was sure that this clone would lose to Kamushi. Dragon somehow also slaughtered Kang So-jung in the first Dreamside because he was also unarmed. Kei's clone was intent on dealing with this huge monster, starting to close the distance with it. Striking a powerful blow to the dragon's body, the clone was confident that he would be able to overpower Kamushin. The dragon took powerful damage. The dragon threw the clone off his body, intending to attack him. In response, Kei's clone tried to close in on the monster's attack. Kang So-jun realized that even if Kei couldn't win, he'd drag them out for a while and watch their clash curiously. Kei continued to launch multiple attacks on the huge dragon that was trying its best to counter the clone. Kang So-jun told the team that while the clones were fighting, they needed to find the goblin orb that the dolls had taken away. The player realized that now is the right moment, and they cannot lose a minute. The team followed the leader. The team set off in search of the goblin orb. While the clones were busy fighting amongst themselves, they thought they wouldn't encounter any monsters along the way. The players' guesses on this matter turned out to be wrong, as an orc appeared on their way out of space. With one powerful punch, Kang So-jun managed to get rid of the monster that tried to stop them. Kang So-jun asked the team to be careful, suggesting that it might be pure hardcore. Jang Gi-yeon got nervous. Choi Hana hurriedly warned the team leader that obstacles in the form of monsters had come their way again. Kei's clone appeared in their path and was intent on thwarting their intended goals. His body radiated the souls of the consumed. Suddenly, the clone looked at the players and shouted furiously, intending to intimidate them. The clone rushed to attack the players. Choi Hana pointed out to Kang So-jun that he's all over this fair. The team leader replied that it's not his fault. Kang So-jun told his comrades that it wasn't over yet because Kamushi and Kei's clone had made too much noise, and the other monsters were starting to run away. Chang Gi-yeon, along with Lycan, felt the ground around them begin to shake as the little goblin fell. Many monsters appeared, surrounded the players, who froze in anticipation of the upcoming massacre. Kang So-jun noticed that his clone had gotten even bigger, assuming that he had eaten a few more souls. Choi Hana stated to the commander that it was time to show this clone in his place. Kang So-jun asked what she meant. The girl advised the guy to become Imamonrian and fight this clone because otherwise they can't cope with so many monsters. Jang Gi-yeon agreed with his partner's words and said that Kang So-jun should strike back at the monsters to let them know where they are. Kang So-jun replied to his partners that it wasn't as simple as they could imagine. He tried to explain to them. Imamonrian was a type of skill to use which absorbed souls, and right now there were souls of children around that could be affected. The clone kept trying to summon more souls for their absorption. He intended to massacre the players. The monsters accompanied Kei's clone, which began to leisurely approach the players in the area. The girl asked Kang So-jun to decide quickly what they should do in the current situation. The leader pondered. Kang So-jun looked at the monsters and clones and realized that there must be several possible outcomes in this situation. The guy noticed the gaze of the clone that was about to strike him. The player realized that he missed his chance for a safe reflection. Kang So-jun told the team that they had no other options but to fight back against the monsters and clones that came their way. An unexpected bright flash caused the opponents to shift their focus of attention to the source of the bright light. The many headlights of the approaching car made the monsters quite nervous. The military SUV continued to approach the players, blinding all the monsters, thus trying to save the players. The SUV just ran over the monsters that surrounded the survivors, sweeping away everyone in its path as it drove purposefully toward them. Suddenly, the car braked sharply in front of the players. The sound of sliding rubber echoed through the fairground. Kang So-jun didn't realize who it could be. He wondered, thinking it could be someone's fear. Opening the window, the captain ordered the players to quickly get into the car because he had come to pick them up. The captain was very happy to see them alive. They had managed to get away from the pursuing monsters in this SUV. The man introduced himself to the players as Kim Kang-rel. The captain from the ARC base. Jang Gi-yeon was surprised to see him. Kang So-jun thanked the captain, saying that he had saved their lives. Kim Kang-rel replied that he had gotten there in time to help them. The guy asked that the monsters were scared away by the headlight. The captain replied that the guy was smart to figure it out, adding that the monsters can't stand sunlight, not just electric light. Kang So-jun was surprised that Captain Kim Kang-rel had spotted the guys in the afternoon, but because he was looking for that light, he couldn't approach them. The SUV continued to drive, knocking down monsters appearing in its path. Some monsters ran away at the sight of the light. Captain Kim Kang-rel stated that he had previously seen Choi Hana first, which made him surprised. Jang Gi-yeon started to feel nauseous from driving like that. The man tried to explain his plan of further action to them as a sudden sound made him surprised. Suddenly, Kang So-jun's blade pierced through the roof, saying that not all monsters were afraid of sunlight. Looking in the rearview mirror, the guy noticed the presence of a strange person on the roof of their car. Kang So-jun made sure that it was his clone who kept following them. The monster tried to stop the car. Starting to maneuver, Captain Kim Kang-rel tried to throw the clone off the roof with his actions. The clone, grasping the roof, continued to hold on and intended to pursue these people further. Taking out a knife, K's clone continued to strike the roof, trying to get to the passengers who were inside. The team was shocked by such actions of the enemy and didn't understand how they could counter the clone. One of the clone's multiple blows came straight at Chang Gyong's armor, but he was not hurt, just frightened. Lycan asked the guy if he was okay. Choi Hannah loaded her revolver and said that the hour of reckoning had come. The girl's powerful shot came just in the body of the monster that was on the roof of the moving SUV. The clone felt Choi Hannah's shot on him for a moment and he froze, but being a monster, the shot didn't hurt him much. The monster continued to pierce the roof of the car. Kang So-jun expected that this doppelganger would even be able to endure a pistol shot. Clone K noticed that the player has opened the car door and intends to stop him. The monster prepared to fight. Kang Seo-jun deftly jumped onto the roof, intending to get rid of the annoying monster that was chasing them. Clone prepared to fight the guy, Kang. So-jun tried to catch his balance on a moving SUV. Reaching for his blade, K's doppelganger began to attack the player and managed to dodge his opponent's quick attack. Kang So-jun managed to grab the clone's arm, with which he attacked his monster, surprised at this turn. Suddenly, the guy threw the clone over his shoulder, thus disarming it for a while. The clone collapsed powerfully onto the roof of the moving car, intent on getting rid of the annoying stalker completely. The monster tried to get up. Looking around, he noticed the player's intentions. The captain continued to steer and watch the fight. Kang Seo-jun approached the monster and slammed it into the back of the car before the monster could react. After receiving damage from the blows, K's clone was unable to resist the player, and Chang Gyong was glad that his partner was able to win. Kang So-jun told the monster that this was the end of his games. The clone looked at the player in surprise. The player directed the clone's face directly under the powerful light that emitted from the moving car's varsity. After being exposed to this light, the monster began to disappear. Kang So-jun was pleased that his assumption was correct. After the guy being on the roof noticed a strange thing in the distance, he tried to get a better look at it. Kang So-jun noticed that the scattered souls from the clone began to gather into one and create a glow. After the player received a system notification that he managed to defeat K's clone. Climbing back into the cab, the guy stated that now the captain could speed up Captain Kim. Kang-rel stated that they were going to the stash house. A little later, the survivors rejoiced to see that the captain had returned to them with reinforcements of other players. Kim Kang-rel looked to see if everything was in order, because he had left them in this stash for a long time, but they were all intact. The guys rushed to see if their returning captain Kim Kang-rel was okay, and had nothing to worry about. Suddenly, the survivors noticed that among the newcomers was a celebrity. Choi Hannah captain asked the guys not to bother the girl and bring him a potion. Kang Seo-jun learned that the commander was glad that everyone was okay. One of the survivors stated that they were very worried about him. The survivors handed Choi Hannah a potion that could restore the player's strength and stamina in an instant. The captain asked Kang So-jung's crew how they ended up here. The survivors didn't understand why reinforcements hadn't come. Kim Kang-rel told the others that C-class monsters had just appeared outside, and the guys from his squad were surprised by it. The captain informed the players who were in the stash that K's clone and the dragon he summoned were fighting like crazy. The guys were surprised to hear mention of that top ranker K from the first installment of Dreamside. Kim Kang-rel pointed out that it was he who was right in front of them. Kang Seo-jun was surprised at such an introduction. Kang So-jun realized that these players really think that the K that's outside is the real one. Looking at Choi Hannah, the guy realized that these survivors didn't know about Hannah's gaming identity, but realized that it wasn't that important right now. The captain told everyone that this was their chance. While Kay was fighting Kamushi, they should take over that dungeon. Kang So-jun was surprised to hear that this group of survivors had managed to find a dungeon in this place. The lad decided to ask the captain that they had indeed found the dungeon. The man shifted his gaze to the lad. Kim Kang-rel proudly announced that they had indeed managed to find that necessary dungeon. Kang Seo-jun noticed a drone operator flying over the fairgrounds and surveying the surroundings. The guy was surprised at this, because in the first Dreamside such a find could only be dreamed of. The operator continued to steer the drone in the right direction. The operator informed the captain that the drone had almost reached its intended target. The drone was almost approaching the limits of the area. Kang Seo-jun assumed that the drone was flying outside the fairgrounds, but he didn't fully understand why they were doing that yet. The drone made its way to Lada's Basha, which was shrouded in magical powers. The moon illuminated the tall glass building. Kang Seo-jun asked the operator if he could fly closer to the building, and the guy said no, because then they would lose contact with the drone. The guy noticed that there was a dungeon in this place. He continued to watch carefully what was happening on the screen. The operator indicated that this dungeon was not like the usual ones. They managed to find a place that looked like an entrance. The portal to the dungeon looked like just a hole that looked like a black hole. The operator added that they hadn't gone in there yet. Suddenly, the sharpness of the picture began to fall. The guy asked the operator what was going on, because before approaching the portal, everything was fine. Kang Seo-jun suggested that something was wrong, and the operator replied that the drone had stopped responding to his command. The operator reported that his drone began to fall. Kang Seo-jun assumed it was being attacked by monsters, but it didn't seem that way to the operator. Suddenly, a human leg appeared on the screen. The guy asked if he could see who it was. The cameraman said he would try to point the camera at him now. The drone's camera, at the operator's command, began to change its direction of focus, gradually transmitting a new image. Kang Seo-jun saw that it was the masked company members who had knocked down the Ark's drogue. Seeing these people, the guy admitted that they could have summoned his clone Dark K, but he didn't share these thoughts with anyone. The last thing players noticed was Go intentionally starting to smash the fallen drone's camera with his foot. The operator was very sorry to lose his drone. The rest of us looked in amazement at the guy who lost his drone. Choi Hannah reported the option that this dungeon might belong to a company. Kang Seo-jun replied that such a theory was unlikely. Kang Seo-jun explained that if these people had really created this place, Dark K wouldn't be here. The guy realized that the members of the company who ended up in this place needed to be stopped anyway. Kang Seo-jun noticed the captain's strange reaction, who froze at hearing the guy's arguments. Choi Hannah was also surprised by this reaction. Captain Kim Kang-rel began to realize the words he had heard. Kim Kang-rel asked that in that case, K was drafted, and he is someone's worst nightmare. Kang Seo-jun decided to tell everyone present how everything happened from the beginning and what's going on in this place. Meanwhile, the team from the company realized that they had been spotted because the drone was near the dungeon they had discovered. Go asked his subordinates who it could even be since they barely escaped from K. Suddenly, one of the guys asked the boss to come over and take a look at what they had managed to discover in the place. The subordinate pointed out that it looked like a dungeon, but Go wasn't so sure about it. He thought it was too strange. Go stated that he had seen many different dungeons, but this was the first time he had seen such a dungeon, stating that they only knew one. Pointing to the portal, the leader of the group was intent on checking out what the portal was, since they were tasked with thwarting K. Go said that this was the place where all the power of the Bermuda Triangle was concentrated. Clenching his fist, the leader added that such a chance comes only once in a lifetime and they should take it. The commander suggested that by taking advantage of this, it could very well become their weapon, asking what would happen if more Kamushi-like creatures appeared, and then they wouldn't have to fear people like K. Go added that if anything went wrong, they would just blow up the place, deciding to stage a dungeon breakout with the dungeon flower. The company's mission was to promote dungeon breakthroughs by speeding up the transformation of weak dungeons using dungeon flower, but members of the organization also studied them and turned them into weapons against players. One of these dungeons was the D-Class Ghost Train, which was the main achievement of the first break group. Members of the team knew that if it worked, they would be on the same level as the first group. Go pointed out that they could earn bonuses at the same time and asked if everyone was ready for the promotion. The group said yes. The group commander was about to move into the dungeon when suddenly an unknown person quickly ran near him and forced Gong to abandon his plans. The unknown man quickly ran through the crowd who didn't realize what it was. They noticed the silhouette of a bear. The bear puppet quickly ran through the men carrying the goblin orb. The puppet continued to run towards the dungeon portal. Gong was surprised and couldn't find the right explanation for it, deciding that they too should follow the bear puppet. The members of the group also didn't understand what it was. They surprisingly looked at the commander, who also didn't understand anything. The group commander indicated that there was no time to stand around, ordering them to immediately move out after the doll that had run into the portal. The masked men following the order rushed into the portal following the doll. Guo said that K would be coming soon. The area around the portal to the dungeon emptied out around the dungeon, and the magical powers continued to reside in that place. The empty streets of the night city were quiet on the roads, lying abandoned cars of the residents of these places. The silence of the streets was broken by ferocious monsters that walked through these places in search of players, destroying everything in their path. Kang Seo-jun suggested that they deal with the monsters first and then move towards the dungeon portal. The captain agreed to his proposal. Then the guy drew his sword, which he intended to use to defeat the monsters that roamed these places. The player's powerful blow made one of the monsters go to the other side of the world after he managed to kill 3 more such creatures. Commander Kim Kang-rel and his boyfriend were shocked at how Kang Seo-jun was able to take down monsters so skillfully. After the guy managed to get rid of the monsters, Captain Kim Kang-rel approached him to talk to him. The captain asked Kang So-young if they needed to look for the goblin orb because it was quite difficult to do so. Kang Seo-jun replied that if they didn't know where the dungeon was, then they would have to look for the orb, assuring them that they didn't need to do so under the current circumstances. The guy assumed that everything involved a monster in the dungeon itself, because if they successfully conduct a raid, and he will disappear, and the orb will be left without an owner. Choi Hana asked. What if those masked men appeared just because of the dungeon breach and had nothing to do with it, assuming that nothing would happen to them after the cleanup? Kang Seo-jun replied that the dungeon was too big, and it was probably because of the power that was in it. Chang Gyong intervened in their conversation, asking how this was even possible. Lycan was sitting meekly in the guy's arms. Kang Seo-jun said he doesn't have an answer, because he's just guessing, and he doesn't have any definite answers. The guy asked everyone not to forget that they are in a world where Seoul has become a location in the game, and something logical should not be expected from this place. Kang Seo-jun prepared to enter the portal of the dungeon that had a strange sense of danger emanating from it. The guy assumed that if they could solve the dungeon problem, they could deal with the masked guy's fake K and even the dragon. Looking at Kang Seo-jun's hand, he remembered that in normal dungeons, it was possible to get a description of the location itself, but this was a different situation. Kang Seo-jun looked familiar and decided to try again and began to enter the dungeon portal. Suddenly, the guy felt an indescribable impact of energy that visited his body. He didn't realize what had happened. Kang Seo-jun assumed that the dragon Kamushi had appeared next to him and intended to overpower him. Grabbing his sword, the player tried to get into a better position for the fight. He wasn't entirely sure it was a dragon. The guy's guesses were correct. It was a huge unknown creature like a flower with many sharp teeth. The system reported the awakening of an unknown force in the fairgrounds. Players were surprised by this turn of events. The players noticed that the creature was about to attack them with its fangs, and it resembled a plant that Kang Seo-jun had previously encountered with his team. Kang Seo-jun prepared to attack the monster that had appeared on their way into the dungeon, and the others also prepared for battle. The system informed the player that there was a new quest for them. In this place, Kang Seo-jun landed many blows on the monster. Choi Hana was surprised that right here, they had access to a new quest. Guy did not know what to say to her, because he was busy fighting the monster. The task of turning the dungeon in the location fair appeared parasite. If all conditions are met, the system will create a theme park dungeon of the puppeteer Pierrot. Kang Seo-jun was surprised that the reward for completing the task was life, and the punishment was death. Meanwhile, the train stopped at a station near where this fair was. Kang Seo-jun and his crew were unaware of its arrival. The players began to get out of the train car that had arrived at the station they intended to pass at the fair. One of the guys thanked Jack for driving them to this station, because otherwise it would have taken them a long time to get there. Jack replied that he was ready to fulfill any whim of the players for their money. He was satisfied that he was able to please this group of players. The guy wondered how Jack, at such a young age, managed to establish a lucrative business, because he captured the D-class dungeon and now drives it now. One of the crew turned to the captain, who stiffened and stared at the young businessman Jack. The guy announced that they needed to move out by shining a flashlight into the darkness they needed to go into. A group of players headed down the dark tunnel towards the exit of this place. They intended to reach the said place without casualties. The commander pointed out that they were about to enter a place where high-ranking players shouldn't be, and besides, none of them had played the first Dreamside. The boy assumed the captain was trying to say that there weren't any old guys with more experience among them. The commander replied that he was right, because that's why their squad had come to this place, because their experience was only about what they could handle on their own. The guy stated that the gap is that they don't know if those two top warriors went into that place. The commander asked what he said about Kay and Clark. Kay and Clark were very famous strong players from the first part of Dreamside that everyone knew about. The guy couldn't believe that the best shooter of the game could be Choi Hana. The commander also couldn't believe that the idol Choi Hana was Clark. The commander assured that if they really were invincible, it was safe to assume this was a Class 1 danger zone, ordering the team to be careful. A team of weak players approached the gate to the fair that was located in Bermuda. They saw that the basement was blocked. The guy stated that the passage was definitely open before they arrived. He didn't understand what happened. The commander indicated that the exit was blocked, and there was nothing they could do. The team decided to go around the other entrance by climbing the stairs that led to the top, straight to the fairgrounds. The boy was shocked by what he saw. He froze with horror. He did not realize that such danger would await them from the start. Huge monster tentacles were crawling all over the area. At the exit of this place, players were terrified of the upcoming battle. The monster smashed everything in its path. Lifting the car that was parked on the street, it began to squeeze it as if it were a tin can. The group commander asked the others what kind of plant this was, but none of them knew since they were new to this. Suddenly, a huge Kamushi dragon flew over them, and the players became even more worried and tried to hide. The guys were shocked to see a dragon that flew by them and disappeared behind one of the tall buildings of the place. One of the players stated that this monster was a C-grade girl, stating that she had never even had such nightmares. The player was puzzled by the dragon's appearance, that he didn't notice the plant grabbing his leg and intending to drag him away. Jong-seok began calling out to his comrades for help after the monster plant lifted him into the air and intended to devour him. The guy asked the monster to let him go, but it began to drag him quickly under the ground. His comrades were unable to help him in any way. The players looked fearfully at the place the plant had dragged Jongseok into and couldn't do anything about it. The guy didn't understand what the hell was going on in this place, some huge dragon of plants waiting at every turn. The commander thought that it was the so-called parasite that appeared at the fair, assuming that it was similar to those that appeared during the transformation of the dungeon back during training. Players have speculated that this place may become a dungeon, in which case Soul will end. The squad leader realized that they needed to solve this problem, but he didn't know how to do it. The huge plant-like monster continued to rampage through the streets of this city. The newcomers were unable to make the right decision. Meanwhile, Kang Seo-jun and his team were moving through the streets where there were also plant monsters, trying to find a portal to the dungeon. Kang Seo-jun asked everyone to move away because she intended to deal with such a monster with a single blow so that it would not be an inconvenience in the future. Using his inner guy, managed to make the monster go to another world with a quick movement and activating the skill Needle Frost. The Bermuda area is a place where many people have mysteriously disappeared who have tried to solve the mystery of this place. Kang Seo-jun realized that all the missing people had been eaten by this monster because the others were unable to deal with it. The guy realized that the entire area of this sector was where dungeons appeared and players went missing like this. Kang Seo-jun admitted that these parasites affected as many players as the monsters in the fair itself. The guy told the whole team that he realized what was waiting for them there next, saying that it looked like a greenhouse for growing parasites. Kang Seo-jun pointed out that it would take a long time for this place to turn into a dungeon because there were too many conditions for it to happen, but they still need to hurry and find the boss monster faster than the company people. Kim Kang-rel asked what company he was talking about. Kang Seo-jun assured that if they can defeat the main monster, the transformation process will stop, and that's the only way to stop the new dungeon from appearing. The captain stated that no matter how hard they tried, they could not stop a transformation of this magnitude. He was sure they needed to return to the Ark first. Kang Seo-jun replied that they couldn't afford it. He was sure that those people from the company would definitely try to speed up the transition by using the dungeon flower. Looking at the monster, the guy assured that they needed to go to the dungeon right now. The team rushed to attack the monsters. Kang Seo-jun stated that they must destroy this dungeon. One of the guys noticed that the monster's Choi Hana asked him to duck down and took a precise shot at the plant. Choi Hana indicated to the guy not to stop and keep running onward, and she would cover him with fire. The commander also began to attack the monster that was blocking their way to the entrance to the dungeon. Team slowly moved towards the entrance. As they approached the portal, Kang Seo-jun ordered everyone to run to the portal as quickly as possible and go inside because they didn't have time to fight this monster. Jang Kyung said that he would go first, and the team leader asked his partner to be careful in that place because they didn't know what could be waiting for them there. Choi Hana asked why the guy didn't go in. Kang Seo-jun said that he would go in right after them, after all the players entered the portal, asking her not to worry about him. Commander Kim Kang-rel asked everyone else to hurry up, because the huge beast was about to catch up with them, and then their plan would be ruined. When Kang Seo-jun was alone, he made sure that no one else from his team was left in this place, and decided that it was time for him to enter this dungeon after the others. The monster tried to grab the remaining guy, but he managed to deftly leap away from its tentacles, thus moving into the portal. Kang Seo-jun indicated to the monster that it was time for him to leave too. The monster tried to grab the guy who went through the portal but failed. The system reported that the player had managed to find the secret greenhouse of the puppeteer Piero. He kept falling in space. He was led by an unknown flow. When Kang Seo-jun saw the system notification, he didn't understand what was going on and began to wonder if he was in the same place as his team. Kang Seo-jun continued to fall into the void. He didn't know how long something like this could last. All the players had gone through something like this. HVCA Hannah was told that she had managed to discover the secret hothouse of the puppeteer Piero and was also led by an unknown stream. The girl thought it was still the same fairgrounds. She thought the place looked familiar, but she couldn't see any of them. Trying to find the other players, the girl started looking around the place. She thought they had been accidentally moved around the bash. Suddenly, Leekin ran out of the darkness and asked the girl if she had seen Kang So-young, who was trying to find him in this dungeon. Choi Hana was surprised to see the small, worried goblin Leekin ask the girl to answer where she had last seen his king. The girl replied that she had seen him when she entered the portal, suggesting that Kang So-young had been transported to another place, and suggested that Leekin look for him together. Leekin was pleased at this offer. The girl looked suspiciously at the goblin, asking if he was afraid. The goblin was outraged that the girl could think that about him, saying that he was not afraid of anything and nothing could scare him. The girl made sure that Leekin was acting like a child and followed the rest of the team. The goblin asked her to go slower. He couldn't keep up with her. Choi Hana told Leekin that they hadn't really talked to each other. The goblin agreed with her and was glad to have met someone in this place. The girl knew that Leekin had not been a monster from the beginning, but she did not return to his memory, and Leekin declared that he was not a monster, but a proud descendant of the Goblin clan. Choi Hana asked him how he became like this since she had never seen monsters become NPS before. Lycan replied that he didn't know about it because he didn't remember anything he thought about the words of the girl who was walking beside him. The girl thought this situation was strange enough that Lycan couldn't remember the past, but asked to find Kang Seo-jun, assuming that Lycan had some kind of hidden quest. The sudden destruction and bright flash took the girl and Lycan by surprise. They couldn't understand what had happened at first. Shielding herself from the debris flying at them, the girl was curious as to what she and the little goblin had stumbled upon. Suddenly, the head of a huge dragon appeared in front of them, and the girl was wary, because she realized that she could not handle such a C-class monster alone. Choi Hana noticed Kamushi and assumed he was dead since he didn't react to their presence with Lycan. Then K's clone entered the room and managed to defeat this dragon. He behaved stealthily. Dark K noticed the presence of Choi Hani and Lycan, who were shocked at what was happening and didn't understand what was going to happen next. The girl prepared to use her technique, realizing that this clone wouldn't just leave them alone, for that was Lycan's fear. Fachi Hana stated that Kang Seo-jun said that Kamushi should have defeated this clone, but it turned out otherwise. She used the blood bun technique by taking aim at the clone. The system kept repeating to Kang Seo-jun that he had discovered the secret hothouse of Pierrot's puppeteer. After a long fall into the abyss, the guy found himself in some unknown bright place. He landed. Looking around, the guy didn't see anyone. He tried to figure out what kind of place he was in. The guy noticed that the entire floor, walls, and ceiling were painted white. As if for painting, he made sure there were no shadows or reflections. Kang Seo-jun realized that this place was the so-called game realm. He had heard a little about such a place. The unknown voice said that a precious guest had come to them. When the guy heard this, he was startled, because he could not think that there would be someone else here. Grabbing his sword, Kang Seo-jun asked a question, trying to find out who was talking to him, and noticed that someone unknown had appeared in front of him. Kang Seo-jun noticed that now his body couldn't move anymore. He was surprised and didn't know how to explain it. The unidentified guy said that he was glad to have a guest and pleased to meet them, introducing himself as Noen Seo. Kang Seo-jun didn't understand who this guy was and what he was trying to tell him in response from looking at him questioningly. Noen Seo pointed out to the guest that he should first watch one video that would make sense to him. In front of the guys appeared a big screen on which began to play a video. Bright light blinded the man who got into this room. Kang Seo-jun was surprised at what he saw in the video and didn't understand what it could mean or what was next for him. The video showed the events that took place on October 2nd, 2021 year. Noen Song's first day of work since joining the company. He had never been so close to his dream and promised himself that he would do his best. Late for his first day of work, Noen Song realized that life had its own plans for him. He was too nervous to take on anything. All the guy's business was going downhill one day. On the way home, he was thinking and going over in his head the thoughts of the previous day's work. Then the next day, Noen Seo decided to come at dawn to his workplace. But he didn't have to come so early, but he wanted to be a better worker. Kang Seo-jun assumed that Dreamside had been opened that day and asked the person standing next to him if that was true. Noen Seo replied that this was correct, reporting that at 6 o'clock, he entered the fairgrounds location. He advised the guy to continue watching the explanation video. When Noen Seo entered the location of the fair and met Pierrot, he was shocked by the encounter, not understanding how such a thing could happen in reality. Pierrot was the boss of the dungeon this office worker had gotten to, and what was happening defied logical explanation. When Noen Seo saw the huge clown, he didn't understand what was going on, and was numb with fear as they continued to watch the video. After from the video, it became clear that the dungeon boss Pierrot finished off the guy who could not resist the monster from fear. The guy's thoughts at that moment were only that he had wasted his life on nonsense, but the goblin orb changed everything. Noen Seo didn't know why Pierrot used the goblin ball and brought him back to life, and then he became a puppet who was completely without memory and couldn't feel anything because of Pierrot's curse. After the dungeon boss handed Noen Seo the orb that saved him, but because of his missing memories, he didn't know what to do with it. The dungeon boss Pierrot ordered the guy who became his puppet to get rid of the people and quietly disappeared at the same moment. After Noen Seo found himself like all the players at the fair, and after the people who entered the place hit the night opening, the fear lodged in people's heads soon turned into monsters that stalked the survivors, overpowering them and taking their souls. The real tragedy happened only when those who managed to survive finally realized what was going on. They understood the main rule, and every time a new person came in, the night shift would start with another monster. Kang Seo-jun found out that every time someone new appeared, they took their life before darkness came, and the problem was that they were dying themselves. He asked why Noen Seo told him about it, and showed him. Noen Seo replied that he didn't know, suggesting that he just didn't want to be forgotten, or to prove that it wasn't his fault. Kang Seo-jun asked him what he was talking about, and he said it was a good question because it was just the thoughts of a former employee named Noen Seo. Noen Seo asked Kang Seo-jun if he knew this doll. The guy found out that Noen Seo was the same bear that ran from him with the goblin ball. Kang Seo-jun said that No Seo attacked them and then escaped with the balloon, but he said that it wasn't that clear cut. No Seo explained that the puppet the players had encountered was not him at all, calling it just a cog that made the fair work perfectly. When Kang Seo-jun heard this, he assumed that the puppets were under someone else's control. The puppet replied that this was true because it knew No Sung's true thoughts. No Seo, in the form of a bear puppet, stated that he came to his senses about a month after this place began to look like this, wandering around the fairgrounds, gradually realized what was going on here. The guy was just a thought tied to a balloon and could do nothing about it, and when his memories came back to him, he dragged around trying to rescue stranded people, but even that never ended well. No Seo could understand the reason why night and day did not differ here, for Pierrot liked to read stories of grim narratives he loved, the fear-filled moments that lead from a happy day to a terrifying night. The guy pointed out that Pierre enjoys watching people make extreme choices when they are struggling with pain. Every day the guy felt all the emotions that made his hair move all over his body. No Seo managed to go through this pain, and only after 2 months managed to come to his senses after asking that his name was K. The guy was surprised that No Seo knew him. The guy responded positively, adding that he too was a player in the first Dreamside, but he didn't manage to earn any reward for the time he played. Suddenly, No Song's body began to fade away, and Kang Seo-jun asked him what was going on and why he had suddenly begun to disappear. No Seo responded to the player that time is short by informing him that to escape the shackles of Pierrot means not being able to exist even as a thought. The guy asked Kang Seo-jun to do something, adding that to be precise, only K could do it because he had a goblin hat and he could do it. No Seo took out the goblin orb and intended to hand it to Kang Seo-jun, who didn't fully understand what he had to do. Kang Seo-jun asked that it was the goblin ball. No Seo replied positively, asking to take it. The system reported that the player had managed to get hold of the goblin ball from No Seo's thoughts, and it now belonged to him. The player had learned the title of Goblin King, and he was within his rights to make a royal engraving. Kang Seo-jun continued to wonder what was happening. No Seo told Kang Seo-jun that he needed to become the master of the balloon first, so he could show his true strength. No Seo continued to disappear and said that in order to defeat Pierrot, the artifact must be completely under Kang Seo-jun's control, and in addition, if he gets a chance to fight the boss, he must not close his eyes without even breathing near him. No Seo hurriedly said for Kang Seo-jun to prepare in the second Dreamside become, but suddenly his voice was interrupted. The guy didn't manage to tell the player an important thing for him, because his body completely started to disappear from that space as a hologram. Kang Seo-jun hurriedly interjected that he was trying to tell him No Seo out of last resort that either way luck would be on his side. No Seo finally asked Kang Seo-jun to watch out for the regular updates that were held every year. According to the information he received from Pierrot, Kang Seo-jun is most endangered. No Song's body had completely vaporized Kang Seo-jun looked at the many holographic elements that were scattered around the place. Meanwhile, after taking a shot, Chua Hana asked Lycan to hide. The bullet went straight into K's clone, who attacked the girl. Clone K managed to deftly dodge the bullet fired at him, determined to deal with this player as soon as possible. Noticing that the shots had no effect on this opponent, Choi Hana didn't know what to expect from this opponent. Clone K tried to strike at Choi Hana, but she managed to dodge such a powerful blow in time. Running farther away from the enemy, the girl tried to fire a few more shots at him to disarm the clone. Suddenly, the opponent pulled out throwing knives using magic, intending to release them at the opponent, who opened fire at it. Predictably, the clone fired daggers at the girl, who noticed them was confident in her powers. Choi Hana had activated her A-rank Eagle Eye technique and was now able to easily dodge all the daggers that were flying at her. The girl managed to dodge the enemy's attack, as well as she managed to fire a few return shots at the enemy. Choi Hana saw that K's clone was preparing to unleash another powerful strike on her, using a technique she didn't know. K's clone created a huge fireball that made the girl nervous about the future. Lycan, meanwhile, successfully hid and didn't try to help her. The girl was blinded by such a powerful sphere created by her opponent. She began to assume that she would not get out of this situation. Choi Hana dodged the attack and realized that no one had been able to figure out what Dark K was doing, but she was glad that he was different from the real one. The girl realized that this clone was not able to think straight, stating that there were no invincibles, and adding that she had no intention of giving in to him. Activating the skill bomb, the girl made a series of powerful shots at the enemy, thinking that this time luck was on her side. The bullets approached K's clone, who noticed the bullets and realized that they wouldn't do much damage to him. The clone didn't notice that the bullets that passed by him froze in the ceiling. The girl knew that now there must be powerful explosions. Dark K was about to strike Choi Hana with his leg, but the girl started to run away from him, her stamina almost running out. Choi Hana ran away and activated her eagle eye again after using the skill of firing magic projectiles. Suddenly turning around, she fired a few shots at the pursuer, who was not a step behind her. Clone Key tried to cover himself from the shots with his sword while continuing to shorten the distance with Choi Hana. The girl began to accept that this clone is stronger than the real K, but still this clone remains a monster that attacks her. The monster in the guise of K noticed that the girl had stopped and slowly approached her, thinking that she might pull some unexpected trick. Noticing the enemy's attack, the girl said that although the clone uses the skills of the original, but in any case, remains a dummy. With a snap of his fingers, Choi Hana indicated that time was up and the clone needed to disappear. The bomb bullets fired earlier into the ceiling began to take effect. K's clone realized that this girl had lured him into a trap. Looking up, the clone saw the activation of the exploding shells. He had no way to dodge or avoid it. The monster tried to close. Explosions started falling on him. Debris from the ceiling after the explosion stopped. The clone noticed he was fine. Lifting his gaze to the top, he found large debris falling on him that completely scorched him, and he couldn't get out from under it. Choi Hana looked at the scene calmly and was satisfied that she had managed to defeat the monster in the form of K. Coming closer, the girl noticed that the clone had only gotten halfway down. He dropped the sword from his hands. After making sure that the monster was no longer dangerous, the girl decided to continue her search for the real Kang Seo-jun. Choi Hana called out to Lycan, indicating that she was going longer. Transferring her shower, the little goblin followed the girl. The girl hoped that Kang Seo-jun was all right, and they would be able to meet everyone soon and continue fighting together. Meanwhile, in the corridor of the tower near the fairgrounds, two guys from Captain Kim Kong-rel's squad were running away. One of the guys asked why the pursuing monster was only hunting him. Turning around, the partner noticed that the pursuer continued to catch up with them. He realized that trouble could happen to his wounded comrade. K's second clone chased after the fleeing guys, who didn't fully realize what was going on in this place. The guy noticed something strange ahead of him when he heard someone's footsteps. He assumed that it could be his acquaintances or monsters. When he saw Captain Kim Kong-rel and his partner, he was glad that they had finally met, because now they would be able to resist K's clone. As the captain approached, he saw the soldier of his group and the dark K that was following them. He was surprised at this turn of events. K's clone struck at a squad of players who managed to dodge a bright flash, and the captain lost sight of another soldier who was with them. The soldier asked the captain that this dark K is against them. Kim Kang-rel replied that this monster doesn't look like the real K at all. The guy pointed out that earlier the captain had told them that this clone of K had fought a dragon that was S-rank, being at level 400. The captain replied that K had caught all the monsters at the fair, including that Kamushi dragon, suggesting that now the clone had taken to exterminating the players. The soldier hurriedly informed the captain that there was someone ahead of this room. Kim Kang-rel stopped for a moment in surprise. The players noticed Choi Hana's silhouette aiming at them from the shadows. They didn't realize if she was real or if they had fallen into the clone's trap again. A targeted shot passed near the head of one of the soldiers. The guy realized that the girl had a gun. The guy realized that it was the real Choi Hana, and he was happy to say hello to her, but he wasn't embarrassed by the earlier shot in his direction. Choi Hanaya said that she must have come to their rescue just in time to see that the squad was being chased by another clone of K. Meanwhile, Kang Seo-jun was alone with his thoughts in a room unknown to him. At his feet lay the goblin orb that No Seo had given him. The boy assumed it was time to brand himself. He brought the spike of his gauntlet to his hand, then emitted blood onto the goblin orb that lay nearby. Then there was a bright glow. The guy tried to close his eyes with his hands, not realizing what could happen next. Kang Seo-jun said that if this continues, he may soon go blind from such a bright glow. The system reported that King Tokebi was detected, then the program proceeded to royal tagging, after which Tokebi's spirit tag was placed. Thanks to the royal mark, Tokebi's spirit had found its true form. Kang Seo-jun was surprised by such a thing. Kang Seo-jun received King Tokebi's ring. He didn't fully understand what it meant, and the ring materialized in his hand. The system reported that King Tokebi's ring could materialize a soul. Now the guy understood why Lycan said he needed to get Tokebi's spirit to enhance the king's greatness. Kang Seo-jun looked at the ring he had received, realizing that their actions were not in vain, and he would be able to close this dungeon. Guy assumed that in such a case, the mark and title of King Tokebi had been confirmed, and now the Tokebi hat had taken its true form. The system reported that the player received the true King Tokebi hat was activated by the kit effect. The player gained the skill Discerning Gaze. A class guy was surprised at the new skill he received. The skill allowed him to see souls, and allowed him to distinguish between good and evil in souls. Kang Seo-jun realized that with this skill, he would be able to separate souls and bring people back. After putting the ring on, the guy realized that his guesses were right, and the whole point was this Tokebi spirit, because the crowds of people and monsters in Lotta Volda were all reborn by this spirit. Hastily using the souls of the victims trapped in this place as the main ingredient, he mass-produced monsters. The condition that allowed the materialization of fear objects was added from behind the boss of this dungeon, Pierrot. Kang So-jun understood that Pierrot's skills faced the spirit of Tokebi, with the ability to materialize souls, and so he created this Laudeville. The place in which the player was staying began to collapse. He thought it was because thoughts of No Young Sun were disappearing. Kang So-jun stated that there was nothing to worry about, because the portal to the dungeon had already opened, and an unknown force had drawn him in. The system reported that the player had entered the secret room of Pierrot the Puppet Master's seed. Meanwhile, in a movie theater in the Lotte Tower, the breathless bodies of previously deceased players lay strewn across the seats of the venue. Tightening the bowstring of the soldier trying to shoot K's clone with an arrow, the guy was a bit worried about therefore. The guy assumed that he wouldn't be able to defeat Mr. Kang So-jun's clone and was ready to fire his bow at the attacker. Suddenly, the real Kang So-jung stood up to defend him and fought his clone, striking at him. The soldier was happy to see that Kang So-jun had come to their rescue and said that they had caused a lot of chaos in the place. Dodging the blow of K's clone, the player realized in which exact place the dungeon portal opened. He continued to fight the monster. Kang So-jun assumed that this clone was sent to them by Mr. No Yeon-soo, so he turned to So-jun. The knight in armor intended to attack Choi Hannah, who was warily looking at her opponent. Lycan shouted that he had spotted the true king. The girl asked the goblin to bear with him for she would help him. Kang So-jun prepared to receive the lunges of an opponent, who was apparently on par with his strength. The player from Dreamside's last game was level 200. He was brimming with determination to end it. The guy noticed that the opponent's characteristics were still fixed, and in that case, it was very easy for Kang So-jun to dodge his attacks. Kang So-jun knew the weakest points of his opponent, who was his clone, and they rushed to attack each other. The player noticed the sword weapon he used back in the days when there wasn't enough attack power to fill gaps in defense. The guy realized that his opponent had quite a few disadvantages that could play into his hands. Kang So-jung managed to block his opponent's lunge in time as he was about to counterstrike. The player noticed a short but inevitable pause after the attacks the clone was making using this sword. Catching the perfect moment, the player counterstrikes the clone, who faltered and failed to react in time. A powerful kick from his foot landed on K's clone, who flew back into the wall unable to parry this attack. Kang So-jun drew his sword and began to approach the clone that had lost its health points. Clone K noticed that the player was rushing towards him with quick movements. He tried to parry his attack this time. Kang So-jun remembered that back then, in order to increase the speed of the sword, he sacrificed the characteristics of one piece of equipment, which was Kang So-jun's pants, and struck a powerful blow at his opponent's weak point. The player realized that he now had far more experience than he had accumulated in the entirety of his first Dreamside game. After taking the damage, K's clone dropped his sword and screamed from the poly. The rest of the players, seeing what was happening, were surprised by it. K's clone showed with all his appearance that he intended to fight this player until his last breath. The unexpected attack silenced the clone for all eternity, and he didn't have time to react to the player's lunge. The player activated the Shrewd Gaze skill, realizing that the items used by the enemy were long outdated. Kang So-jun noticed that the rest of their team members continued to fight the K clones that were everywhere. Choi Hannah intended to get rid of one such clone with a headshot. The clone trapped the girl in the corner of the concert hall. Suddenly, Kang So-jun came to his partner's aid and managed to make a strike before she shot at the clone and got rid of it. Choi Hannah stated that their team commander came back just in time and managed to save them. The guy put the gun away. Lycan was happy that the Goblin King had returned. Chang Gyong happily stated that the fake was nothing compared to the original. Kang So-jun asked if they were okay, and they all said they were okay because of him. The team commander said that in that case they should prepare for the next skirmish. Chang Gyong was surprised at this turn of events. A group of players suddenly heard strange sounds coming from behind the walls of this room. Kang So-jun assumed that a monster like Kamush was approaching them, and the leader told everyone to get ready. After appearing, players realized that the final boss of this dungeon was the puppeteer Pierrot. Pierrot asked the player who he was and how dare he take his spirit. He laughed evilly seeing the frightened players. Chang Gyong was numb from seeing the boss of this dungeon. He couldn't move. Pierrot, smelling his fear, continued to laugh. Pierre stated as a player dared to touch something that belonged to the king. He started to let out a loud scream. All the players in the area tried to cover their ears, but it didn't help. Looking at Kang So-jun, Pierrot stated that he wasn't even worthy of becoming a victim of this dungeon. The clown's diction and tone were better than a D-rank boss. Sam Chokwi Guy realized that this was a monster that was born with intelligence. Chang Gyong asked what the sudden appearance of the boss meant since they hadn't finished the task yet. Kang So-jun replied that they were probably just being tricked. He didn't understand what his leader meant. The commander explained that Tokebi's spirit possessed the ability to materialize, but it was only a skill that did not give absolute power. The Tokebi spirit swore allegiance to its creator, but could not control all of them when they became too many, and absolute power belonged only to the king. The magical power used by Mazoku and demons is only available to beings from the magical world, and beings with minds were called Mazoku. Kang Sojun pointed out that this boss Pierrot was a magic monster above the 300th level that they had fought. A player asked the monster with surprise that he is a Mazoku. The rest of the players prepared for battle. Pierrot laughed in response, stating that he was inviting them all to recover the last time he used his powerful skills. Suddenly, movement for the players became unavailable. They became like co-panned on the spot. Kang Sojun asked everyone not to worry. Boss monster puppet Pierrot announced the creation of the action zone. The players entered the action zone as the system informed them. Kang Sojun found himself enveloped in the magical fog that the dungeon boss had summoned. He noticed the presence of the monster beside him. The guy managed to dodge a punch from an opponent who tried to do so unseen by the man. Kang Sojun realized what No Yeon-su was telling him about the area of effect. The dense magical energy emanating from the boss was enveloping the space and blocking the view. Darkness enveloped the place. Pierrot's puppeteer intended thereby to knock out the players of his dungeon. The boy realized that the dragon vision skill was useless in this place and decided to rely on his gut. Kang Seo-jun felt the enemy approaching quickly from behind and turned around to see the soldier who was on Captain Kim Kang-rel's team. The soldier attacked Kang Seo-jun, thinking he was the clone who had previously chased him. The player realized that this soldier had been poisoned by the magical energy that the dungeon boss had dispelled. Choi Hana advised everyone not to breathe to avoid being affected by this magical energy. Kang Seo-jun realized that his explanations on how to defend the team were useless against such an opponent. Boss monster Pierrot ordered Kang Seo-jun to regain his spirit by starting to surround the player with his own comrades. After being affected by the monster, the players started attacking Kang Seo-jun because they were not aware of what they were doing. Kang Seo-jun managed to deftly dodge the opponent's first strike, realizing that it was not worth it to strike back at them. The guy managed to disarm his acquaintance with a blow to the back of the head because he did not want to hurt them. Dodging the next attack, Kang Seo-jun intended to do the same to this soldier, who had fallen under Pierre's influence. Kang Seo-jun used the skill of exchanging for a fishing hook of weakness will disarm the next comrade. After disarming all of the attackers, the player swapped his weapon for Bondisha's sword of unfulfilled hopes. The guy noticed that all the people he had neutralized were getting back on their feet, intending to attack him again. Kang Seo-jun realized that there would be no end to this kind of action, and was glad that Choi Hana was not affected by this magical energy. The system reported that the spread of the magical poisoning had been temporarily stopped. The guy realized that his equanimity was helping him hold on, but if he stayed here too long, he would also become Pierrot's puppet. The player realized that the only way out is to defeat Pierrot before the magic completely consumes him. After using the ring, the guy decided to act as quickly as possible because he had too little time left. Kang Seo-jun activated a rank A discerning gaze skill. His body began to change. Pierrot's puppets began to feel an overwhelming fear of the energy that began to emanate from Kang Seo-jun. Pierrot's spirit has stated that he sees the true power of this player, who has activated the special skill equipment hat Tokibi's Ghostly Flame Hat. Ghost Flame allowed one to control souls. The strength of the skill depended on the number of spirits used. Kang Seo-jun stated that this amount of evil spirits he had to suffice. The system detected an item from the kit for the special skill Ghost Flame after was unlocked. Special skill ring King Tokabi Fire. After Kang Seo-jun struck using his new skills and items, the monster's magic fog began to dissipate. The soldiers came to their senses, not realizing what had happened to them before, that the influence of the puppeteer Pierrot had ceased to affect them. The guy felt a Sega burning magical energy, assuming that this was the true spirit power that No Seo had told him about. Pierre was amused to watch the man try to resist, stating that Kang Seo-jun will also become his puppet, adding that the guy has courage, so he will become the most impressive puppet in his collection. The boss monster began to release magic beams at the player, who managed to dispel his magic, but Kang Seo-jun deftly dodged them. Kang Seo-jun drew his sword and tried to approach the dungeon boss to strike at him. Suddenly, in front of the guy appeared a net created by the monster. Pierrot kept laughing ominously at him. The player realized that if the area of action is so vast, the players here will be unfortunate enough to be surprised that the monster managed to plan such a thing. Suddenly, Lycan began to attack. Telling His Majesty that the time had come, Kang Seo-jun was surprised by the goblin's changed appearance and assumed it was because of the ghostly flames. Pierrot continued to laugh sinisterly, calling people pathetic. He tried in Nova to attack a strong player. Kang Seo-jun told the monster that he was fed up with these cliched phrases. An unknown force began to attract the Bushi to him. Then the guy tried to strike at the boss of this dungeon, who never stopped smiling for a second. Looking at the monster, Kang Seo-jun said that this is what is called karma. Pierrot didn't know what he was talking about. By making a successful attack, the monster's head flew off his shoulders. The system reported that the boss monster puppet Pierrot had been defeated. Puppet Piero Amusement Park failed to turn into a dungeon. The system reported that the theme park quest had been completed, and the dungeon transformation couldn't be stopped. Kang So-jun didn't realize what had happened. Captain Kim Kang-rel asked the guy what was going on in this place. The rest of the guys started to come around. One of the soldiers noticed the breathless bodies of the people who were lying in that place, and didn't understand what had happened. He looked at the bodies of the soldiers and was horrified because he thought that they had all died in vain and that they had failed. The soldier assumed that it was he who had massacred all these people. Looking at his hands, he could not believe what was happening. Kang So-jun realized that those who had been poisoned by magic, their minds had been completely affected by it, and they were only insane. The guy realized that these soldiers would not remember how they got rid of their comrades, because they only saw the consequences. The captain of the squad ordered the soldier to pack up, because this was not the end. The guy did not understand what his captain was trying to say. Kim Kang-rel tried to cheer up his coworker by saying that they had to get out of this place alive. The man asked Kang Seo-jun if the monster boss was definitely dead. The guy replied positively, adding that he had gotten experience for it. The player gained the title of Truth Seeker. The attack power in uncharted locations was increased by 10%. The guy informed the captain that he was even given a title for defeating the boss and started checking his inventory. The conversation was interrupted by Kang So-jung asking Kang Seo-jun to go to another place, because the partners had discovered something strange. Approaching the place, the guy was shocked and could not believe his eyes that such a thing could happen. The player noticed that Seoul had disappeared. The players were staring out the skyscraper window and didn't realize what had happened. Captain Kim Kang-rel asked Kang So-jun what was going on in this obscure place. Two contradictory messages appeared at the same time. Everything but Lottavold and the tower disappeared as if a mistake had been made. What was happening reminded Kang So-jun of the incident in the first part of Dreamside. He realized the flow of events. Kang Seo-jun replied to the captain that they were trapped in isolation. The man was surprised at this answer, not understanding how such a thing was possible. The guy explained that it's not just darkness because it's a void of absolute nothingness. Kim Kang-rel asked what it meant. The player asked Choi Hannah what she thought would happen if the dungeon became complete at the very moment the boss was destroyed at the same time without the slightest margin of error. Choi Hannah replied that such a thing was impossible. Kang Seo-jun assured him that it was very rare for such a thing to happen since there were already such cases in the first Dreamside. Captain Kim Kang-rel asked what the guy meant by that very first refund incident. Kang Seo-jun positively replied, adding that it was a dungeon without a boss. A case during the first Dreamside when at the moment of defeating the boss just before the transformation of the location in the dungeon accidentally occurred, Bug completed the transformation of the location in the dungeon. Players nicknamed the dungeon Lost, and those who found themselves in it were immediately thrown out of the game and could no longer log in. Then there was only one way to get out. A dungeon that was impossible to escape from got players who didn't understand how to get out of it. Meanwhile, at the entrance to Lottavold, a team of newcomers who came for reinforcements came across a monster plant. The squad leader managed to avoid a run-in with such a monster. He decided to move to safety. The man realized that even though they were called a support group, they were all newbies with little experience, and it was too dangerous to send them just like that inside. After hiding, the rookie commander realized that they were in a very serious problem. The monster kept chasing him. Suddenly, the man froze at what he saw. He didn't understand how it could be logically explained. The player noticed the body of a huge dragon that did not move hanging from a huge skyscraper. He did not know what happened here. The man noticed that parasite activity began to decrease, assuming that the situation had stabilized. The squad indicated to the captain that it was a good time to enter. The commander replied that they had little time and needed to find survivors before the dungeon transformation was complete. As the team approached the entrance to Lottavold, the commander ordered everyone to hurry up and said that they needed to at least save Lady Choi Hannah and Kang So-jung, because if they lost them, there would be no hope for the Ark. Suddenly, the team felt something in the form of an earthquake, surprised because such a thing should not happen. The players didn't realize what was happening, and the ground beneath their feet began to separate, some already falling into the rift. The captain ordered everyone to get out as soon as possible, but the players didn't understand where they had to go to escape from these rifts, and they didn't hear the captain's orders because of the rumbling. A few people, led by the captain, were able to escape the earthquake by using their skills. After the ground shaking stopped, the captain was looking around the area and saw the abyss. The players didn't understand what was happening in the place. The commander was surprised to see the failure of the aid reported that communication with headquarters was lost, and the general was not answering them. The man grabbed a stone and threw it in the direction of the rift. Suddenly the stone bounced off, and they saw that a barrier had formed in front of them. The soldier assured the captain that it was very dangerous. The man tried to realize what was happening in this place. The captain assumed that the survivors were there inside this barrier. Suddenly the system told them that there was an error, and the system started its recovery. The man marveled that there were bugs in this world too. He ordered the soldier to urgently contact the Ark base. The captain stated that they needed to find information on when bugs occurred during the transformation of a location into a dungeon in the first Dreamside, and how to get out of such a situation. The second day of the player's isolation in the dungeon began. On the second day, after recovering a bit, people split into groups and began to scour this cut-off Lottavold. The main task was to find a way out. Players scoured the entire dungeon ground part, even the top of Lotta Tower, but found nothing. One of the partners reported that the phones were not catching the network, and the entire area outside of Lottavold and the tower was off limits. Upon hitting the barrier, Kang Seo-jun realized that they were in complete isolation from which there was no way out. The captain said that during the first Dreamside, many people lost their accounts when they were stuck in such lost dungeons that even if a player had 3 lives, they still couldn't get out. Kang Seo-jun replied that it looked like they were just looking for a way out in the wrong place. The captain asked the guy what his thoughts were on the matter. The player replied that there was one difference between the first Dreamside and the current situation. Kang Seo-jun explained that during the first part of Dreamside, there was a crash from the game after which it was impossible to log back in, but now they can't even log out of the system at all. The man asked for more explanation. The guy was confident that his plan would work, stating that if this place was still a game and there was a dungeon, they should try it. Captain Kim Kang-rel looked at the guy questioningly, not understanding what he was offering them. Kang Seo-jun said that they need to break through the dungeon because it's the only way to get out of here. Some players continued to wander around the isolated area looking for a way out. They were slaves that at least there were no monsters here. The players met a group of rookies who came with Captain Han Seok to save them, but in time to approach the goal, fell into the place. Captain Kim Kang-rel stated that they were lucky that the others managed to avoid getting here from this group. They were able to find out what was going on outside. The team was already happy, thinking that their supplies would allow them to hold out for a while, but then the unexpected happened. The guy stated that with this stockpile of food, they would last a few days. The guy decided to pull supplies from the inventory. Suddenly, items from the inventory started falling to the floor. The guy didn't realize what was happening. The captain asked what happened, and the soldier said that he had just opened the inventory, and all the stuff started pouring out, and now he couldn't close it. Kang Seo-jun suggested that this place was a blind spot for Kim Kang-rel's system, and was surprised when he asked him to explain it. The guy replied that the system doesn't work properly in that location, asking all players not to open inventory unless absolutely necessary. The captain pointed out to Kang Seo-jun that breaking through the dungeon was a system function, and if the inventory wasn't working right now, then the other system functions in that place were useless. Kim Kang-rel knew that they had no other options besides breaking through the dungeon, but they needed to think about what would happen if they failed. Kang Seo-jun suggested that Captain Kim Kang-rel wants the players to prepare to panic. The boy asked the captain not to worry too much about it, because hope can be very contagious. Kang Seo-jun said that they need to find their man first, but he didn't realize who the player was talking about. The captain asked the guy who he meant. Kang Seo-jun said he was talking about the company members who came in here, saying that they wouldn't be able to get out of here so easily either. Kang Seo-jun decided to find the group's tracks and offer them cooperation, because only then can they survive. The captain asked that the members of the company would really accept their offer, since they were terrorists who wanted to destroy the Earth. Kang Seo-jun replied that these people would help them because they have no other choice for survival. The company was not an ordinary organization. They provoked dungeon breakouts and spread the spore virus around the world, and their goal was only survival. In the end, all their actions were dictated by the desire to survive. In a world ruled by monsters, the company decided to join their side in order to survive. Kang Seo-jun said that these people will help them because they also want to live. The group of players continued to search for members of the company who were in this isolated location. Kang Seo-jun activated his dragon vision to see the traces that the masked men might have left behind. Suddenly, the players heard the command to capture them alive. They realized they had managed to find the members of the company. Commander Kim Kang-rel ordered all of his men to prepare for battle, saying that they would not just surrender to them. Suddenly, Kang Seo-jun told everyone to stop because he had a proposal for this group of people. The members of the criminals managed to capture Jang Gyong as a prisoner. The man said he would get rid of them all, ordering no one to make any sudden movements, or else the guy would get hurt. Kang Seo-jun found out where his comrade had disappeared to, and he realized that if he did, their plan would change. Jang Gyong apologized for just being abducted out of the blue. He didn't realize he could be captured so sneakily. Kang Seo-jun asked everyone to calm down, saying that they would not fight, stating that he had an offer for them. Yun Ben-go was surprised to hear the guy's proposal and asked him what he was up to since they had his comrade in captivity. The men were surprised to hear the words that they had worked so hard to spread the dungeon flower to complete the transformation, but had so ridiculously found themselves trapped in this place. Kang Seo-jun remembered that this group was preparing to face monsters, but not for this turn of events. The man didn't understand what Kang Seo-jun's boyfriend was telling him, and was surprised by his words, assuming he wasn't at home. Yoon Ben-go tried to insult the guy, but he suddenly told everyone that he knew how to get out of here. The masked man and Chang Gyeon were surprised by the guy's words, and they didn't understand how they could get out of here. Kang Seo-jun indicated that if they cooperate, everything will go smoothly, and if not, it will be a little more complicated by asking what they will choose. Yoon Ben-go replied that he had no reason to trust this guy, showing that he knew his way out of this situation. Suddenly, Kang Seo-jun asked what a group of masked men were waiting for the system to recover, and was surprised to hear it. Kang Seo-jun added that restoring the system doesn't mean that technicians will come and fix everything. Choi Hana stood behind Kang Seo-jun's back and listened to everything he said, ready for the opponent to do something. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by unintelligible sounds of Akoto shouting that everyone needed to move back. Suddenly, the huge scissors flew into Kang Seo-jun, who managed to deftly dodge them. Kang Seo-jun was surprised that he was attacked by the huge scissors. He didn't realize what was happening. The masked men didn't realize what it was. They decided to take cover as quickly as possible, seeing that one of the men had been struck by these nocturnal creatures that, when touched, destroyed everything in their path. Kang Seo-jun told everyone that anything touched by these scissors just disappears in the blink of an eye. The guy realized that they were cutting the space itself, assuming that was what the system upgrade was. The players noticed a lot of arrows that started falling on them from the sky. They didn't fully understand what was happening. The captain stated that they needed to find a safe place as soon as possible. Otherwise, they too would be lost, as well as this space. A lot of holes started to form after the arrows started to pierce the space the players were in. Kang Seo-jun admitted that this is the so-called easiest way to restore the game rollback. He told everyone that the system is being rolled back to a time when the bugs were not there yet. The scissors were a cut function that wiped out everything in its path, all part of the system recovery process. The guy stated that the arrows and scissors follow someone's instructions to erase rollback repeat. Finding himself on the edge of a cliff, Kang Seo-jun didn't understand how he could avoid such a removal like the space around him. The guy groaning managed to avoid the huge scissors that appeared. At this point, he realized it was a shifter. Yoon Ben-go made sure that the system was really trying to roll back all of space, and they had no time to think about it. Kang Seo-jun asked if he had changed his mind about the treaty. The masked man replied to the guy that they were willing to team up with them to survive this not easy situation. Kang Seo-jun was surprised to learn that the opponents have conditions on this by asking what Yoon Ben-go wants. Yoon Ben-go stated that he and Kang Seo-jun will make a joint pact. He extended his hand to the guy. A handshake treaty did not have the same binding force as a written treaty, and it was only a verbal agreement that had no direct effect on the players. However, if anyone broke the treaty, they would be branded with the title of traitor to the oath. Players who violated the treaty in any interaction will see this title in battle. They will have negative effects imposed on them, and in the game itself, they will have various restrictions. The effects were temporary, and over time the title disappeared by itself, so the contract was not very popular. But in their situation, when every second was precious, and a written contract could not be drawn up, it was the only way out. Afterward, Yoon Ben-go waited for Kang Seo-jun to explain their plan of action and agree to make a pact with him. Yoon Ben-go stated that they need to protect themselves by asking if Kang Seo-jun trusts him. Kang Seo-jun asked in response if Yoon Ben-go himself would trust him. Both knew that they wouldn't trust each other completely. The guy remembered that during the first Dreamside, the company had fooled the players so many times, deciding that he wouldn't let it go to waste. Both guys realized that the enemy is the enemy, and this is just a temporary truce to get out of this place. Kang Seo-jun agreed to create a pact with him by holding out his hand, because he wouldn't be ceremonious and would just attack them. Both guys swore that they would not harm their opponent for 2 days after this joint endeavor was over. The system reported that a contract had been made, and a traitor to the oath would be penalized if the contract was broken. Yoon Ben-go asking what Kang Seo-jun's plan is. Kang Seo-jun replied that it's simple, asking if they have the dungeon flower in stock. The man asked why he needed it. Kang Seo-jun replied that they would use the flowers, promising that he would explain the rest to him on the way. The guy stated that they still have time before the upper floors are not so badly damaged. Yoon Ben-go asked Kang Seo-jun where he was going. The guy said they should head to the place where it all started. Pointing to a building, the man realized that they needed to climb to the top of this building that was slowly being absorbed into the system. Following Kang Seo-jun, Yoon Ben-go hoped that the guy hadn't tricked him and wasn't trying to trap him. Walking up to the concert hall, the masked men were stunned at what they saw, not knowing what had happened here earlier. Seeing the body of the huge boss monster, Pierrot, Yoon Ben-go asked what kind of body this unknown creature was. Kang Seo-jun replied that it was the monster boss Pierrot. They looked at the breathless body of the clown. Yoon Ben-go asked the guy what he meant, and Kang Seo-jun asked him to be patient because he would find out soon. Kang Seo-jun activated the A-rank discerning gaze skill. A guy's ring began to emit a bright glow. The guy used the Tokebi calling technique by activating the special equipment skill King Tokebi Ring. The system reported that the level of the summoned spirit exceeded the player's level, and the probability of failure was high. Kang So-jun hoped that he would succeed. Suddenly, Yunben-go noticed that the guy had tried to summon the spirit of a resting monster. The masked man was surprised that Kang So-young had such powers because there was no bloodlust or anger coming from him. Kang So-jun noticed something strange in his summoning of Pierrot's spirit. He didn't fully understand what would happen. Guy realized that Pierre had been out of himself for too long and his soul was badly damaged to bring it back to the material world. Kang So-jun realized that strength should be enough, indicating that it was now Yunben-go's turn to ask to plant dungeon flowers all over the room. Yunben-go realized that any resistance was pointless now, so he decided to obey and do what this guy asked. The masked man ordered his subordinates to all plant the dungeon flowers. No one objected. The roots of the flowers touched the ground and began to absorb the energy that was in that place. The masked men planted many dungeon colors in this room, as Kang So-jun had asked them to do. Kang So-jun was surprised that these people had so many of these flowers, assuming that they were growing them. The masked man replied that they had 38 of these plants. He planted the last flower he had. The players felt the vibrations that began to happen in that room. Choi Hana advised Chang Gi-yeon to get ready. The system reported that the dungeon breakthrough had begun. Pierrot, after awakening, began to follow his soul. The masked men were surprised that the monster boss's body had started to come to life. Kang Seo-jun indicated that they all needed to follow him. Yunben-go pointed out to his partners that there were a lot of prowling monsters, and the guy replied that he should follow him anyway, because at the end of his path, there should be a way out. Pierrot in all his nature was a boss monster, and so when a dungeon breakout occurred, he was the only one who instinctively sensed where the exit was. The revived monster boss body continued to make its way to the exit of this place, which was very dangerous. Players continued to follow the boss in the wake. They noticed that at this point the huge scissors had riddled the space. Choi Hana warned that they were already here. Kang So-jun advised no one to stop and continue following Pierre. Running by, Kang So-jun noticed that Kamushi was lying on the floor. The dragon's huge jaw was half open. Approaching the dragon, the guy managed to determine that he was still alive, assuming his doppelganger realized that Kamushi's weakness was sunlight. Kang So-jun thought he could use the creature to get out of this place. The guy decided to put on a Tokebi hat and use ghost flames. He decided to get this dragon as his assistant. Kang So-jun ordered Kamushi to get up, saying that it was surely the guy who had channeled some of his powers into him. Hearing the order and feeling Tokebi's spirit, the dragon opened her eyes and began to come to her senses. Then she began to rise. The players were frightened by this turn of events, fearing that Kamushi might attack them and prevent them from getting out. The dragon bowed his head to Kang So-young as a sign of his submission to him, and the boy realized that everything would work out. Then all the players at a fast pace began to climb onto the body of the dragon that would take them to follow Pierre. Kang So-jun ordered the flight to Kamushin, who immediately followed the dungeon boss. Suddenly, the dragon's body began to disappear little by little like it had with No Sung's body. Kang So-jun hoped that Kamushi could get them to the right place. Kang Seo-jun advised everyone to hold on tight as they began to be attacked by the huge scissors that were removing space. One of the company members got hit by such a pair of scissors and started to disappear. Men didn't want that. Choi Hana pointed out to Kang Seo-jun that there were also arrows approaching them, suggesting that the dragon wouldn't be able to resist them for long. Kang Seo-jun realized the hopelessness of the situation and hoped that they would be able to find a way out of this place soon. Suddenly, the guy noticed that Pierrot had gone through the portal, telling everyone that they had managed to find a way out. The girl noticed a huge pair of scissors approaching in their direction that could prevent them from passing. The huge scissors went on a tangent across the body of the dragon that was already on its last breath. Kang Seo-jun informed everyone that Kamushi was unstable, telling everyone to hold on as tightly as possible. As they approached the exit, the guy hoped that they would be able to get out, because they were so close to the exit that could close. Kamushi began to enter the portal that was the exit from this place. The players sitting on it were saved. Kang So-jun ordered the dragon to fly into that portal as soon as possible because it was starting to close. The part of the dragon the players were sitting on had already passed through the portal, successfully leaving this place. Suddenly, Kamushi began to fly out through the portal that had been formed, and was unable to fly, so they began to fall. Once on the ground, the players couldn't believe that they had managed to get out. Kang Seo-jun was trying to figure out where they were. The players noticed that the strange scissors and arrows all disappeared, realizing that they had managed to escape. The bright lights made the players a little nervous about what might happen to them next. People noticed that Lutatawa had returned to his seat, assuming the rollback was complete. The soldiers began to jump for joy, declaring that they had all managed to escape from this dangerous place. The guy said it was all thanks to Kang Seo-jun. Suddenly, they noticed something strange near them. Players saw that Kamushi had half of his torso disappear that didn't make it through that portal. Kang So-jun stated that the dragon didn't have time to fully fly into the portal before it closed. The guy realized that they were the only ones who had managed to save themselves and was distraught about it, because he had lost his comrades. The commander ordered everyone to calm down because they needed to check their gear and decide what to do next. The players decided to take a break and rest in this place. They began to discuss what had happened to them in the dungeon. Kang So-jun realized that many of them had lost comrades but still quickly pulled themselves together, admitting that they were used to this sort of thing. When the world turned into Dreamside 2, countless people died or suffered, and now for the survivors, demise was commonplace. All the souls that Kang So-jun saw with his discerning gaze they didn't have. I was just a cluster of memories, like thoughts of no one Sion. The essence of the soul, its behavior, all this was determined only by the memories of a past life, which is why Pierrot was so easy to control the others, because they are just empty shells filled with memories. Kang So-jun knew that once those memories were gone, they were gone forever. Yoon Ben-go informed the pair that it was time for them to leave. Kang So-jun didn't understand why they approached him. The masked man claimed the treaty was protecting him, saying that next time he wouldn't just let him go. Kang So-jun said goodbye to them, saying that they would cross paths with them again soon, and looked at their backs. Walking over to the dragon's body, the guy thought about how it could be used. Kang So-jun knew that originally Kamushi was originally a dragon, Tokabi's spirit, and Pierre's strength gave him a new form, and his strength and characteristics were above the 100th level. After the guy realized that this body is useless, by admitting that there are bugs all around and the body could explode, Goron smelled the monster's scent and started drooling, looking at the treat that was next to him. Unexpectedly, the guy's pet started devouring this dragon. Kang So-jun was surprised at such an appetite of Gorong. Kang So-jun was surprised that the pet's satiety level was greatly increased, and he noticed a strange thing with the animal. The system reported that Goron had new abilities and had changed his appearance. The owner indicated that he did not allow the pet to eat without his permission, suggesting that Goron might have been poisoned by this dragon. Lycan told Goron that even though he was a senior to him in the first Dreamside, he was now in charge, asking the beast to behave himself. Choi Hanna asked the guy that this place was Pierrot's trap from the beginning. Kang So-jun didn't think so, and replied that he didn't believe it was all Pierre's idea alone, because he wanted to hear the screams of the players who suffered when the day changed to night. The guy couldn't believe that the dolls were so fiercely protective of Lauderville. Just for the sake of it, he thought someone had put their soul into this place. Suddenly the phone rang. Choi Hanna pulled out her smartphone to see who was calling her. The girl was called by Ji Sang-soo. She was surprised by such a call and decided to answer him. The guy was very happy that the douche was alive and able to pick up the phone. He asked what happened there, asked Kang So-jun with them. Choi Hanna replied that he was beside her, asking what his problem was and why he was so agitated. Ji Sang-soo, upon learning that the players were in Lauderville, asked them to stay there and promised to pick them up right away, indicating that they had been attacked. Meanwhile, there was a trespassing incident in the third area of the ARC base at the hospital. The guy asked the professor if he was okay. He used a protective barrier. The doctor didn't understand how the ogres had managed to get so far inside their base. The man stated that at this rate, they would all die, ordering everyone to evacuate the place quickly. The doctor informed everyone that the monsters had broken through the defenses, and they all needed to get out of here immediately. The wounded were surprised at this. Realizing they had no time for long gatherings, they began to follow directions. The girl pointed out that they had too many wounded. One of the men suggested that this had come to their end. The doctor realized that all the patients were immersed in the greenhouse, realizing that at this rate, they would not be able to leave the place. The soldier asked why he was standing there since there was no time. The doctor replied that he was running now. The soldier added that they had to leave now. Full base lockdown announced. Detective Odaiso was surprised to hear about the base lockdown. The walls of the hospital in the third area of the ARC base emptied out. Some of the wounded were able to evacuate the place. It was the only underground hospital in all of ARC, and was built when it became too dangerous on the surface because of the monsters. So this place became a refuge for old people, children, wounded children, and all those who could not stand up for themselves. And now ARC just left them to their fate, blocking the 3rd district. The girl was shocked that they could do this to them, wounded, surprised that the monsters managed to break through the defenses. The doctor responded positively, stating that the place was no longer safe because the cannibals were pelting them with cars. Suddenly, the doctor was interrupted by a loud rumble he assumed was a car launched by monsters. The soldiers ordered everyone to quickly move to the underground passage. Everyone hurried to the specified place. The doctor indicated to the detective that he had to leave too, but he didn't mind and followed him to the indicated place. The detective on his back with the wounded man noticed that the passageway was littered with debris from the building the men were trapped in. The man realized that the monsters were making their way down and destroying everything in their path. He approached the rubble. Odaiso made sure the ogres were too quick on the uptake, and this is not like them. The wounded took out their gear and prepared to remove the rubble that had appeared in the passage to the shelter. The men began to remove the debris, of which there were too many, and they tried their best to get there in time. Looking at the pile of rocks, the detective realized that they wouldn't make it in time. The rocks in their path were too big, and they wouldn't get through that way. The soldier asked. Admitting that they would not be able to get through this way, the doctor replied that it was not so easy to clear, indicating that they would just lose time. The man stated that they had no other choice in such a case, indicating that everyone would now go to the surface. The doctor replied that they would take the wounded old men and children to certain death. He was against such a decision. Looking at the surviving soldiers, he replied that they had no other choice, and if they stayed here, they would be cut off from the rest of the world. The doctor objected, saying that he wanted to send ordinary people there, not players. The soldier asked what he suggested he do, since the order to blockade the area had already been given, which was tantamount to death. The soldier assumed that the ARC sacrificed the third area for the second, and therefore the objection is not accepted because if they want to survive, they have to go to the surface. The survivors began to climb up the stairs. The soldiers hustled them, asking them not to relax. Once outside, the player ordered everyone to stop. He was shocked by what he saw. The soldier indicated that they needed to get to the second area before the monsters all started to follow them. The survivors headed after the players who led them to the second area of the base where it was safe. The detective heard that the explosion was very close to them. He didn't understand what was going on because it should be quiet. The survivors almost managed to run to the second neighborhood where it should have been safe. The streets of the city were full of devastation. The soldier said that if things continued like this, they would soon be able to get to safety. Turning around, the player was shocked to see monsters following behind them, realizing that things had not gone as expected. The monsters began to get rid of the people who had fallen behind the column. Suddenly, people began to surround them. Upon seeing the ogres, the survivors began to panic and scatter in different directions, some of them numb with fear. The monsters continued to attack the people who had gotten out and were trying to escape. The girl tried to run away from the nick, but one of the monsters managed to catch up with her and intended to strike at her. The surrounding people saw the monsters send this girl to the other world with a single spear thrust. Soldiers taking up firing positions tried to resist them. Partner reported that the monsters were approaching at 9 o'clock. The gunman stated that they should run to the second neighborhood as soon as possible because they would be safe there. The monsters began to attack the survivors who did not understand what they wanted because the soldiers could not cope with them. The detective failed to locate the high-ranking cannibals, realizing it wasn't that bad. Suddenly, the man saw a strange creature that he had never seen before. A huge monster split the bus in two. The detective didn't understand how such a monster managed to get here. Detective Odaiso heard the monster roar. The system reported that he was paralyzed by terror. The doctor couldn't move, realizing that it was a bad decision to go upstairs. The order was given to save whoever could. Meanwhile, a train pulled into the station near Laudavold to pick up survivors. Jisung Seo Jack was happy to meet his comrades who had successfully cleared the dungeon. Choi Hana saw that there were a lot of people in the train car and was surprised. Kang So-jun asked his comrade who all these people were among them. There were many injured players who didn't know what was going on for their absence. Jisung Seo explained to the comrades and they realized that the ARK base was in danger. The guy decided to show them a video from those places. Players saw that in the video of the ARK base being attacked by ogres, Jisung Seo indicated that the vanguard had already broken through the defense line. The captain was shocked that the monsters had managed to break through Jisung Seo's defense line and continued to explain to them what was happening. The guy assumed that the military is trying to fight back against the monsters, but there are too many of them, and modern weapons neither defense skills nor strategic tricks help. Kang So-jun looked at all the people who were beating on the train, realizing that they were all refugees from the base. Jack told his comrades that this was not all. He showed them pictures of the battlefield taken from those places. Players saw a huge half-dragon that rampaged through those areas. Someone called it a horned ogre. Jisung Seo pointed out that it was this particular monster that broke through the military's defenses, and the other monsters broke into the depths. Kang So-jun knew that the giant horned ogre was half Rakon, so it was incredibly strong, which was capable of leveling an entire city. The guy added that Arca's second and first districts had stronger defenses, and it was unlikely that monsters would be able to break through to the second district. Kang Seo-jun replied that it wasn't about that at all. Jack agreed with his statement. The guy speculated that it was likely that a rank Z dungeon had broken through the dungeon, and those monsters had come out from there.